everybody, this is Grimmy, and this is an audiobook of my ongoing series, My Father's Warmth, which is a My Hero Academia Todoroki AU. Don't expect any good voice acting from this, I'm not a voice actor, so when you're listening to this audiobook, think of more like your mum telling you a bedtime story. I will not be attempting to replicate people's voices. Don't expect that from me, please. Please. So, but yeah, just bare minimum, below average expectations from me, please. My Father's Warmth is a happy Todoroki AU fanfiction where it's a retelling of the Todoroki family story if Enji Todoroki was never traumatized and got the guidance and support he needed growing up. Another thing to consider is I am making references to the My Hero Academia Vigilante series, and I am trying to keep it as canonically accurate as possible, but because of some of the continuation errors with Vigilantes and My Hero Academia, I've tried to make it as canonically accurate as possible, but there might be some things wrong. I'm trying my best. But I am writing these references and the timeline of My Hero Academia Vigilantes alongside this story with the assumptions everybody has read it and knows what's being referenced. I'm not going to delve into detail with Vigilantes and that side of things because that's too much for my tired little brain to handle, unless it's absolutely necessary. I will be writing Vigilantes' timeline from the perspective of the Todoroki and what they know. So if you want to fully understand what's going on, go read Vigilantes. Some of the events from Vigilantes will be off, they will be wrong, they might not be accurate, but some things that needs to happen for some story stuff and my mental sanity because there's a lot to keep track of. So I tried my best to make it as canon compliant as I could, but yeah, I tried my best, that's a lot, okay, I'm sorry. Chapter 51, Fission. To say Shigaraki was a bit lost on how he'd gotten here was an understatement. He wasn't used to visiting coffee shops, especially not a fancy one like this, nor was he used to being treated to whatever drink he wanted, nor was he used to somebody who wasn't his master sitting opposite him with a bright smile. In fact, his master didn't smile like Toya at all. There was a softness to the white-haired man, who turned out to be only a couple years older than him. The older man mentioned Shigaraki wasn't that much older than Natsuo, apparently. Natsuo. That's the kid who won the sports festival, the shaggy-haired man muttered as he stared at his drink of choice like it'd bite him. An iced mocha. Toya had explained to him it's a mixture of chocolate and coffee, which for someone like Shigaraki who preferred sweet things, but also caffeine, sounded like the drink he'd liked the most. He chose the iced version because it was still warm out. Meanwhile, Toya had an Americano with 2 extra shots of espresso. Being a medical student had done things to him, apparently. Yep, that's him, Toya chirped, all too delighted to have his brother already be even a little famous. And it wasn't because he was proud he won thanks to his clone idea. The ice clone idea was a suggestion of mine. I'm glad he went with it. Yup, totally not that. That's so, Shigaraki snorted, seeing the pride emitting from the other. Why'd you bring me here? Surely you have other people to chit-chat to. Like a loving family from the looks of it. Toya caught onto the bitter words, despite them being said with disinterest. Not to be lame, but I have almost no friends, Toya laughed, completely unbothered by what he said. I guess you could count my dad's sidekicks as my friends, though, but I don't really see them outside of visiting the agency, he shrugged. Saying that, Vernon had already been organizing a 20th birthday outing, so maybe he was being too harsh on himself and his poor socializing skills. But you're right, I did want to speak to you about something. Your quirk. My quirk? Shigaraki blinked. He remembered Toya mentioning he was studying to be a doctor specialized in quirks, but he didn't see what he'd be interested in talking to him about it. It's not like he even knew what his quirk was. Why? A finger got in his face, which made Shigaraki lean back. Your skin condition. Is it a side effect of your quirk? Rude was too weak a word for how intrusively Toya said that question, as if it wasn't something extremely personal. Is your nosiness a side effect of yours? Shigaraki shot back, smacking Toya's finger out of his face. Why do you even want to know? What's it to you? Toya could see how his question made the younger bristle, and he backed off, raising his hands up with an apologetic smile. Sorry, I should have explained, he said sweetly, which seemed to lessen Shigaraki's defensiveness.
I'm doing a research paper on the quirk singularity theory, with a section focusing on quirks and their connection to outside influence. Shigaraki's blank blinking told him he didn't understand. I'm trying to see if there's a connection between somebody's life experience and how their quirk forms. Shigaraki blinked, then scowled, confused. You mean how somebody's life is formed by their quirk? He tried to understand. Nope, how somebody's life forms their quirk. Toya shook his head. Everybody already knows how quirks can pave people's lives, or how quirkless people feel purposeless, like Uncle Toshi had shared. People with scary or difficult quirks get labeled as problem children, and that sets them up to repressing their quirks or going the other extremes and becoming a threat to society. I want to see if the opposite is true. The blue-haired man scowled even deeper, looking like a dog raising its hackles. Toya wasn't sure it warranted this reaction, but he could see the topic was a sensitive one. Quirks tended to be a touchy subject for more people than they'd like to admit. Sounds like a waste of time, the younger hissed. Why? Toya asked, crossing his arms on the table with an innocent look. Why is trying to find answers a waste of time? Shigaraki said nothing and took a sip of his previously untouched drink. He liked it. At least he was getting a free drink he somewhat enjoyed out of this. Tamada, if you don't want to talk about it, we don't have to. Toya's voice made red eyes meet blue. His voice trailed off and he glanced to the side before looking at Shigaraki again. If you figured stuff out about your quirk, maybe you could find a resolution to your skin condition. I'm fine, Shigaraki growled as he scratched his neck aggressively. Of course, that made Toya give him an unconvinced look. Why'd you care anyway? It's not like we're friends. Since when do I have to be friends with someone to care? Toya laughed softly. I'm studying to become a doctor. It's in my work description to care. Same with pro heroes. Heroes don't care. Toya froze. The words were said sharply with poisonous distaste, a tone he was too familiar with, having uttered mean words with it in years past. An angry mania trampled in the red eyes of the young man before him. My dad does, the white-haired man said quietly, not too sure what else to say. Endeavor's one guy, Shigaraki spat back, 4 fingers thrumming on the table dangerously. And maybe he cares about you and his duties, but he's just like every other hero. They don't care about rejects. Toya sat, watching as the man's voice gained a furious tremble to it. He wanted to point out that he was a reject, but said nothing. All heroes care about is the popularity, the glitz and glamour that comes with the fame of doing the bare minimum. They help when it's convenient and will further their reputation. Ask them to get their hands dirty to actually deal with things that matter, and suddenly you're alone. The only reason the crime rate is low is because too many villains are scared of getting beat up by All Might. The thrumming of fingers and rambling stopped. Furious red eyes met gentle blues. The second All Might is gone, all hell will break loose. That sounded like a threat, not an observation. And Toya realized that Tomura isn't just a messy gamer shut-in. He's a villain. Or at the very least has villainous intentions. And for just a moment, Toya sees an alternate version of himself. An angry, bitter young man, wronged by society and life because of things out of his control. If you think for a second heroes care, you're wrong. Just like how you're wrong about doctors caring, or teachers, or the Hero Commission. Nobody cares. That's why your research is a waste of time. Even if you find and prove something, who'll read it or listen to you? It's inconvenient for people to change their minds, so who the hell do you think you are to believe you can change anything? Tomura felt himself getting worked up. The scratching of his neck intensified as memories of adults turning away in disgust and apprehension at the sight of a small lost child played over and over in his mind. How he'd been abandoned, ignored, and discarded. Another blurry, broken memory that he couldn't piece together fueled his anger, but he couldn't place why. All he could do to soothe the thoughts was scratch his neck bloody unless he dusted the entire area. In the corner of his eye, he saw the barista eyeing them warily. He wanted to break her to pieces. I hear you. Toya's voice pierced through his ear like a sharp whistle, snapping Tomura's attention back to the white-haired man opposite him. Kind blue eyes smiled at him despite the serious expression on Toya's face. Dare he say he looked sad, burdened with understanding of Shigaraki's words. What? The man muttered out. I hear you, Toya repeated, sighing as he smiled sadly. And honestly, you're right. Very few people care. Confusion hit Shigaraki like a truck. My sister and I went to UA, and she's got 2 friends she made there. They're both in the hero industry too. One does food stuff, the other jewelry, but they interact with heroes every day. And trust me, they have some choice words to say about some of the modern heroes. Toya's chuckle is doled out with something akin to bitterness, but without the anger. They're shallow, incompetent at their jobs, and have their priorities all messed up. They look at pro heroes and just see the success, not the duties. Shigaraki said nothing. Toya took that as a sign to continue. But people do care, he said, voice warming at the memories of the people who'd helped him. And people can learn to care if they're given a chance to. Many people are opposed to change because they're scared or they don't understand what the change is. If I can help show that the change needed isn't scary and actually good, then I have to try. Toya took a sip of his coffee, Shigaraki tracking each movement as if Toya was about to reveal an ulterior motive. Something selfish and self-serving. But all he got was a grin. Like my parents, grandfather, and soon-to-be pro-hero brother Natsuo, and Shoto and Fuyumi. The white-haired man chirped happily at speaking of his family. Shigaraki remembered she wanted to become a teacher to help kids. They've always cared. They're caring by nature. And my siblings are focusing their care on things like helping kids with difficult quirks, or becoming rescue heroes because there's a need for it. They want to help where help is needed. Because you're right. One day, All Might will be gone. One day, he'll just be Uncle Toshinori. And when that happens, it'll be our job to fill the void he's left behind. Which is gonna be one hell of a void. It's like Shigaraki had been slapped in the face and hugged at the same time. And never once had he stopped itching. He was almost angry at Toya for being so weird. For not having been around earlier. A kind hand reached out to him and loosely wrapped around his vigorously itching wrist. Instinctively, Shigaraki wanted to smack Toya's hand away, but he didn't. He let his bloodied nails be pulled away from his neck and watched as Toya picked up one of the cafe's napkins, wiping the blood off of his fingers. The movements were gentle like a mother, yet firm like a father, the steadiness and caring motions stuttering Shigaraki's thoughts to a blank. All he could do was watch as he felt the itchiness die down. No blood ran down his neck, but the skin was raw and scraped. It stung. Shigaraki wondered how many times Toya had been taken care of like this, with how meticulous he was being. An emotion he couldn't place caught in his chest. It tasted bitter in the back of his throat, yet felt heavy in his lower belly, like a rock sinking slowly. People can't care about what they don't see. Shigaraki blinked rapidly as he looked up. Blue eyes looked at him, acknowledging him and what pain he refused to share. Caring. Shigaraki felt small and stupid, yet warm and calm all at once. He pulled his hand away, tucking it into his hoodie pocket, and looked away from Toya. Whatever, he muttered, grabbing his drink with 3 fingers and his thumb to sip at it. I still think it's stupid. Toya's laugh only annoyed him. Maybe it is. Stop being so weird, damn it. But we can't know if I don't try. And all Shigaraki could do was stare at the condensation of his iced drink, droplets running down the side of the cup that was cold to the touch as he held it in 3 fingers and a thumb. His anger had deflated, and he felt like an idiot. He didn't even know why. When's your research due? He grumbled with his drink's straw still in between his badly taken cared for teeth. The barista wasn't looking at them anymore. In autumn, Toya replied, occupying himself with his Americano. I've got plenty of first-hand research, I just need to write it up. Why ask me, then? Shigaraki's voice was low, despite not looking at Toya anymore. His ears were trying to pick up on anything sleazy. He wasn't sure what, just something not genuine. No such thing as too many references, Toya chuckled genuinely. Now Shigaraki was getting annoyed for a whole other reason. It's really okay if you don't want to talk about it, I promise. Absolutely no pressure. No pressure. Kind words said with no anxiety in a way only people with the privilege of a considerate, loving family could say. Because that's how Shigaraki saw Toya. Gifted with the privilege of people giving a fuck about him. 1 in a million. An anomaly. One that Master was fascinated by and wanted to cultivate. Master has a fondness for strays. But Toya, while having all the heuristics of one, wasn't. He wasn't like Tomura had been before Master saved him and took him in, as vague and far away as that memory was. If he was a mange-infested stray with jagged teeth and an aggressive demeanor, Toya, with his healthy skin and bright, life-filled eyes and perfect white smile, was a pedigree. He didn't belong in Tomura's world. He'd gotten a taste of the underbelly of hero society, but he'd never understand. Tomura envied him, in a way. "Oh!" Toya's sudden exclamation made Tomura's eyes snap up to him. "By the way, thanks for the game recommendations." Now this, Tomura could talk about. "You enjoyed them?" he asked quietly, perhaps even a little embarrassed. "Yeah! I especially enjoy making sure Shoto always loses." Toya snickered, a big brother through and through. Shigaraki just rolled his eyes. Of course, Toya would be a troll. Safe to say, it was an odd hour. And in terms of Shigaraki's original motive, completely useless. "There's no chance he'll ever join us," Shigaraki muttered, now with father on his face. Master was sat at the bar, machinery floating around him. Kurogiri was fixing him a drink, one that Shigaraki was still too young to have. Or he could have, if he wanted, but he didn't. Alcohol smelled bad. He'd much prefer an iced mocha. Maybe Kurogiri knew how to make that. He mentioned doing work at a children's clinic. Sounded excited about it. A children's clinic, Master hummed thoughtfully, a smile so unlike Toya's spreading on his face. His eyeless stare turned to Shigaraki, and the young man was comforted. He'd done something right. We can work with that. Right now, Toya is too ingrained in his little heroic dreams of change. He's been coddled and protected by his family, so he hasn't experienced the full brunt of hero society's hypocrisy. A hand reached out and pet Shigaraki's messy blue hair. It was large, strong, and comforting, lukewarm as it touched his head. The hand that had saved and raised him, that he was forever indebted to. "Good job, Tomura." Tomura couldn't help but compare it to Toya's. They'd shaken hands again as they said goodbye. Toya's hand is light, yet firm with confidence and warm. A sort of warmth that travelled up Shigaraki's elbow and left tingling sensations. It'd been clear that Toya wanted a way to keep in touch with the younger man, but Shigaraki had quickly left with a "see you around" before disappearing into the crowd like he always did. Kurogiri then brought him home. The tingling feeling hadn't left since. He probably should have mentioned Tomura's odd behavior to somebody, but he didn't. Toya exhaled softly through his nose as he laid in his futon, Harusume purring loudly on his chest, Natsuo's soft breathing telling the older brother he was asleep in his own futon, a little away from him. That was fine. Natsuo must be tired from all his work at UA, exams and preparing for the camp trip. No need to bother him in the middle of the night. As he pet the purring white cat on his chest with the same hand he used to shake Tomura's with, Toya raised his little finger, mirroring what Tomura had done all day. His quirk was hand-based, that he was sure of. With how the blue-haired man never touched anything with all 5 fingers, it meant that he needed all to touch for it to activate. Then what? Toya desperately wanted to know. What sort of quirk did Tomura have? Something destructive, for sure. That's just the vibe Tomura gave off. Destructive. He exhaled again, closing his eyes. If not for the warm body of his cat on his chest, the purring's vibrations lulling his mind into a peaceful state of sleepiness, Toya might have gotten teary-eyed from the intensity of his sorrow. Despite having learnt nothing about Tomura, he felt a desperate need to connect with him. Toya closed his eyes and replayed the scene of Tomura getting angry in his head. The way his red eyes burnt with angry hatred tinged with frustration, how his teeth grit and his whole face darkened with bitter emotion. It was an expression he'd never seen in his life, but had felt in his own heart and face before. He wondered if that was the same face his family had seen on him, and how many times they'd had to suffer it. Toya hoped he'd see Tomura again. Chapter 52. Firing. It was as if every UA teacher or somehow affiliated hero had a contracted obligation to be ruthless. Natsuo hurt in places he didn't think possible, and his body never quite had the chance to completely recover before he was doing yet another thing that shook his bones and joints. His father assured him UA had always been like that. Natsuo wondered what his father could have possibly done to warrant being banned from training in UA after school hours. The point is, while the regular school aspect of UO is fine and dandy for Natsuo, the physical training left him with bruises upon muscle aches. Just like the rest of his class, for that matter, so at least they were all in the same boat. And for what it was worth, the training worked. Especially after the training camp, all of their abilities had noticeably improved, despite feeling like his soul had left his body a few times. Led by the wild pussycats, Natsuo had spent hours freezing to the bone by overproducing frost, only to dunk into room temperature water that felt burning to his ice-cold skin, and for it to happen all over again. All his classmates had gone through some type of borderline torture training, and while they all made loud exclamations of effort and sometimes agony, none complained. Not even Saichi, who had to fight devastating turbine-boosted winds and try to maintain his sand without being blown away. Every night, both Class 1A and 1B looked forward to the saunas and hot springs, even cold-loving Natsuo. Not to mention, cooking with his classmates was really fun too, although he was banned to just watching his friends cook after Saichi witnessed his miserable chopping skills, as well as the games the Wild Pussycats had organized. Despite trying their best, 1B could not get a peep out of Natsuo during the test of courage. The most they got was a stoned-faced stare that scared them more than Natsuo had been surprised. Being Shota's older brother taught Natsuo to expect the unexpected. All in all, it was a strenuous but honestly fun time, and they all made it back to UA without a hitch and, surprisingly, in one piece. Natsuo felt like he'd been able to get friendly with the students from 1B but hadn't previously liked him with Saichi. Maybe Saichi's mellowing down had rubbed off on them as well. Whatever it was, Natsuo was happy about it. Of course, just because one thing is done didn't mean the UA students could catch a break. As soon as they were back to UA, on top of regular classes, training and further preparing for internships, those considered likely enough to pass in the first year were to prepare attempting to get their provisional license. Todoroki Higawara, Principal Netsu has given you the go-ahead to participate this year, Aizawa said flatly. I'll accompany you to the exam. In the meantime, you will all be working on coming up and naming your ultimate moves. Something Toya was all too excited to help Natsuo workshop. No ice puns, Mum, Natsuo said flatly as his mother puffed her cheeks out, looking offended when her son preemptively rejected her ideas. And no Endeavor rip-offs. Toya in turn puffed his cheeks out, also offended. Hara and Shota looked to each other, amused. Despite saying no Endeavor rip-offs, Fuyumi muttered later that evening, watching Natsuo already roll his eyes. Flash Freeze Fist isn't exactly original. Toya had managed to wring out one Endeavor homage, as he called it. And Sub-Zero Smash sounds like something Uncle Toshio would use. I get it, Natsuo hissed through his teeth, arms crossed. So I'm not creative with names, sue me. I think you're creative, Shota offered up praise, looking to his older brother with a subtle awed shimmer. Thank you, Peppermint. At least somebody here isn't tearing me down, Natsuo huffed, shooting a glare to his sister, who only rolled her eyes in turn. Fine, what about Sub-Zero Shatter, or Sub-Zero Strike? I think you need to stop choosing alliterative names, Fumi replied flatly. Sub-Zero Strike, Enji contributed as he passed by the open living room door. Seriously? The only daughters sighed in disbelief at their father encouraging the terrible naming. Natsuo looked very smug. Mizawa seemed to be of the same opinion as Fuyumi when he looked over Natsuo's chosen ultimate moves names the following morning. Flash Freeze Fist, he asked fatly. Same as Endeavor's Flash Fire Fist, but with ice. I build up as much ice as I can and unleash it all in one go. Can be a punch or a kick, but it's meant to be a one-hit finisher since it would freeze all the targeted enemies, Natsuo explained, hands on his lap as he sat across his teacher in the private room. All the students would be getting one-on-ones today to overlook their progress before the provisional license exam. Before the camp training, I wouldn't have been able to do that due to frostbite, but I've massively built up my endurance. Sub-Zero Strike? His teacher asked with an acknowledging nod to his previous answer. Ice-covered punches or kicks. Can be as much as knuckle dusters or the whole limb. Depends on what's needed. Verglar Replica, Aizawa mumbled from behind his scarf before his eyes lifted to Natsuo, sliding the boy's notebook back to him. That's a fancier way of saying ice clone. Natsuo gave him a sheepish smile. Yeah, but it sounds better. Aizawa couldn't deny that. Saichi had come up with his own moves, which he showed to Natsuo in training. "Sandstorm!" he yelled, as his quirk spread out into the grounds at a scary speed, creating a fog-like cloud that was powerful enough to crack the targeted rock. "Your ultimate move is your quirk name?" Natsuo asked with his hands on his hips. Saichi shot him an annoyed look. "I didn't say it was bad." "Your tone implied plenty," Saichi hissed. "It's just one of my moves. I also have quicksand shot and dry sand." "Dry sand?" Natsuo asked hesitantly. Isn't all sand dry?" Saichi stopped to stare at him blankly, as if Natsuo was the stupidest person he'd ever had the displeasure to speak to. "You know nothing about construction, do you?" "No? Should I?" Natsuo stammered. His friend just rolled his eyes at him. The closer they got to the date of the provisional license exam, the harder Natsuo trained. Even though he'd been trained to the afterlife and back by Tiger whenever the man had wanted to test his physical stamina by doing ridiculous workouts, Natsuo felt he could do better and wanted to push himself. "When I said help me train, this is not what I meant," Natsuo whined as he tried doing push-ups with Toya sitting on his back. "Quit whining, or Shoto's sitting on you too." Toya huffed, legs crossed as his younger brother sweat and panted as he tried to complete the set. Shoto snickered a little as he watched Natsuo shake and struggle on one hand. "Seriously, I'm not that heavy." "You try doing a one-arm push-up," Natsuo snapped. Toya could indeed not do a one-arm push-up. His mother, being the attentive woman she is with a family full of gym rats, made her soon-to-be, hopefully, licensed boy a salmon-heavy dinner, much to the horror of Hara and Toya, who hate fish, since it's a recovery food. She learned that from Enji some time ago. "What should I expect from the exam?" Natsuo asked his father. It was a couple of days before the exam, and his nerves were starting to get to him, excited and also wary. Enji hummed in thought as he looked through the movie options on the TV. Hara and Fuyumi wanted to have dinner and a movie tonight. "There'll be students from other schools, so keep your wits about you and never let your guard down," Enji said as he looked through the classic movies section. His father liked older movies. Maybe a comedy could be good. Goodness knows he dealt with enough crime in the real world to want to watch fictional crime. The exam changes every year, like the sports festival, but keep your priorities right. He looked to Natsuo, who had his eyebrows raised at him. "They'll test your values as a pro hero just as much as your competence. What is your duty in the given challenge? Where are you the most useful? Where are others lacking where you can pick up the slack? Keep those things in mind." That seemed strangely obvious, but maybe in the heat of the moment, people could get caught up in the stress and emotions. "Will do," Natsuo nodded, looking back to the TV. "Don't you dare pick a musical." Yup, sister and mother liked them. They watched Guys and Dolls that night. Aizawa eyed Natsuo get on the school bus that would take them to the exam. He was clearly nervous, the most nervous Aizawa had ever seen him. Unlike Saichi, who looked stern and focused, like he was preparing for battle. The bus was filled with second years as well, but Natsuo sat closer to the front of Saichi, diagonally behind their black-haired teacher. "It's surprising to see you nervous, Todoroki," Aizawa commented once they were on the road. "I'm surprised too." Natsuo wheezed like he'd been holding his breath all morning. "I know I'll be fine. Guess I'm just wary." He flexed his hands, inhaling deeply in his gut, holding it and exhaling softly. It was a tactic he'd learned from Dr. Tsuzura years ago. "My nerves will settle once it gets started, I'm sure." Aizawa was sure as well. He had no doubt that Saichi and Natsuo would do fine. Being a new teacher, he was still getting used to his position and style of teaching despite having adjusted so quickly to the job, but he knew for a fact he didn't want to play favorites. It's why he tried to convince Netsu to let the other first years to try for the provisional license too, but the mouse, bear, dog, something creature had shot him clean down. The gap in progress between those two and the rest of the class is too wide. It'd be like throwing tadpoles among piranhas, while Higawara and Todoroki are more like crocodiles, Netsu had said, which did annoy Aizawa a bit, even if he was right. Your students are aware of that gap, and if they see the boys get more opportunities than them, it should encourage them to up their game. If it doesn't, then that's a problem with their attitude. Again, Aizawa couldn't deny that. He didn't want to hinder his top two students' progress, but he didn't want to give them special treatment neither. And letting the two teens take a shot at the provisional license exam before the others felt like special treatment. "Who are you texting?" Aizawa heard Saichi ask Natsuo as the boy kept getting message after message. "Some of our classmates. We made a group chat, see?" Natsuo showed his phone with the gang orca charm to Saichi. Aizawa could only assume the screen showed messages from some of the other students Natsuo was friends with. They're wishing the both of us good luck. Even me. Natsuo replied to Saichi's doubtful comment by pointing to a message that did just that. Huh. Maybe Aizawa was wrong to worry about his other students feeling like they were being left behind. I'm going to meet with them after the exam. We're going to an arcade in town. Do you want to come with? Natsuo offered with a smile. He knew Saichi didn't really hang out with anyone after school, not even the guys from 1B. Natsuo obviously knew why, but he still wanted to offer. Thanks, but I'm visiting my mum. Saichi replied how Natsuo expected. And I know I'm not liked in the class, so I wouldn't want to be a bad surprise to your friends. That was not expected. It made Natsuo feel bad that Saichi thought that. Sure, their classmates didn't like Saichi's early attitude, but nothing they'd said hinted at them not liking the actual boy. I could ask them if they'd be okay with it. Saichi raised his head to look at Natsuo. It was a genuine offer. Sure. Aizawa closed his eyes and relaxed in his seat a bit more. Guess he should trust his kids to be a bit more capable than he gave them credit for. He wasn't completely used to teenagers and how he should deal with them yet. Goodness knows, President Mike and Midnight's methods weren't fitting to him. In a way, he was learning, just as his own students were. It was clear to Tsukauchi and the flaming sidekicks that Endeavor was distracted. Even though he was doing everything immaculately with observant, stern eyes that noticed details that only came with decades of experience, the fiery man was constantly checking his phone. Some of the older sidekicks snickered to each other as they recalled the early days of Endeavor's secret girlfriend. But number 2 visibly bristled at the embarrassing reminder. Are you expecting news? Tsukauchi asked with soft laughter in his tone. He hadn't been a detective yet at the time of NG and Ray's dating years, but he had seen some of the gossip magazines discussing it. The photo of Endeavor bursting into flames at the question never failed to make him chuckle. Endeavor grunted at the detective's question. Nothing serious, I hope. Not serious, but important, the red-headed man replied. My son Natsuo is taking his provisional license exam today, and he was very nervous about it. His third's nerves must have rubbed off on him too. He's the first of my children to take the same course as me, so I'm keeping an eye on it. That sounded like a budding helicopter parent at Tsukauchi. Or maybe Endeavor was a self-aware helicopter parent but was trying to keep it in check for his children's sake. Either way, the masculine hero's tenderness towards his son was sweet. Endeavor noticed a soft look from the detective and cleared his throat, slipping his phone into one of his belt pouches. Anyway, he grumbled. Any updates on the Narata Vigilante? What was it? The Crawler? The Crawler. And no, nothing of note. Tsukauchi sighed. It's all been quiet these last couple of years. Nobody reports sightings of him, so it's safe to assume he's staying low. As he should. Endeavor grunted, eyes narrowing. He wasn't fond of vigilantes or anybody who didn't go via the legal routes to do heroics. The rules are there for a reason, to keep both civilians and heroes safe. He'll be sorry if he crosses my path. He hasn't done anything that would demand your wrath, Endeavor. Tsukauchi laughed gently. He knew Endeavor could get a little heated when it came to such topics. The man cared deeply for going about things the proper way. Very stoic and traditional of him. Maybe not directly, but vigilantes are a danger to themselves as much as to others, Endeavor grumbled, crossing their arms. They're stray bullets, most likely untrained and undisciplined. They can mess up investigations, rile up dangerous foes, and get themselves cornered without the necessary backup on the way. He exhaled sharply, emitting steam. It's a dangerous example to set. A wannabe in a fancy getup will forever be a wannabe. Even so, Tsukauchi scratched his chin in thought. He had a suspecting feeling his sister was somewhat involved, but he couldn't confront her about it without her aggressively denying the accusation. Of course, he'd arrest the Crawler at all cost, but Endeavor's angry scowl told him that the vigilante might find himself with terrifying medical bills if he ever got within Endeavor's range. From what I've heard, he's quite liked. Cigarettes are quite liked, but they're still dangerous, Endeavor snapped, which made Tsukauchi chuckle weakly. He wasn't afraid of Endeavor per se, but the man was intense. Not just because of the addictive aspect or the damage to the lungs, but a discarded cigarette that hasn't been snuffed out properly can start a fire with no control. Vigilantes are the same. If not kept in check, they can destroy everything without anybody being able to preemptively stop it. Clearly, there was no point discussing this with the number 2 hero. Whereas the likes of All Might would be more lenient and understanding to a certain point, Endeavor's opinion and judgments on these things were set in stone and impossible to discuss with nuance. The rules are the rules. I can't argue with that. Who can argue with Endeavor beside his own family? For now, I have nothing to update you on, but if anything happens, your agency will be informed. Takauchi couldn't stop the snort that left him when Endeavor's grunt was interrupted by his phone buzzing, and the man grabbed his phone in a fast blur to check the notification. As the detective awkwardly stood there as the towering hero swiped and zoomed on his phone screen, something softened in the redhead's stern blue eyes, and the hint of a smile dared to show itself. Seemed like good news. "Congratulations, Natsu!" Ayahiko exclaimed excitedly as he tried to wrap an arm around the taller boy's shoulders. He had to be on his tiptoes for that. Natsu returned his classmate's tooth-gap grin. Show us! Show us! Magura clapped her large small paws together, giddy at her friend's achievements of the day. Happy to oblige his friends, Natsu got his provisional hero license out of his wallet from his pocket. It showed his photo, a bunch of details, and his hero name, Frostbite. It was just a piece of plastic, but to his aspiring fellow pro-hero friends, it might as well have been made out of gold. So shiny, Yara cooed in a soft voice. I'm totally not mad that you got the chance to get it before us, Ibara said with a jokey tone as she poked Natsu's shoulder with a perfectly manicured finger. But seriously, well done, you deserve it. As apology for leaving you all in the dust, I'll buy everyone a soda from the arcade vending machine, Natsu joked in turn, his friends gasping accusingly at the banter, Ahiko even attempting to lock him into a chokehold at the white-haired boy's audacity. They all knew this was in good fun. Ahiko was the boy with the popping candy quirk that sat in front of Natsu in class. It was his idea to go to the arcade, his favorite place in the whole world. He had pale skin and blue hair with neon green irises and neon pink pupils that resembled his popping candy, with 2 beauty spots by his left eye. Since the group had all met up after school in the main town, they weren't in uniform anymore. This meant Ahiko was wearing one of his staple ultra-colourful hoodies. Today was a bright orange one with blue splatter markings. Whenever he smiled, a tooth gap could be seen. He and Natsu had been friends ever since that first day, since Ayahiko is such a sweet and bubbly person. Magura and Yawara had been in Natsu's team for the totally dodgeable and not painful event of the sports festival. Magura had a heteromorph mole quirk, hence her name. She is a strong and tall girl with short brown hair and big mole paws, claws, ears, and eyes, which were fully black and a bit short-sighted. Her sense of smell and hearing made up for it. Brown fur the same color as her hair covered her neck, shoulders, arms, and back, but her face and the rest of her body were a pale, earthy brown. Having been brought up in the countryside in a small village on her grandparents' farm, Mogura found the city difficult to navigate because of the loud noises, strong vibrations, and smells. But she found it bearable and safe when with her friends, so was happy to meet up with them. Yawara Honenuki was the opposite of Mogura. Short, soft-spoken, and a complete city girl with pale cream skin. Despite her light beige hair looking spiky, it was surprisingly soft. Just like her half-lidded eyes with extra thick eyelashes that gave her a forever sleepy and clueless expression, despite being anything but clueless, as she was one of the cleverest students in their class. Yawara wore a thick, fluffy purple top that matches her purple nails. Despite being one of the quietest students, preferring to listen rather than talk, her little buck teeth could always be seen when she did chat, giving her a mousy appearance. She liked the city and its noise, and especially liked to accompany her friends to the arcade, since there was a gachapon corner there where she could spend far too much money on cute little collectibles. The last member of the friend group was Ibara, the thorn whip girl Natsu had fought against in the sports festival. Since she wasn't in her school uniform, Ibara hadn't held back on her eyeshadow, shining a glimmering pink that complemented her soft russet skin whenever she fluttered her long, mascaraed eyelashes. 2 long, green-thorned vines sprouted from the base of her skull, which she could manipulate to life when she wanted, but usually laid over her shoulders like long, spiky braids. Her specially styled curly hair was shaped into roses and dyed to a gentle wine red to emphasize the flower appearance. Ibara made a point to resemble the flower she was named after and loved so much. It was no surprise to her friends when she admitted to them about her large social media following. Her parents were famous tennis players after all, and being the beauty she is, Ibara liked to share her life with the internet. Going to the arcade and filming herself, and her friends having fun after school sounded just like the perfect content that would go viral. Not to mention, show off about her friend getting his provisional license. That's okay with you, right? Ibara asked Natsuo as the quintet of friends headed towards the arcade. Ayahiko and Yawara were leading, with Mogura and Ibara walking beside Natsuo. It's like, totes fine if you don't wanna. Go for it. I've already told my family, so you might as well get first dibs about my license before the mainstream media does. Natsuo chuckled to his beauty of a friend. He was happy to give Ibara the credit for sharing. Ibara gave him a happy, lazy grin. Mogura, we should probably pre-book the train tickets back to your home village before next week, Ayahiko offered, looking over his shoulder to the tall girl. Just so we can let your grandparents know we're coming. Okay. Can you do that for us both? My claws make it hard to type on phones. I'll pay you back. Mogura nodded, flexing her white claws at the boy to express her point. You two did your internships with the hero who works close to Mogura's village, didn't you? Ibara questioned, phone already out so she could preemptively choose the filters and effects she'd want to use. It's cool your grandparents own a farm. Yeah, I like it a lot, Mogura grinned, happy to talk about her grandparents. They raised me on that farm, which kept me busy and away from the townspeople who wanted to hurt me. I'm grateful. I can't believe those things still happen, Yawara muttered with soft anger, barely a whisper. Even though we read about it in history books, I didn't think they still happened. My brother talks about the modern discrimination against heteromorphs a lot, Natsuo offered, looking to the pale girl. And Gangorkus told me about some of the stuff he's had to deal with, but he says it's very different since he grew up at the city. The countryside is way worse. It really is, Mogura nodded, sounding a little sad. She was lucky. She had grandparents who protected her from the village's malicious intents. Her parents hadn't been in the picture. The city has been hard for me to adapt to, but everybody's been so nice to me. And I'm so grateful for you being my friends. Mogura, you're going to make me cry, Ibara whined, hugging her friend's neck at an awkward angle as they continued to walk. Mogura giggled, resting a large paw on Ibara's back. Don't cry, it'll ruin your makeup, the mole girl joked, getting laughs from the other three, Yawara joining in on the oddly angled girl hug. They got to the arcade, and as promised, Natsuo got his 4 friends a soda from the vending machine. Yawara and Ibara both got a pink lemonade one, while Ayahiko and Mogura went for a taro milk flavor, which sounded really gross to Natsuo. He went with a cola, like a normal person. Cola's too sickly sweet, Mogura shook her head. If it was sour, I'd like it, but it's too bleh, Ayahiko poetically articulated. Beats taro milk, Natsuo teased. Once they drank their sodas, the group of friends made beelines to the various corners of the arcade. Mogura and Natsuo decided to attempt some rhythm games first, something Mogura could easily play with her paws, Ibara filming them as she encouraged both her friends. Ayahiko and Yawara tried some gachapon, the mousy girl having a specific one she wanted to get and spending too many coins trying to wrangle the rare little figurine out of the capsules. Ayahiko took any duplicates she didn't want because this specific line of figurines was very brightly coloured, and he wanted to use them to decorate his room. I win! Mogura exclaimed, having a higher score than Natsuo. Guess I can still be better at something than you, she nudged him, Natsuo rolling his eyes and laughing at the girl's teasing. Natsuo Todoroki, how's it feel being a licensed hero? Ibara probed in turn, still filming as she got to Natsuo's full face in the recording. Or should I say, Ice Hero Frostbite? Her voice became dramatic, like she was speaking to royalty. Feels great to have my hard work pay off, Natsuo snickered with a grin. Though everything hurts. I was thrown off a rocky cliff. You mean that's what it felt like? Ibara raised the perfect eyebrow. No, I got thrown off a cliff during the exam. Would have gone splat too if I hadn't used my quirk. Well, now I'm worried for our exam next year. Ayahiko laughed as she and Yawara joined the group again, armed with little colourful figurines. Ibara stopped filming since she knew Yawara wasn't fond of being filmed. Who threw you? Was it another student? Yeah, a second year from Ketsubutsu, Natsuo replied. It was a capture the flag sort of game, but the flag was a hero sidekick. The second year was trying to steal my win. Not that it worked, I ended up stealing hers instead. Seems a bit extra to throw you, Ibara huffed, hand on hip as the other hand played with her fawn vines. You say that, but isn't that what we go through every day at UA? Yawara peeped up, which gained her a laugh from the group. Did you see any other heroes? Not any that I recognized, Natsuo shook his head. I'm sure my dad would have been able to name them. He knows pretty much everyone by name. Sounds about right for Endeavor, Mogura nodded. Natsuo liked these four because they were normal about his dad being the number 2. Aihiko had been a bit star-struck in his first week, but once he and Natsuo had gotten closer, he realized Natsuo was chill and fun. There was this one hero though, a teacher from Ketsubutsu, Natsuo hummed. I think her name was Miss Joke? Yeah, something like that. She was super hyped at seeing Mr. Aizawa, and laughed way too loudly when her student threw me. I think they knew each other from before being teachers. Huh, really? Was Mr. Aizawa happy to see her? Aihiko asked, trying to stuff his figurines into his pockets. When does Mr. Aizawa ever seem happy? Ibara asked flatly. She didn't dislike that teacher, but she found his appearance lacking. If only he'd tidy up his hair a bit and tied out his face. Honestly, he seemed pretty tolerant of her. Though I did see him jolt when she first called out to him. Mr. Aizawa got jump-scared? Mogura gaped, covering her mouth with a paw. Some powerhouse that woman must be. I'm pretty sure a quirk makes people burst out laughing, Yawara mused, vaguely familiar with who Miss Joke was. Humor. Mr. Aizawa's mortal enemy. It all makes sense. Ibara nodded solemnly. Viz gained yet another round of giggles. The friends went about playing several arcade games, chatting about various things as they did. Mainly about their upcoming second internships, which Natsuo was very excited about since it meant he'd see Gangorka again. Mogura and Aihiko would head back to the countryside like they previously talked about to work with a hero who specialized in entertainment and performance, something Aihiko really enjoyed because of his puppet candy quirk that had the same effect as firecrackers. Mogura, being the sporty and strong girl she is, could do impressive tricks to entertain the audience, even if some were at first wary of her appearance. After a couple days though, the kids in the audience really came round and enjoyed her performance. But it was clear Aihiko was the fan favorite, with his bouncy, bubbly personality, bright colors, and excited quirk that made children giggle and cheer. If being a pro hero didn't work out, he could be a stand-up comedian. Yawara would go back interning for a young heroine named Toy Toy, who she liked because of the cute hero outfit, while Ibara would return to Uwabami. One of my sister's friends works with her. She does merch designing, I'm pretty sure. Jewelry, specifically, Natsuo commented, which got Ibara all starry-eyed. Give me her contact details, I beg you, she whined. Natsuo would ask for Yumi about it later. Oh, Natsuo, be careful when you intern with Gangorka, Yawara said softly, showing her phone to the taller boy. It says it's going to be really stormy, so look out for yourself, okay? Natsuo reassured her he would. Didn't Higawara intern with your dad? Ayahiko asked. They'd seen him trotting behind Endeavor on social media. Yeah, he did. I think he's going again, based on what my dad said, but I think Saichi will want to intern with his own dad next year, Natsuo replied, munching on a chewy candy he'd won in a game. He really looks up to Snatch, and I think he wants to help him with his police work. Snatch does work with the police a lot, Yawara nodded. Couldn't be me. Sounds like tiring, messy work. Ibara shook her head, clearly grossed out by the thought of it. I'd much rather be patrolling shopping centers. Such a fashionista thing to say, Mogura teased. She wasn't a fashionista. She was sporty and liked the dirt. Aihiko helped my grandparents and I with some farming. Now that's tiring and messy work. But I love it. It was fun, but I'm definitely not built for it. Aihiko laughed, remembering how he'd spent days finding dirt and mud on his nails and in his ears. I think entertainment is where it's at for me. I've really enjoyed doing performances. Honestly, I think being a sidekick and doing paperwork is where I'd be happiest, Yawara said softly. I don't like fighting, and I like organizing. Plus, it doesn't require me to talk much. Yawara, you're the only person I know who actually likes doing paperwork, Natsuo laughed. He had such an odd bunch of friends, which was just fine by him, seeing how his own family was pretty odd. How's your cousin doing, by the way? Does he still want to be a hero? Juzo's still really set on it. He's always interested in what we're doing, so I think he's going to try and get into UA. I'm sure he will. His softening quirk is more powerful than mine. Mine's bouncier, Yawara replied with a little smile, fond of her younger cousin. I think he's the same age as your little brother, Natsuo. Maybe they'll end up in the same year. That'd be cool. It'd be nice if our younger relatives could be friends, Natsuo agreed. Just like with Yaora, he was sure Shoto would get into UA, since he had a quirk much more powerful than his own, too. After an hour at the arcade and chatting, it was starting to get dark out, and they'd all need to head back out for dinner. Mogura lived alone since she was away from her family, so Natsuo offered to have Kurumada drive them back so she wouldn't feel too nervous being out alone in the noise of the city. She gratefully accepted the kind offer. Hey, let's take a selfie, Ibara said loudly, crowding her friends into a group and taking Mogura by surprise. Okay, cheese! Cheese! Yahiko and Yawara chimed out. Yawara didn't mind photos if they were for her friends. Natsuo, you should send it to Higawara. Tell him to join us next time, the pale girl suggested, to which the others of the group made sounds of agreement. Definitely, Natsuo grinned, happy that his friends suggested he invite his old one-sided enemy without him needing to prompt it. Because his friends are kind-hearted and give everybody a chance, especially their own classmates. They said their goodbyes, and Natsuo and Mogura quickly met up with Kurumada, who drove them back to Mogura's flat. It was only a couple minutes by car, but about half an hour by foot, which Mogura could do, but it saved her a world of stress to not have to deal with the nightlife noises. Thank you for the lift, Mr. Kurumada, Mogura thanked the mustached man, who appreciated the girl's good manners but complimented her sweet countryside accent. See you tomorrow, Natsuo. I hope you'll be able to sleep. Me too, Natsuo laughed, feeling the bruises on his shoulders from the exam earlier. See ya. With that, Mogura went home and Kurumada drove Natsuo back to the Todoroki household, where his family would hold their own celebration dinner for his great achievement. Natsuo watched as the street lights flashed by, contrasted by the dark night sky. He looked forward, seeing Kurumada concentrate on the road. Normally, he had a stern look that rivaled his father, but tonight there was a softness in those aging eyes. Kurumada was happy to see Natsuo, who he'd driven home when he was but a newborn from the hospital, have such a good friend group. Natsuo was happy too. He sent the photo to Saichi and Ibara posted it to the group chat. Join us next time. Message seen. Saichi is typing. He stops. He's typing again. Next time. Natsuo's smile widened. He's got 5 friends, and none of them are his own family. Chapter 53. Thermogenesis. Very impressive. You've improved immensely since last you interned with me. Gang Orca praised Natsuo as the boy easily skated over the growing waves of his ice. It had been storming all night, and hadn't lessened by morning, as Yaoara had said it would last week. Which was great for Natsuo because it meant he could show off to his idol all the improvement he'd done since last time. That last go was 5 minutes. Natsuo beamed up at the killer whale man, which made the pro hero return the smile. Gangorka, sir! One of his sidekicks in charge of the boat called out. He was by the communication panel. There's an emergency. Some kids tried to go out fishing in this weather. Their parents called the police, but they've already been out at sea for half an hour before they were spotted. And this weather's only getting worse. Gangorka scowled. What is the condition of their boat? It's a small kayak boat. Apparently they often go with their parents. The sidekick replied, looking as worried as Natsuo felt upon hearing that. 2 brothers, both aged 12. Head back to the island. What are their coordinates? Gangorka demanded, an authoritative tone entering his voice as the seriousness of the situation became set. Can they send out a helicopter? About 15 minutes away by boat south. They can't send out anything because of the weather. It has to be by boat. 15 minutes was too long, and Gangorka knew it. He looked to Natsuo. The boy knew what he was going to ask. He had his provisional license now. Natsuo would be able to use his quirk to save someone without getting into legal troubles. But could he handle it? How fast can you make it there, Frostbite? Gangorka asked the teen. Frostbite looked out onto the increasingly violent waves. 15 minutes south sounded like nothing, but this wasn't dry land. This is the ocean, unpredictable and scary if you don't know anything about it. But Frostbite does. It's going to have to be within 5 minutes, Frostbite said. That was his time limit for now, and if he crossed it, he'd be stuck at sea himself. His eyes had strengthened thanks to the training camp, as well as his stamina and endurance, but he wasn't invincible. Give me a flare and life jackets. As their small boat headed back to the Okuta Island where a proper boat fit for rescue was preparing to set off with police officers on board, Natsuo strapped a life jacket on himself over his hero suit. He strapped 2 on his back just in case and slipped a flare gun in his belt pouch. If he needed help or found the boys, he'd set it off. Frostbite. Gang Orca stopped him before he jumped off the boat to head to the instructed coordinates. I know you're capable, but you're still a student. I can do it, Frostbite interrupted with a reassuring grin. He pulled his snow goggles on, which would help his vision in the spitting rain that was slowly but surely intensifying. The wind was whistling and the trees on the island waving. I have to, and I will. It's my job. Gang Orca knew stubbornness when he saw it, and Natsuo was one of the most stubborn and hard-working people he'd ever met. That's why he let him go. Using his ice to skate on angry waves was no walk in the park, but with the help from training with his family over the years and practicing ice skating with his sister, Frostbite felt in control. Thanks to Yue's rescue trainings with 13 as well, he'd learned to read coordinates and keep his head steady. Unlike the rescue ship, he had better control to adjust to the oncoming waves and wind, using them to his advantage to speed up. For the time it took the boat getting ready, setting out and getting to the boys, Frostbite should have already reached them. Realistically speaking, within 5 minutes was preposterous, and Frostbite could feel it as his eyes started becoming overwhelmed by the weather conditions. It had gotten stronger, but even then Natsuo could only do so much. He wasn't like Shoto. But he couldn't concentrate on his limits, he had to push forward. Even as his body started complaining about the overuse of ice in these terrible conditions, Frostbite ignored it and continued forward, keeping his eyes open for anything to spot in the waters. His dad wouldn't give up and lie down just because he was overheating, so neither would he. That's when he saw it, among the waves, a small bright red something jumping up and down. The wind was so strong now that he couldn't hear anything other than its howling, but if it wasn't there, he would have heard the screams from 2 little boys desperately clinging onto their only lifeline, trying to keep it from capsizing. Checking the waterproof device Gang Orca's psychic had given him to the boys' location, he saw he'd taken 7 minutes to get here. A new record, but more importantly, it meant they had another 7, maybe even 10 minutes to wait before the rescue ship arrived. Natsuo had to keep the boys above water and calm before then. The closer he got to the red kayak, the clearer it became the boys had grossly underprepared for the weather. They were only wearing thin life jackets over their shorts and shirts, their skin pale and wet as their teeth chattered, the only thing interrupting their cries. "Hi, I'm Frostbite! Gang Orca sent me!" Frostbite yelled through the howling wind as he got to the kayak, holding onto the side of it as he generated even more ice to keep it steady and give the boys a breather from trying to stop it from capsizing. "Here, these life jackets are sturdier, put them on!" Through the rain, Frostbite could see the boys crying, tears mixing with the rain and salt water. Both had curly brown hair with discolored yellow eyes and sharp teeth, their skin tinted slightly green and mauve with fish scales along their cheeks. Some sort of aqua quirk which must have given them the false confidence they could meet the storm head on, but not powerful enough to get them out of this mess. Not to mention, they were only 12. As the boys put the life jackets on, Frostbite got the flare gun out and shot it into the sky, momentarily casting a white glow on all of them as a bright light shot upward to inform the adults of his finding the boys. Or of him being in trouble. Either way, it would for sure make Gang Orca urge them to hurry. "Gang Orca's on his way with the rescue ship. It's all gonna be okay," Frostbite smiled to the boys, who nodded through their shivering and shaking. "What are your names?" "Katsuo. That's Bushy," one of the boys sniffled. Tears continued to drip down his face. "Nice to meet you, Katsuo, Bushy." He needed to keep them calm and settled despite the violent storm that only kept building, as well as trying to continually make ice under and around himself to keep the kayak steady and stop them from all drowning. "What were you doing out here?" "Fishing," Bushy sobbed, shaking. He yelled and jolted as the ice cracked, breaking off into chunks and melting instantly at the edges, making the surface area of their ice raft smaller. Frostbite just focused on strengthening his ice and smiling at the boys. "Oh yeah? What were you fishing?" Keep them talking. Keep them focusing on him. "Anything," Katsuo sobbed a hiccup. "But we wanted skipjack." He too let out a cry when a particularly strong gust of stormy wind blew water onto the ice, splashing them all. Frostbite lurched forward and held onto both the boys, draping his body over the kayak. "We're gonna drown!" "No, we're not!" Frostbite raised his voice with a laugh, grinning to Katsu. "They'll be here soon, don't worry. Then we can all warm up. Grilled skipjack would be perfect, though I prefer salmon." "I want to eat a kako onigiri!" Bushi cried, trying to keep himself distracted by joining in on the conversation. "Sounds good. Let's get someone when we're back on shore, okay?" Frostbite laughed. He had to laugh because he was starting to feel his fingers and toes go numb despite his hero suit, but constant generating of ice without pause starting to bite at his skin. He wondered how overheating must feel like to Endeavor, if it's similar, like a biting burn under his skin that threatened to engulf him completely. Maybe that's how Toya felt whenever he used his blow flame. "Okay." Both boys nodded, still crying but trying to smile back to the teen who was the only reason they hadn't capsized by now. But it was getting harder to keep it steady. The storm was getting worse and Frostbite could feel his body starting to strain. He didn't know how long it had been since he'd gotten here and tried to keep the boys from freaking out, but the more he continued to make ice to fight against the waves, the more he could feel his body core freezing. It was a weird sensation, one that felt so natural yet so alien. Frostbite hadn't felt it to this extent before, always taking a break before he could push his limits too much. Even at the training camp, he'd had a chance to relieve the cold with room temperature water. But here, out at sea with only the wind, rain, and powerful waves, his body was feeling the intensity. Trying to fight a natural phenomenon was a higher risk than taking down a villain. Natsuo didn't need to do the latter to know that. But he wasn't fighting, he was rescuing two boys. That's what he'd gone to UA for, to become a rescue hero. This is exactly what he'd wanted. And despite the terrifying cold even his own body couldn't quite accustom to, the dark stormy sky and murky blue-grey waters that threatened to take them under, Natsuo couldn't help but smile and feel happy. Because the boys were clinging onto him, chattering away about the various fishing trips they'd done with their parents, why they'd been so upset about not being able to go out today when they'd been promised they would, and trusting this pro hero they didn't know to keep them safe until the rescue ship made it here. So Frostbite tolerated the numbing cold that started to reach his brain, making his eye twitch and teeth chatter, as he laughed and replied to the boys, reassuring them that they'll have plenty more trips out with their parents, just on a good clear day rather than a storm. "You've got some cool looking quirks!" His thoughts were starting to stutter. He was reaching for any topic, and so quirks it was. Something he talked with Toy about all the time. Though his older brother had seemed quite thoughtful as of late. He wondered what that was about. Natsuo blinked, feeling his mind drift. "What are they? Can you swim?" "Sea beast!" Katsuo yelled, eyes shut tight as he gripped onto Frostbite's arm, trying to ignore the deafening storm. "But it only makes us waterproof. We can't breathe underwater and we're not strong enough to swim in a storm." "We didn't think the storm would get this bad," Bushi yelled too, his tears wetting the hero's suit alongside the rain. "We thought we'd be fine." Explains the lack of preparation. Young boys' ruthless confidence is such a wonderful quality, but can lead to horrendous situations if not properly guided. These two boys must be quite the handful for their parents. They were the same age, so maybe they're twins. "You boys often run off without your parents knowing?" Frostbite asked with a laugh. Through his goggles, he could see the boys' soaked faces turning guilty, and he laughed again. "Don't worry, my brothers are the same. My little brother even got child-leashed." This got little giggles from the terrified boys. It distracted them from the ice cracking again and starting to split apart. If Gang Orca didn't get here right now, Frostbite wasn't sure how much he could hang on. "Frostbite!" Natsuo hadn't thought it possible to love his favorite hero even more than before, but here he was, filled with admiration and relief all at once at hearing the man's firm tone through the rescue ship's outspeaker. They were close, the lights appearing and disappearing as the boat jumped up and down the waves. "Okay, you two, hang on to me." If he was stronger, maybe Frostbite could have carried them back to shore, and they'd be already wrapped in blankets and drinking hot chocolate by now, but that wasn't possible at his current level. That's something he'd need to work on. He'd ask his dad. "Leave everything behind. The kayak isn't worth your lives." "Mum will be so mad," Katsuo sobbed. "She'll be even madder if she loses the both of you to the storm." He tried to joke, pulling the boys into his arms and making a shaky attempt to stand up. His body was stiff too, yet he couldn't feel the cold anymore. His body heat having lowered to such a point he was sure it even slowed his heart rate down. If this went on any further, he'd start to feel sleepy and pass out. Not an ideal thing to do in the middle of a storm in the ocean. When the ship got close enough, Frostbite felt a dozen hands pulling at him and dragging him over the side of the boat. Instead of hitting the ground hard, he felt another set of much broader and strong hands catch him, with the boys letting go as the sidekicks tended to them. As soon as the rescue had started, it was over. Frostbite, stay awake, don't sleep. Gang Orca snapped his fingers by Natsuo's ears and pulling off his goggles to make sure he wasn't dozing off. Already one of the sidekicks brought a special blanket to bring up the teen's body heat. The boys are safe, we're going back to the island. Frostbite, respond. I'm awake, the teen wheezed, making a floppy thumbs up as his body gave up. Awake and aware. Not particularly convincing, but at least he could reply. Gang Orca made sure both the boys and his intern drank some hot soup as they made the bumpy and violent trip back to the island. It was clear the storm wouldn't let up for a while, but it wasn't getting any worse, which was a relief. If the winds had been any stronger, this would have been much worse, one psychic said as the group dragged themselves into the aquarium hotel lobby, where police and medical staff rushed to tend to the soaked and sobbing boys. Well done, Frostbite. Who knows what would have happened if you hadn't been there. All in a day's work. Natsuo's teeth chattered as he stripped his life jacket off of his soaked hero suit. The fabric on the arms was caked with mushy ice, his gloves dripping and his boots heavy. And as his body warmed up slowly, it started to burn. Though I'm glad you got there when you did. Get yourself checked with the medics. I'll get you a change of clothes, Gang Orca said, which, of course, Natsuo listened to. Surprising everyone, including himself, he was completely fine. Cold, sure, and in a desperate need of a hot shower and food, but he was fine. His fingers and feet were a bit red, but not nearly as bad as they should have been, according to the medic. Guess his cold resistance was more powerful than he thought. Natsuo grinned. A sidekick soon arrived with a change of clothes Gang Orca promised, and Natsuo was promptly shoved into a shower. The water from the showerhead wasn't even hot, but it might as well have been with how warm it felt to Natsuo's frozen skin. He didn't complain. Beat freezing in the ocean. He was absolutely mortified, though, when he realized what change of clothes Gang Orca got him. It was the warmest thing I could find in your room, Gang Orca said. He didn't sound amused. In fact, he sounded apologetic. Dried and warm, Natsuo was dressed in his oversized Gang Orca hoodie. If before he was freezing, now his face was burning a bright, fiery red. It's fine, thanks, he squeaked, totally not fine. How are the boys? Worse off than you, but not as bad as it could have been, Gang Orca replied, placing a mug of hot tea in Natsuo's hands. Their quirks gave them some protection from the rain. They'll recover with medical care. I'm glad. Despite the embarrassment of wearing his favorite hero's merch in front of said hero, Natsuo smiled and sipped the hot tea. He stared at the earthy green drink as he lowered the mug, thumbs tracing the smooth ceramic. If I was stronger and faster, I could have brought them back to the island. You got there in half the time it took us, Gang Orca reminded. But we were lucky they hung on for so long. I need to be faster, Natsuo said, scowling a little as he looked up to the pro hero. Doing exams against other students is nothing compared to real situations like that. They could have died. Gang Orca didn't argue that. He knew that the jump from student exercises to life-threatening situations always shook young heroes. It's why so many of them stuck to the cities and did small-town jobs instead of getting into the thick of things, becoming glorified police. Rescue heroes like 13 weren't nearly as common as they should be. People depended too much on All Might to deal with catastrophic events. Strength, you don't lack it. And you'll continue to improve on it with your training at UA and with your father. Gang Orca laid a large hand on Natsuo's shoulder, squeezing it to reassure the boy. He was on the right path, he just had to be patient. Speed as well. But if you want to work on that, I suggest that you intern with a different pro hero next year that can teach you just that. Natsuo blinked. I can only teach you so much, and you'd want someone who specializes in speed to give you the right advice to help you improve. As much as he wanted to continue interning of Gang Orca for his remaining years at UA, Natsu knew he had to prioritize his education over indulging his inner fanboy. A pro hero specialized in speed. Natsu knew just the one. A couple days later, dressed in his clean and dry hero suit, Natsu walked to the infirmary the boys were being kept at, a small plastic bag in his hand. He'd taken the day off yesterday to rest up and helped with the aquarium rather than being out on the field, and now he was ready to face a full day of pro hero work. But he wanted to make a stop first. Getting closer, he nodded to a couple policemen before suddenly having a camera shoved in his face that snapped flashing lights. He jumped back with a yelp, blinking rapidly. His eyes narrowed on an eager young photographer being joined by an exasperated older journalist. "Don't blind our up-and-coming heroes," the man scorned the excited young'un. The journalist looked at Natsu and smiled, showing his badge that revealed his name, Taneo Tokuda, and which publication house he worked for. "Good morning, Frostbite. Is it? I'm a freelance journalist, and this one here is interning with me. We wondered if we could take some photos and ask you questions about the rescue. From what I understand, this was your first big mission." Natsu stared blankly, feeling caught off guard and put on the spot. This was most likely how his father had always felt. "You seem to have taken plenty of photos already," he joked weakly, pointing to the practically vibrating photographer to the point of blurring. "But, sure, I can answer questions." "Wonderful, thank you." The journalist gently smacked the intern's shoulder to get the younger man to focus instead of freaking out over being able to photograph a young hero. "You're Endeavor's son, correct? I take it he inspired you to become a pro hero." "Actually, Gang Orca did. I've always loved the sea, so when I found out about Gang Orca's rescue missions, I became fascinated." Natsu replied with a smile, rubbing the back of his neck. "But I'm sure my dad influenced me in some way, yeah." Thankfully, the journalist seemed level-headed and professional and didn't hound him desperately for private details, keeping to the topic on hand. Has he interned with Gang Orca before? What sort of hero does he want to be? How is he finding UA? All questions Natsu could easily answer. "My final question. How did you feel as you were rescuing the boys?" Natsu's hand gripped around the plastic bag's handle and he sharply inhaled. The question wasn't an insensitive one, nor had the mission been traumatic or anything. He just didn't know how to word how he'd felt at the time. It had been so much happening at once, and it'd been over in a blink of an eye. "I felt," he muttered, breaking eye contact as his eyes brushed over to the infirmary door. It had a glass panel to see inside, and through it he could see the two boys sitting on the same bed, looking far better than they had before. Although it seemed they were getting told off because their heads were hung in shame. Natsu smiled. "I felt happy to help." The journalist stopped his note-taking and gave a questioning look to the boy. He'd interviewed many heroes before at various events, and they all had fancy words to say. Nothing bad, always the right thing, the stuff people wanted to hear. Yet this simplistic, sweet answer was what caught him off guard. Natsu blinked and smiled to the journalist. A warm, bright smile. The photographer snapped away furiously to get more shots than he needed. "Thank you for your time, Frostbite." "Sure thing." Natsu watched him leave, escorted by police. He wondered how many times he'd have to deal with reporters in the coming years, and for the rest of his life. Shaking the thought away, Natsu went to the infirmary door and knocked on it. The boys and their parents looked to the glass panel, and Natsu waved at them a little awkwardly. The mother and father looked at each other before the mother made a comment motion. Natsu did that, peeking in and lifting the plastic shopping bag. "Hi, I hope I'm not interrupting. I brought okaka and onigiri." When the interview was published the following day, his phone exploded from his family and friends demanding why he hadn't told them. He'd been busy recuperating and helping around the aquarium. Namely, from his classmate Yawara, "You didn't look after yourself at all!" And his mother, "Why wouldn't you tell us such a thing?" But his siblings were just as baffled and, jokingly, insulted he hadn't told them about his first big mission. He got a good job from his dad, as well as a snowflake emoji. Natsu sent him a cold face emoji back, quickly followed by a laughing one. His father's response was a smiley face. Angie smiled at the text, but it dropped when he looked at Ray, who was having lunch with him at the Endeavor agency. Shoto was out with Fuyumi on her day off. Ray was teary-eyed, but was trying to keep a brave face. Enji didn't need her to tell him what was wrong. The reality of their babies becoming adults and pro-heroes was properly sinking in now. Chapter 54. Incandescent. It wasn't often that Tenya actually visited the Todoroki household, but it wasn't a foreign sight neither. Since he wasn't a big gamer, he, Shoto, and Natsuo were outside playing football. "My brother spoke proudly of you when he saw the published interview," the Ida boy said, kicking the ball to Shoto, who tried to do the neat trick Natsuo had perfected so long ago. It bounced at a sharp angle and Shoto chased after it. "You were very impressive out there." Natsuo smiled at his brother's friend. "Doing my job," the teen shrugged. He'd just come home from his internship, and despite feeling stiff in places and his obviously worried mother smothering him in hugs, Natsuo felt on top of the world. "Speaking of your brother, do you think he'd be willing to take me on for an internship in my second year?" Tenya's red eyes lit up. "Most certainly, you need only ask him." He smiled widely, delighted at this development. "May I ask why? I know you like Gang Orca." "I do, which is why when Gang Orca suggested I intern under a hero specialized in speed so I can improve in that field, I immediately thought of Ingenium." Natsuo watched as his little brother trotted back while kicking the ball, raising an eyebrow as he overheard the conversation. Who better to ask than the turbo hero? This made Tenya's chest puff out in pride like a cockatoo, forever in awe and admiration of his older brother. Similarly to Shoto, though he showed it differently. "I'll bring it up to him when I see him," Tenya offered helpfully, happy to be a part of this exchange. "Thanks, Ida." Natsuo smiled fondly at the boy he'd known for so long. "Actually, him and my dad might see each other soon. The Hero Billboard chart is happening in about a couple weeks, and it's taking place in our town." "Then my brother will most likely go," Tenya nodded, receiving the ball from Shoto and kicking it to Natsuo. "Who else will be there? I imagine All Might." Shoto and Natsuo shot each other a secret glance. Their Uncle Toshi had a time limit these days for how long he could be All Might. They didn't know if he'd be willing to spare an hour for a hero ratings event. Maybe he'd have to. "Probably," Shoto nodded. "I don't pay attention to ratings." "Yorori Musha will be there for sure. He always goes to these," Natsuo said, showing off his ball skills as he bounced the object on both knees before sending it back to Tenya. "And probably that Hawks guy." "Hawks? I'm not familiar," Tenya admitted, stopping the ball with his foot to raise an eyebrow. "I'm assuming he isn't local." "Nah, he's down south in Fukuoka. Fuyu met him earlier this year, and he collaborates with one of her friends for work." Natsuo shrugged, not knowing much of the winged hero outside of what he knew via his sister. But he's been shooting up the ranks. This is his debut year, and he's already in the top 10. "What?" Shoto and Tenya both exclaimed, looking at each other in shock. "That's fast!" "Too fast," Enji grunted out at dinner later that evening after Tenya had left. Hawks had been brought up again since he was a young hero that was semi-regularly mentioned by Fuyumi and her friends. Admittedly, Enji had kept a bit of an eye on the young man over the last year. His sudden appearance and popularity was nothing to sneeze at. Too fast for his own good. "Says you," Harrow laughed into his bowl of rice. "You became number 2 by the time you were 20. You'll hardly want to talk." That's the reason why Enji was saying that. Because he knew what it was like to be young and in the spotlight of all eyes watching him. He wouldn't wish that on anyone. Yet he'd accepted the reality for the sake of his duty as a pro-hero, something that came with the position. But that didn't mean seeing a young man the same age as his daughter being thrust into the limelight sat right with him. "Since it's his first year, he'll most likely attend the event," Ray commented. "His social media already confirmed he's going," Fuyumi nodded to her mother, sipping some tea. "Anka hasn't stopped texting about it. She's so proud." Ray hummed thoughtfully at that and looked at her husband and father-in-law. Toshinori wasn't with them tonight, but that's how he and Enji had met years ago, at Endeavor's first Billboard chart. And this blonde young man with striking red wings had left quite the impact on her only daughter, something that didn't go unnoticed by Ray's attentive eyes. "Enji, when you go to the event, invite the boy for dinner." The husband tilted his head to his beautiful wife, puzzled. "Seems only polite. He's already met Fuyumi, and is a business partner with her friend Anka. Not only that, but he's a top 10 hero like you now. Surely it's appropriate to extend an invite." Enji blinked and looked down at his marinated beef dish. That is something people did in workplaces, true. I can ask. As per usual, the billboard chart was noisy, crowded, and forever a boring fanfare of a lot of nothing. To Enji, anyway. It seemed the other heroes enjoyed the social event. He'd enjoy it more if there were less cameras in his face and demands for a word. There were only so many words Enji had to offer before he ran out of them. If it wasn't training or hero talk, he might as well be mute. Among the sea of familiar faces of various fellow heroes, none of them were of his personal circle. Sir Naita and his sidekicks wouldn't be attending in person. Gran Torino had long retired. Ingenium was somewhere in the mishmash of pro heroes, not in the top 10, and All Might said he'd make a short appearance on stage, but wouldn't stick around. Which meant Enji didn't have an excuse to stick around either, other than to speak to an elusive red-winged young man that he couldn't spot. But he could hear him. It was a distinctive, jovial, almost goofy laugh and tone that Enji couldn't place to any other hero. That with the sound of fluttering among the chatter and snapping of cameras, it was a new addition to the cacophony of the uneventful charts that he'd attended one too many times. Despite being tall, Endeavor tried to peek above and around the demanding cameras and fans, but he couldn't spot the golden-haired man. He was somewhere in the crowd, stuck among the ocean of adoring fangirls who swooned over him. That he could hear as well, and Endeavor wanted nothing to do with it. He'd never quite gotten over the schoolgirls hurling uncomfortable questions at him years ago. If he couldn't catch Hawks before the main event, he'd see him on stage. Which is exactly what happened. As Endeavor waited for his cue to get on stage, he saw Hawks lazily flutter down onto it with his hands in his pockets, waving to the cameras in the audience with a goofy smile. Endeavor wasn't fond of happy-go-lucky types. Once he was called onto the stage, he sped a quick glance to Hawks as he passed him. He was a short man, with a relaxed and unbothered demeanor, golden eyes half-lidded behind his glasses and scratching the back of his neck. It was like he was holding back a yawn. His vermilion fierce wings framed him completely, making his tan aviator's uniform stand out in contrast. He was eye-catching, yet unimpressive. Endeavor knew better than to judge appearances. Hawks wasn't in the top 10 for nothing. His approval ratings had quickly caught up to his and All Might's. Speak of the devil, the man bombastically appeared on stage when called, practically bouncing towards Endeavor to stand beside his longtime friend and slapping his shoulder warmly. Endeavor side-eyed him and said nothing. A speech from the Hero Commission, then a short word from each of the top 10 heroes, and he could leave, which was the end goal. It didn't matter how much time had passed, Enji could never adjust to the paparazzi side of being a pro hero. He'd rather just work than do all of this fancy stuff. Still, when it came for his turn to finally give a word for the press to use, Endeavor exhaled quietly for his nose and looked out onto the awaiting audience. He missed Ray being in the audience. He hoped one day soon that Frostbite would be a familiar face among the crowd once he became a pro hero. My children are growing, and my third will soon be a full pro hero. Frostbite, he started. Excited murmurs arose in the crowd. People knew of him. He'd made a bit of a name for himself ever since the sea rescue incident, and of Gang Orca singing, well, sternly proclaiming his high praises for the boy in the papers when asked. It's our duties as peers of young and upcoming heroes to be a good example to them, at the same time trusting in the new generation's abilities and judgments. Something he knew was a current struggle, what with recent heroes being lackluster, for a lack of better term. Having the safety of All Might for so long had made people comfortable and unafraid of the seriousness of the pro hero job. Endeavor had been the reigning number 2 hero for years now with no contest for a reason. But his words weren't for those young heroes. They were for the likes of his Natsuo and Hawks. Young heroes with something to offer, something real, and he knew how easy it was for older generations to look down on the new. Endeavor didn't want to add to that. He wanted to nurture a sense of responsibility in the upcoming generation, of which his own children were a part of. As is Hawks. All Might understood this instantly upon hearing his friend's words. And as he went on with his own speech, he couldn't help but feel that Endeavor's speech was the first stone to lay the groundworks of the inevitable future retirement of All Might. It had to happen one day. His body struggled to keep up, But when that was, not even Toshinori could say. He was too stubborn to quit. But it felt strangely reassuring that his longtime number 2 was indirectly preparing the masses for space that the new heroes would be filling once All Might couldn't stand tall anymore. Endeavor couldn't get off the stage fast enough, already done with the day, just like All Might, who had ducked into an empty hallway much faster than the reporters could catch him. Enji knew for a fact Toshinori would be in his real form and quietly scuttering away before he got noticed. He'd message him later to make sure he was alright. But right now, he needed to catch a fast young man. "Hawks," Endeavor said firmly as he finally had space to approach the golden-haired hero. Raised eyebrows and gold eyes met him, surprise clear on the young man's face. "Congratulations on your first year. Quite an achievement." The words were stiff and awkward, a mimicry of what he'd heard dozens of other heroes say over the years. "Coming from you, what flattery, Endeavor!" The 18-year-old goofily laughed, his wings flexing a little. "I'm surprised you even came to speak to me." That quirked Endeavor's eyebrow. "Why?" he asked firmly, arms crossed. He wasn't too sure if he liked this young'un and his attitude. "Well, I'm still a nobody," Hawks laughed, hands in his pockets. "Just a junior hero establishing himself." Enji didn't understand what that had anything to do with him coming to speak to Hawks. It was like the young man was trying to be funny, but his way of joking wasn't one Enji could catch on too easily. It felt more like teasing bordering on mockery than the banter he was used to with Toshinori. "You're not a nobody," Endeavor grunted out, scowling at Hawks. "You have a work partnership with my daughter's friend, Anchor. That's not nothing." Hawks tilted his head onto the side in thought, exaggerating slightly, before grinning up at the redhead. "Guess so." This kid was annoying. Endeavor wanted to get done with it. "My family wants to invite you for dinner." Finally, Hawks wavered, his goofy demeanor dropping momentarily to reveal genuine surprise, and maybe even insecurity, though it was gone faster than Endeavor could properly catch it. But it had been there. "We live close to here. My driver's waiting outside if you want to join us." As nice of an offer as that is, I really should be heading back to Fukuoka, Hawks shrugged apologetically. It was like he was mimicking one of those little mobile emojis Enji never quite understood. Over-the-top motions, like a cartoon character. Lots of things needing doing to build up my agency. Endeavor watched as Hawks fluttered up off the ground, red wings creating a soft breeze that made his flames flicker. Now eye level, Endeavor could see the young man's eyes better, and how his smile didn't quite reach them. It reminded him of when his father tried to cover his emotions with a smile. So subtle, yet once you knew what to look for, painfully obvious. Overly animated, compensating for a lack of genuineness. He wondered why Hawks was playing this character. It felt mocking. "So I'll be off now." Hawks started to fly up to leave through one of the upper windows of the high ceiling rooms to avoid the crowds of fans awaiting for him. Except he didn't get far when something strong clamped around his ankle. It made his momentum falter and he wobbled in midair. "No," Endeavor said flatly. "Eh?" Hawks blinked, looking down. Endeavor had a hold of his ankle, keeping him from flying away. "No. If you don't come to dinner, I won't hear the end of it from my family." Namely, his father and Ray. Not to mention, Fuyumi had been preparing all day in the kitchen, expecting Hawks as a guest. "You're joining us for dinner." Enji started walking off, pulling Hawks with him. "Hey, wait, Endeavor!" The man flailed and flapped, trying to stop himself from falling to the ground due to the sudden change of direction. This was the last thing he expected today, Hawks thought as he was unceremoniously dropped into the back seat of Endeavor's car, sparing a glance at the mustached driver. Not to mention, Endeavor was so awkward and abrupt about the invitation. Clearly, he didn't invite people over. "Endeavor, is this the young'un?" Kuramada asked loudly as the number 2 got into the passenger seat after shutting Hawks in. "Hawks," the redhead nodded. "My driver, Kuramada." "Enchanted," Hawks said with a laugh, even though he felt a bit out of sorts being in the number 2's back seat, his wings spread across the cushions. "Endeavor, as grateful as I am for the invite, If you're grateful, accept it," Endeavor grunted as he put his seatbelt on, turning to look at the young man. His flames were gone, and it just left Enji to look at Hawks, blue eyes looking almost softly at the blonde man. "You'll always have work to do. It's important to take a break once in a while. All punishment and no reward isn't good for the soul. That's what his father always said. Hawk stared like a bird surprised by a sudden sound. Then he laughed, a happy, warm laugh that sounded nothing like the goofy ones he used with the camera. Endeavor, you're the last person I'd expect that from. A dimple formed on his cheek as he said this. Who would have thought the pro hero with the most solved cases would tell anyone to take it easy? He doesn't, Kurumada said sharply with a narrowed glare at his boss, making the redhead squirm slightly in his seat. Kurumada had learned from the best, Harrow, had to deal with Endeavor's overworking habits. Hawks only laughed even more. He couldn't believe this was happening. Fuyumi was a busy bee, frantically buzzing from room to room, setting the table and making sure the dishes were cooked properly. And she accepted no help from anyone, not even her grandfather and mother, and especially not her brothers. Out of the kitchen! Out, out, out! She ousted like they were whining kittens crowding her legs. Last time you tried to make yakitori, you almost killed Grandpa. Out! We just want to help, Toya whined, looking like a kicked puppy behind the threshold of the kitchen, the three boys lurking as they watched their sister fuss about. Why are you so worried anyway? It's just a guy. It's Dad's colleague, Fuyumi argued, shooting a very Enji-like glare to her brother with her hands on her hips. Very Rei-like. And unlike Uncle Toshi or the others, he isn't family or in the know about All Might. Plus, he's my friend's work partner. I want him to have a good time here. I'd feel terrible if we left a bad impression on him that made him not want to collaborate with Anchor anymore. You're overthinking it, Toya said flatly. I agree with Ice Cube. The grandfather piped up as he passed them to head outside and feed Harusame. This is a pro hero being invited by Endeavor and his family for dinner at his home. First impressions are important. Seriously? Toya hissed to Natsuo and Shoto, the two shrugging, though the littlest of them smiled. He found all of this quite fun. It was exciting to have a new guest. The front door slid open, and their father's "I'm home" was heard before the muffled sound of voices, the indicator he was speaking to someone else. Okay, go say hello, you three, and be polite, understand? Fumi hurried her brothers to go meet their guests while she finished cooking. As opposed to not? Shota asked, confused at the accusation of impoliteness. Unfiltered Toya, maybe, but him and Natsuo? Fuyumi narrowed her blue eyes on her baby brother. No biting. How unkind of an accusation that was. As if Shoto would ever bite a stranger when he had Toya. Hawk shrugged off his jacket, giving it to Enji, who was still in his Endeavor costume so he could hang it up, and kicked off his shoes when he was offered indoor slippers. As he put them on, he became aware of 3 sets of eyes staring at him. Glancing up, he saw who he could only assume were Endeavor's sons. One looked identical to him, one was wearing an All Might hoodie, and the last one was glaring fiery daggers at him like he was a wanted criminal. Boys, this is Hawks, Enji introduced once he realized his sons weren't going to willingly introduce themselves to the pro hero. He could see suspicion and curiosity in their narrowed eyes. Hawks, these are my sons, Toya, Shoto, and Natsuo. You might know him as Frostbite. Oh, you're the one that interned with Gang Orca. You did that sea rescue. Hawks grinned, pulling off his gloves and stuffing them in the pockets of his hung jacket, also slipping his headphones and tinted visor off, placing them by his shoes. Nice to meet you. The boys said nothing. Boys, Enji hissed. Nice to meet you, Shoto and Natsuo replied robotically, before slipping away around the corner like silent shadows. Only Toya remained, azure pupils staring right at the winged man like he was a butterfly to be pinned to a surface. He too silently slipped around the corner. Enji and Hawk stood there in silence before looking at each other. They're not normally like that, Enji said, unsure of what that was all about. Hawks just smiled, none too bothered. It was different for sure from his usual interactions with people, but not unwelcome. He could do with something other than demands for selfies and cooing fans. Not that he disliked them, of course not. He loved his baby birds, as they decided to name themselves. But a change of interaction was welcome. Oh, hello! Welcome! My name is Rei. I'm Enji's wife. A beautiful, white-haired woman turned around the corner, smiling sweetly to the boy the same age as her daughter. With a silent little bow she taught to all her children, Rei motioned Hawks in. Come to the living room. Fumi isn't quite done with dinner yet. She's doing all the cooking, Enji asked as he joined his wife, giving her a soft kiss on the cheek that Hawks couldn't quite see through Enji's broad shoulders, but he could tell what he was doing. He reached up to grab his jacket collar and cover his mouth and nose slightly, but quickly remembered he wasn't wearing his jacket. So he looked off to the side instead. Yes, she's making a big effort. Ray giggled a whisper, returning the kiss to her husband's jaw. Go get changed. She patted her husband's chest before stepping around him. You're not afraid of cats, I hope? Not at all. Hawks perked his head up, smiling at the beautiful woman. His eyes lingered on the scar momentarily, but focused back on her kind, grey-brown eyes that he could only describe as motherly. So that's what that looked like. Oh good, we have a white cat named Harusame. He's very sweet, but I wouldn't impose him on you if you weren't a cat person. Ray chatted as she led Hawks to the living room to meet Harrow while NG headed to his room to change into casual clothes. Passing by the kitchen, he caught the delicious whiff of chicken and glanced inside, seeing his daughter fret over the details and items of a one-woman-made dinner. Hello, Ice Cube, NG greeted, gaining a bright grin from Fumi. Hi, Papa. I'm almost done. Just need to add the garnishes, she chirped, clearly excited having a guest over. Or maybe excited because of who their guest was. While it had been Ray's idea to invite him for dinner, NG was sure it was for Fuyumi's sake. We'll call you when we're ready to eat. NG left to get changed with a grunt. In the living room, Hawks was internally losing his mind. Hello, Hawks. I'm Endeavor's father, Harrow. Such a pleasure to meet you. We've heard quite a bit about you from Fuyumi and Anchor. The man with kind features and greying hair smiled at him, extending a hand. When Hawks shook it, it was warm. Endeavor's father? Somehow that sounded unreal to the blonde. He'd somehow never come across anyone ever speak of any Endeavor Senior, and it was clear this man wasn't a pro hero. Not because he was unfit, but he was just so... homey. Only good things, I hope, the winged man joked as he was invited to sit down on the couch with Harrow. He sat at the edge of the cushion to make room for his wings. I was quite surprised to be suddenly invited. Endeavor made it pretty clear it was non-negotiable. Harrow sighed out a laugh and shook his head. A fond smile appeared on his face. I'm sure he did. NG's not the best of words. The manner in which he spoke made Hawks relax a bit. He wasn't sure why he was so tense, but he just felt uncomfortable despite having no reason to be. He felt watched. Toya, stop staring. What's wrong with you? Ray scorned. Glancing back, he saw who he assumed was Toya staring at him again. The man a couple years his senior hadn't said anything since he'd arrived. As soon as he was noticed, he disappeared again. That explain feeling watched? It seems like your boys are shy, Hawk said with a soft laugh at Harrow's exasperated look. I don't know if shy is the right word, the grandfather chuckled, before smiling sweetly at the blonde. Blue eyes gentle as they looked at the boy. Because that's how Harrow saw Hawks. A boy. As much as Fuyumi was still a girl. Far too young to already be in the spotlight. Getting in the top 10 within your first year, that's no small feat. You must be rather diligent. I don't know if diligent is the right word. Hawks used Harrow's words back with another laugh. His approval ratings had a lot to do about it, not to mention that he was a hero commission plant. He had no doubt they had something to do with it too. A lot of his success came from them and their intense training. But I do my job. Hawks knew how to speak to people. He'd always been good at that, but with the training he'd gotten since a young age, he was essentially a master at social cues and interactions. Yet, with how Harrow looked at him, he felt as if he'd said something wrong. I don't doubt you do. The soft reply made the smallest of Hawks's wings tingle in a cold, unsettling way. There was no reason for that. Harrow's expression was kind and his voice warm. Hawks had no reason to feel so on edge. Dinner is ready! Saved by the bell. The bell being Ray. Hawks hoped he didn't seem too eager to get to the dining room. Never before had being perceived made him feel so wary. Hawks, I'm so glad you came! Fuyumi chirped delightfully upon seeing the blonde. Instantly, Hawks felt at ease. Hello, princess. He grinned, getting a flustered blush from the woman as her brothers stared like unblinking owls at them. His eyes drifted to the dining table where the main dish was yakitori. You made chicken? Anchor told me that's your favorite food. Fuyumi nodded as her family got into their usual seats, an empty spot between Enji and Fuyumi left for Hawks. Enji was already sitting at the table in casual clothing, for once without the Endeavor suit underneath. I hope that's alright. I didn't want to make anything you wouldn't like. Isn't that cannibalism? Fuyumi's head snapped to Shoto to shoot him an icy glare. Shoto slouched and leaned into Natsu beside him, trying to hide after his blunder. But Hawks just laughed, sitting beside Fuyumi and Enji at the table. I hear that often. The blonde smiled at the boy, golden eyes meeting mismatching ones who stared at him curiously from behind Natsuo. Did you know that a hawk's diet consists of smaller birds and mammals? Shoto tilted his head. I didn't know that, he admitted, daring to smile at the stranger. Is your quirk a hawk heteromorph one? Nah, it's just the wings. Hawk shook his head, making his wings poof out a bit to emphasize the point. One particular feather flew out from the rest and twirled above and around Shoto before slotting itself back in its right place. But they're not just regular old wings. Wow, Shoto chirped, mood brightening. And if anybody is able to make Shoto happy, that's a good person in the family's books. Natsu visibly brightened as well, smiling to Hawks. Toya, however, was still staring. Toya, could you use that in your research? Research? Hawks tilted his head, hoping to be able to bring the oldest Endeavor child into the conversation, and hopefully stop him from staring. Unfortunately for everyone, Toya didn't seem in the mood to chit-chat, which was very weird. An awkward moment of silence stretched for a second too long. Toya's studying to be a doctor, Ray finally interjected, kicking her son under the table since she was sitting next to him. How she managed to do that while sitting on a zabuton without anybody noticing was a mystery. Toya didn't even flinch, just his eyes quickly glancing to her and back to Hawks again. I see. The blonde had no idea why the white-haired man was staring at him so intently. Maybe a hater. He knew some men didn't like him because of his sudden success and popularity with women, but that wasn't exactly his fault or intentional. Hopefully the son of the number 2 hero would know something about the behind-the-scenes of the hero world, but seeing how 2 blue eyes were burning holes into his forehead, maybe that really was just hopeful thinking. Let's eat, Enji said firmly. That seemed to do the trick, and Toya lowered his gaze. Fuyumi's cooking saved the day. The yakitori was perfectly tender and juicy, both the sweet soy sauce and salty version being perfectly balanced and not overwhelming. Even Hawks, who preferred the sheer flavor, admitted Fuyumi's taro yakitori was delicious. I learned from Anka. Fuyumi had to give her friend the credit. Conversation mainly consisted of Enji retelling the events of the billboard charts, Shoto in his All Might hoodie asking Hawks if that was his first time seeing All Might in person. It was, and Natsu sharing his UA experience. I read about the Sea Storm rescue. Really well done, Frostbite. Hawks had decided to keep calling Enji Endeavor and Natsu Frostbite, while Hara was Mr. Todoroki, Rei was Mrs. Todoroki, and Shoto and Toya were both Todoroki. Fuyumi was Princess, even though she kept getting flustered over the high school nickname. Mountain rescues is also a rather unique ambition. Best Genius and Edge shot suggested the idea to Toya years ago. He didn't like it, but I thought that was so interesting. Natsu elbowed his big brother, getting him a silent roll of the eyes. This guy's the biggest Endeavor fanboy you'll ever meet, so anything less of an Endeavor isn't good enough. Him and his siblings snickered at Toya's pout at being outed like that. Natsu is his gang Gorka. You should have seen how excited he was when he got his internship. Haro decided to grant his eldest grandson a mercy and throw Natsu under the bus instead. I am sure Shoto's will be a hard guess. Shoto, in his All Might hoodie, blinked cluelessly. I have no idea who it could be. Hawks played along, before glancing to Fuyumi. The woman caught his look and started fussing with her rice. I'm not really into heroes. Sure you're not. Ow! Fuyumi, much like her mother, had mysteriously managed to kick Natsu under the table. Natsu was less subtle than Toya. How about you, Hawks? You ever had a favorite hero growing up? Shoto asked, curious as to what this hero his sister's age might have been into. Not really, but I do look up to a lot of them, Hawks said with a friendly shrug. I'm still young, so I have plenty to learn from my peers. The family seemed content with that answer, Enji and Rei being of the same opinion. Toya stared at him. After dinner, Hawks didn't want to sit around not helping, so he brought some dishes to the kitchen with Fuyumi. But on the way back, he was ambushed by Toya. The older man stood in the middle of the hallway between the kitchen and the living room, hands in his jacket pockets, staring blankly at Hawks. Light from the room cast a shadow between the 2 young men, darkening their faces and emphasizing their eyes. Come with me, Toya said lowly. Hawks, caught off guard at the sudden shift in atmosphere, automatically followed the white-haired man when he walked up a flight of stairs, away from the sounds of the family below. He wasn't in any danger. Hawks was mostly sure of that, but his feathers were twitching and aware, ready to move if anything sudden happened. He flinched to a stop when Toya halted in front of a door and turned to look at Hawks dead in the eyes. This felt like an interrogation. "I know what you are." "What do you mean?" Hawks asked with an innocent head tilt, eyebrow raised with a small smile. The face of carefree innocence, just like he'd been trained. What did Toya know? Did he know that he worked closely with the Hero Commission? That he'd been trained by them? No. How could he know that? If he did, that could be a massive security issue. Nobody could know that Hawks was the Commission's personal soldier. "You," Toya stepped forward and poked Hawks hard in the chest, "are an Endeavor fanboy." No interpersonal skill training could have ever prepared him for that. "What? You think I don't know a fellow fan when I see one?" Toya grinned for the first time that evening, before sliding the door open, which led to his and Natsuo's room. Despite him being almost 20 and Natsuo 16 years old, neither of them could bring themselves to want to move rooms. It was a huge room that matched the traditional aesthetic of the rest of the house, with tatami floors and sliding doors. But one side of the room was filled with sea memorabilia and gang orca merch, postcards and posters alike aligning the wall above the desk littered with various UA homework, while the other side was covered in Endeavor posters, printed family photos, and various news articles about the number 2 hero. Toya's desk was piled with books about his quirk studies, and above his desk was what could only be described as a clue board, with color-coded threads zigzagging across it in a mad frenzy. Hawks couldn't begin to try and decipher what that was about. Especially not when Toya was standing beside his, honestly frightening, Endeavor merch collection. It took up a whole upper shelf, figurines, plushies, and other trinkets he collected over the years. "Wow," Hawks blurted out, genuinely impressed. "Your brother wasn't exaggerating." "We Todoroki know no chill," Toya nodded solemnly, then considered his wording. "Other than my mother's frost quirk. Point is, we're very intense," he grinned. "And we can sniff out fellow fans. So the real question is, why'd you lie at dinner?" So that's what all the staring had been about. "Would you believe me if I said I was embarrassed?" Hawks tried. "Nope." Well, that was quick. Fuyumi's the one who was embarrassed. That explained Natsuo's bruised knee. Hawks would never bring it up unless Fuyumi did. You, on the other hand, don't do embarrassment. At least that's not how you promote yourself, Mr. Carefree and Jovial. Seems Hawks's hopeful thinking wasn't just hopeful. Toya did know about the behind the scenes of the hero world. Something that, now that he was confronted with, Hawks might have felt nervous about, but strangely, he was relieved by. "You got me," he joked, hands raised in defeat. "I'm assuming you're more than just an Endeavor fan, then." "That is my main personality trait," Toya grinned, jabbing a thumb at his Endeavor army on the shelf. "But yeah, I keep an eye on all heroes, especially the up-and-coming ones with a terrifyingly fast boost of popularity." He dragged Natsuo's chair from his desk for Hawks to sit on and pulled his own out to sit down. "You know, my dad's pretty worried about you." "Worried? Why?" Hawks asked, amused. The two men sat across from each other, but Hawks let his eyes wander around the room, noticing how Toya's side was much more disorganized and messy than Natsuo's, with books and stuff everywhere, and the closet an unfolded chaos he was sure made Ray weep. Not that Natsuo's was much better, it was clear the boy wasn't a morning person and struggled to put his futon away properly. "Is it because I'm too fast for my own good?" I've been hearing that a lot. That's what Dad says, but he's notoriously terrible with words. If it's not hero-related, you'd have better conversation with the gorilla. Toyo snickered. He's a good listener, though. He added with a shrug, then crossed his legs, lounging over the back of his chair. But I think it's more than that. He's been number 2 since he was 20 years old. He knows what the pressures of being in the spotlight quick and young is like. It's likely he doesn't want that for you, too. Hawks is 18 years old. 19 in late December. He's young, and while Enji would become number 2 faster than he would become number 3 4 years later, that didn't mean that Hawks' speed at climbing the ranks wasn't impressive. Nobody since Endeavor had done anything quite like it. mainly because everybody was laid back and taking it easy since they had All Might and Endeavor taking care of everything. Why bother trying when the crime rate was in single digits? Well, I appreciate the worry, but he really doesn't need to. Hawks was literally trained for this. But why are you telling me this? Because I know that if my favorite hero of all time was worried about me, I sure as hell would want to know. Toya grinned. Endeavor's my dad and my favorite. What he thinks is very important to me. Hawks didn't know if he could relate to that. His own parents had some choice words in his youth about him, and while they'd left an impact, he wouldn't call their opinions important to him. At least not consciously. Makes sense? Hawks shrugged in turn, face softening a bit. At least some people had good parents. That was at least nice to see, and experience a bit of it. His eyes trailed to Toya's surprisingly neat futon already prepared for tonight, and atop his pillow was a very familiar plushie. An Endeavor plushie, one of the first versions ever made of Endeavor's first ever suit. It was clearly worn and well loved, but still completely intact, purposefully posed and placed with great care. An amused exhale left him. Yeah, I still sleep with my childhood plush, laugh it up. Toya rolled his eyes, before they narrowed onto the blonde with a knowing glint. You have one like that, don't you? Okay, now that's just creepy, Hawks laughed, not being able to help it with how ridiculous this all was. Ah, you don't deny it! Toya looked mightily victorious. I don't, you're spot on. The winged man shook his head, relaxed and having some sort of fun. This is the last conversation he would have ever expected when he left for Masuta for today. I didn't get mine till I was 4, though. It was the only toy cheap enough my mother could get me. Ah, that was more than he meant to say. Maybe he was too relaxed. Oh yeah, they would have been cheaper by then, since that's around the time Endeavor got a new suit. Toya didn't even flinch at Hawks' mentioning his mother or their implied financial situation. Gotta say, I prefer his old suit, but that's probably just because of nostalgia. The white-haired man looked at Hawks expectantly, inviting him to give his genuine take on something as inconsequential as their favorite Endeavor hero suit. Hawks had never had this sort of nothing conversation. It wasn't about training, or his duty as Hawks, or something work-related. Just normal fan talk. I like his current one, but design on his chest is cool. His voice was almost meek as he said this, touching upon unfamiliar ground. Toya grinned, pleased. That's true, he chirped, leaning forward, clearly happy to talk to a fellow Endeavor fan. Hawks exhaled softly, happy as well that he said the right thing to keep the conversation going. Do you remember the time Endeavor had a flame beard and mustache? I vaguely remember that, but from years ago, Hawks replied, rubbing his chin in thought. It had been cleanly shaved, but he was trying to grow some stubble to lessen his baby face. But that was for a really short time, wasn't it? You know why it was for such a short time? Toya egged on, grinning. Hawks shook his head. Because Fuyumi found it scary. That's the only reason he stopped. Seriously? Hawks laughed. That was the last thing he expected, like everything else today. Seriously! And the only people who know that are us and the PR team. Toya snorted with a lament. And it looked so cool as well. Toya, you better not be tormenting our guest. The Todoroki matriarch called up the stairs, seeing how her son and said winged guest had disappeared. Hawks and Toya looked at each other before bursting out into uncontrollable giggles. Come down for tea outside. With a final glance at the personalized room as Toya guided him out, Hawks briefly wondered what his bedroom would have looked like if he'd been a normal teenager. He quickly brushed away the thought and followed Toya down the stairs, where they were met by a meowing Harusame trotting towards them and demanding pets from his matching master. Toya picked him up and cradled the cat like a baby, said fur baby purring like a tractor. The older Todoroki child silently offered Harusame to Hawks, who scratched the top of the happy cat's head gently, making Harusame let out a chittering meow of delight. Joining the family outside on the patio, Hawks saw that some candles were lit by Haro, the man extinguishing his candlelight quirk once the last candle was flaming jovially in the cooling evening air. It was autumn after all, but that seemed to bother none of the Todoroki, what with 5 out of the 7 being cold resistant, and the other 2 being fire quirk users. Hawks sat next to Shoto when the boy urged him to, accepting a cup of green tea. Further down, Haro was speaking to Enji about something that Hawks couldn't hear, not wanting to use his fist wings to eavesdrop on them, but he could hear Rei and Fuyumi's excited chatter about her teaching her first class after having done some assistant work, and Toya discussing Natsuo's plan to intern with Tensei Ida next year. The atmosphere was cozy and warm, comfortable like a fluffy blanket being wrapped around you after a day in the pool. Neither Hawks had ever experienced, nor the metaphorical pool, nor this. But while before he'd been on edge, now he could appreciate how nice it was, even if he only ever got to experience it once. Next to him, Shoto was swinging his legs, shoes gently kicking at the garden dirt a little, making a fun scritch-scritch sound that he clearly enjoyed. Hawks wasn't sure of his age, but he seemed about 11, maybe 12, and he was sure that if he'd done something like that, he would have been told to stop making a mess and act his age. But nobody here was telling Shoto off. In fact, Rei reached and ruffled his hair, the red and white mixing up where they were neatly separated in the middle. Shoto giggled. Hawks glanced at Hara and Enji again. He saw the aging man speaking to his adult son with a tender look only a loving father could have, something Hawks only knew in theory. Finally seeing it in person, it was Hawks' turn to pull a Toya and stare. Hara had a hand on Enji's shoulder as they spoke about something that, again, Hawks wasn't paying attention to. His eyes were on their body language. He'd never seen Endeavor so relaxed, looking like he'd felt safe and at ease next to his father and among his family. It's not that Hawks believed that Endeavor couldn't be like that, he'd simply never thought of or seen it before. He might as well have seen a unicorn in the wild, that's how unthinkable it was to the blonde. His eyes glanced down to his tea, a gentle dark green colour in a handless round mug with a rough yet easing texture, one hand underneath it and the other around it. He took a sip of the tea and looked out into the garden. It was full of flowers, some in full bloom, others at the end of their seasons, and yet more ready to flower in the upcoming weeks. He saw a koi pond, the waters reflecting the sky that was dotted with slowly appearing stars. Beyond the gentle chatter of the family, it was all silent besides the sound of the pond's gentle running water. "Why did you want to become a hero, Hawks?" Shoto's voice peeped up, bringing the blonde back to reality. Hawks took another sip of his tea, dragging out the moment a bit so he could come up with a decent answer. "I was saved by a hero when I was little," he replied, thumb rubbing against the rough texture of the mug. He looked to Shoto, smiling softly. "I want to be a good hero like the one who saved me. And useful." Shoto made a small hum at that and kicked his feet again, pondering the thought. "What about you? Do you want to be a pro hero?" "Yeah, like All Might," Shoto smiled, as if his hoodie wasn't enough of a sign of that. "I want to be a hero that reassures people, like All Might does for me when he smiles. And like how you're smiling now." Hawks blinked, realizing he was indeed smiling. It wasn't his carefree, jovial smile of when he spoke to fans or the camera. It was softer. "Thanks for dinner, Princess. It was delicious," Hawks thanked as he shrugged his coat back on a little later. It was getting late, which wasn't an issue for him since he could fly quickly and be home before the day was over. "You're a great cook." "Please call me Fuyumi," the Ice Princess flustered, blushing behind her glasses. She was fine with the nickname, but it felt embarrassing. Both she and Hawks knew he wouldn't stop. "I'm glad you enjoyed it. Please come by again if you're ever in the area." "Hawks, give me your phone number," Toya demanded, shoving his phone in Hawks' face. "Your personal one. I want to talk to you about stuff for research." "Totally for research and not for Endeavor fan talk." Hawks obliged with a snort, not seeing a point to deny Toya, and typed in his number into Toya's phone. A couple quick taps from Toya when he got it back, and Fuyumi's phone made a little pinging sound. "You're welcome." "I'm going to kill you," Fuyumi hissed through her teeth as she tried to keep her smiling face. Hawks bit his tongue and tried not to laugh. "Hawks," Enji said, stepping out of the house with the young man to see him off properly after he said goodbye to the others. "If you or your agency ever need support, contact my agency. Or Toya and Fuyumi, whatever's fastest." Again, Hawks blinked. "Oh, Endeavor, are you worried about me?" Hawks cackled jovially, bright as the sun. "Get going before I blast you." Enji glowered, but Hawks wasn't fazed a bit, still smiling as he flew up into the sky. How did he always end up with the obnoxious blondes? When Hawks finally got back to his starkly furnished flat, he threw his coat on the plain-coloured couch and walked to his plain-coloured room with its plain-coloured bed. Impersonal and simple. He'd moved into it at the beginning of his career, provided by the Hero Commission, and he never made the effort or even considered decorating it. Why would he? It's just where he sleeps. He walked to his closet and slid the door open. It was full of modern, fashionable clothing, things that fit him well and enhanced his looks. He couldn't say if that was his personal fashion choice or not, but it looked good. Below the coats and jacket, at the very back behind his boots and name brand trainers, was a box. Using his feathers to fish it out, Hawks brought the box out without messing up his well-organized closet. He laughed at the memory of Toya's, and placed the box on his bed. With his now ungloved hands, he opened it and pushed aside the newspaper that hid and protected its content. He hadn't seen it for a while, having long ago put it away for safety as his only possession from his childhood and the sole item that gave him comfort in the depths of his father's abuse and mother's neglect. The Endeavour plush was completely intact. When he'd first been picked up by the Hero Commission, it had been dirty despite his best efforts to keep it clean. One young worker at the time, a 20-year-old Yukumiro Mera, had offered to hand wash it for him. Already then, he had looked sleep-deprived and complaining about it, but Mera had been silent and careful in washing the Endeavour plush, Hawks catching every movement intently and wanting to learn how to do it himself if he ever needed to clean it in the future. He hadn't ever needed to because as quickly as it had been washed and dried, Hawks had put it in this box and hid it away. Now it was in his hands as he sat on the bed and traced over the stitching. Hawks exhaled through his nose and held the plush like he used to when he was a child, head lowered. It was much smaller now that he'd grown, reminding him he should be too old for childish things. But then he remembered Toya's own plush, neatly propped up on his futon, and the organized chaos of his room, littered with Endeavour-themed everything. A snort escaped him, and he dug out his phone from his pocket. He snapped a photo of his doll, and after a moment's hesitation, sent it to Toya. The first message. Despite it being 1 a.m, Toya was online, and he was quickly typing. He got back a spam of fire emojis, followed by starry-eyed faces. "Hell yeah," was the only written phrase. Hawk smiled. He reacted to the message with a laughing emoji.
Chapter 55. Coruscant. "We're going to Hokkaido for the holidays!" Shota asked excitedly, loving the idea of snow. "We're going to the mountains?" Natsuo's just as excited despite standing still. "We're skiing?" Fuyumi asked with clasped hands, not standing still and hopping happily. "You can drive?" Toya asked incredulously. "Since when do you know how to drive?" "Of course I can drive," Enji replied flatly, slightly offended his son assumed he couldn't. "I got my license at 18, just before graduating UA. "Then why do we have Kurumada?" Toya pushed, hands on hips and insulted he'd never known this. "And why didn't you ever tell me?" "Because it's safer to have a driver so I can jump out of the car if Endeavour is called in for something," his father said with his crossed arms. "And you never asked." "Wait, so this is a road trip?" Fuyumi asked, not at all caring about the revelation their father could drive. "We've never done a road trip before." The 3 younger Todoroki children were even more hyped than before, shown in their various states of muted and unmuted excitement. "We're leaving after tomorrow, so you better head up and pack," Ray said, giving her children printed off lists. "Here are all the things you need to bring, everything else we'll buy when we get up there. Skedaddle!" Indeed, they skedaddled, except for Toya, who was still offended. "I can't believe you can drive," the 19-year-old who couldn't drive huffed. "Wait, that means you can teach me!" His mood changed instantly, which got a snort from his father. "I can, and Kurumada. But right now, go pack." Harusame would be staying with Kurumada during the Todoroki's Hokkaido trip, something Toya was completely fine with because he trusted the family chauffeur full-heartedly. He was the one that had initially looked for Harusame as a kitten, after all. That didn't mean that Toya didn't almost suffocate the poor cat with kisses and cuddles when Kurumada came to pick him up. But Todoroki didn't own a car. The one Kurumada used belonged to him, and Enji covered any costs like fuel insurance, which is why Enji hired a 7-seater van to haul his entire family up to Hokkaido. Ray was a bit worried about the drive, since it was 18 hours driving plus ferry, and Enji hadn't ever driven for that long before. "You worry as if Enji didn't take that into consideration," Haro laughed. "You two have been married how long? You know Enji plans everything like a maniac." Ray knew her husband wouldn't be reckless of his entire family in a van, with planned stops throughout the day, but no overnight sleep at a hotel. Enji planned to do the entire drive in one go.
Are you sure that's wise? Ray asked as she helped with loading the van of the family's suitcases. If I end up getting tired, I'll stop as soon as I can and rest, Enji said, playing Tetris with their bags so everything would fit perfectly without blocking his view of the rear window. Don't worry, I won't do anything that puts the kids in danger, he reassured, kissing his wife on the forehead as he headed back into the house for the rest of the bags. A month-long stay in Hokkaido was just what the family needed, but Toya was suspicious. Why now? It's not like they often did big trips anywhere, save for visiting Ray's parents. It was just odd to him that they'd organized this. Not to mention Endeavour taking a month-long break during the busiest time of the year, being the winter season? It was unthinkable, completely out of character. Shoto shared in his opinion. It'd be like Uncle Toshi taking a break. It's not possible. The younger Todoroki hummed as he sat at Natsuo's desk, watching his two brothers packing. He was already done, since his room wasn't an explosion of chaos that needed cleaning to figure out what was usable and not. It was full, yes, but organized. Unlike Toya and Natsuo's jungle. Do you think they're having another baby? How on earth did you get to that conclusion? Natsuo asked with a laugh. He was wrestling his winter jacket into his bag, with the briefcase holding his hero suit standing by it. There was no way in hell he wasn't taking it along with him, just in case. Pretty sure they had their hands full with us. Another baby would be insane. I'll go insane if I have to be the eldest of 5. Don't you jinx this, Shoto. Toya hissed, narrowing his eyes at the youngest and his crazy theories. Shoto rolled his eyes, smiling at the eldest. With the car filled with various suitcases, Harusame taken care of, and a gardener hired to check on the koi pond and raise winter flowers while they were away, the family piled into the dark blue hired van. The next challenge was the siblings fighting over their seats. It seemed that age was irrelevant because Toya and Fuyumi might as well have been toddlers again with how they were jabbing and pulling at each other to sit by their father at the front. I'm the oldest, back off, Toya snapped, trying to drag his sister out of the seat. I called shotgun, Fuyumi whined back, attempting to kick him off. Being around little kids again had taught and reminded her of all the children's rules, like shotgun, and of course she was going to play by those rules when it came to her unruly brothers. I want to sit by Dad, Toya argued, looking miffed. He's going to teach me how to drive. Meanwhile, Shoto and Natsuo played rock, paper, scissors to decide who got to sit next to their mum first. Shoto won, Natsuo let him win, and he happily jumped into the van, wearing his all-white jacket with the furred hood and a matching scarf, settling beside his mother with a grin. Haro, who had a tendency to get car sick, was in the spot in front by the window, and Natsuo scooted next to his grandfather. That left one seat at the back with Rei and Shoto, their mother sitting in the middle with Shoto by one of the windows. Toya, sit in the back for now. You can swap with Fuyumi in 2 hours at our first stop, Enji sighed, preferring not to delay their 4 a.m. start if you wanted to get to the Hokkaido Inn within 24 hours. Don't grumble at me, young man. With a much quieter grumble, Toya squeezed between the seats to sit by his mother, glaring as Fuyumi stuck her tongue at him from all the way at the front. Rei smiled fondly at this childish display and ruffled her grown son's hair as he grumpily sat with his arms crossed. Enji started the engine once everybody was strapped in and pulled onto the road. Being so early in the morning, very few people would be driving right now, save for early commuters and fellow travelers. Which route are you taking? Haro asked, looking straight forward so his car sickness didn't trigger. This was going to be a long drive, and he'd rather enjoy it than feel nauseous. We're avoiding Tokyo to not deal with the city traffic. We have a stop in Kanagawa before we hit the capital, then another at Utsunomiya after we've passed it, Enji replied, glancing to his phone that was propped up on a stand so he could drive hands-free. Then it's a stop every few hours. Fukushima, Morioka, then Cape Oma, where we'll take the ferry to Hakodate. From there to Shitose, and then we're at Hokkaido. He followed the signs taking him off from the town roads towards the motorway. Obviously, if we need to stop for anything, we can, and if there's something on the way that interests us, we can make a pause. We should get gyoza dumpling at Utsunomiya, Rei offered, knowing that it was a staple dish there. The ride started fine as they left Musutafu and drove up to Kanagawa. Since it was still dark in the early morning, most of the family members, save for Enji and Toya, snoozed off into a light sleep to pass the first couple hours. Enji was obviously driving, but Toya wasn't sleeping for an entirely different reason. He was starting to feel car sick, and it was not a fun feeling. He didn't say anything at first because he thought it would just go away on its own, but as the minutes passed by, it just got worse. Dad, are we almost at Kanagawa? he said in a loud whisper after about an hour of trying to keep it together. In another hour, Enji whispered back, keeping his eyes on the road. Are you okay? Feeling a bit carsick. A bit was an understatement, but he didn't want to make a fuss of it with the others sleeping. Opened the window to let some fresh air in. Toya did as his father said, and it helped somewhat, but not enough to make him not sit awkwardly stiff by his snoozing mother and brother. It felt like one wrong movement would make him sick, and the last thing he wanted was for that to happen at the very beginning of a long drive. By the time they got to Kanagawa, he was a very light shade of green. If it wasn't for your discoloration, I'd say you were trying to steal the front seat, Fuyumi said as she rubbed her brother's back while he gagged in the gas station car park. I am, Toya gagged, but this wouldn't be my tactic. His tactic would be sitting on Fuyumi until she gave up, or something annoying like that, not at the expense of his own well-being. His family watched on in pity as the elder Todoroki added yet another thing to the list of stuff wrong with him. Defective quirk? Check. Terrible at math? Check. Car sickness? Double, triple check. Haru meekly took the blame for that one. It was still too early for any of the Todoroki to feel like having breakfast. They did get drinks and snacks though, mainly for Toya's sake, who got cold water, plain crackers, as well as a carbonated drink to ease his stomach. All suggestions from the non-driver Haru, who apologized like he had any control for what passed down from him to his grandchildren. Once Toya returned to a shade of not green, and not looking like the Wicked Witch of the West, Rei and her enjoyment of musicals comment, Toya triumphantly took his seat at the front by his father, grinning as he watched Fumi settle next to their mother in the mirror. This is how you start the van, Enji instructed, catching Toya's attention. Always eager to learn anything from his father, didn't matter what. He watched the man as he worked the clutch and gear, lowering the handbrake once he checked all the mirrors and made sure it was clear for him to drive out onto the motorway. And once you get to a certain speed, you press the clutch and go to gear 2, then 3, then 4. Since we're on the motorway, I'm going to gear 5. What's changing the gears for? Toya asked, eyeing the various lights, numbers, and miscellaneous behind the wheel his father was keeping a close eye on. It all meant nothing to him. Enji and Toya continued to talk about the various aspects of driving theory as the rest of the family dozed off again, except for Shoto, who looked at the passing scenery. The background hum of the car, the chatter of his father and brother, the passing vehicles, and the view of the sun rising hypnotized him into a lulled-out state, not quite sleeping, but not quite awake either. Instead, his imagination entertained him by having a miniature All Might running along the speeding countryside, parkouring over the scenery like a platformer he played with Natsuo. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, they'd passed Tokyo and were already at their second stop in Utsunomiya. Rei was eager to get everybody out and try some gyoza, something Fuyumi shared her excitement and interest in. Toya was more interested in using Natsuo as a crutch until his car sickness eased off again. You're being dramatic, the middle son scoffed. Dramatic? I? Your accusations wound me, Toya lamented like he'd been shot. Natsuo rolled his eyes. A gyoza breakfast was way more of an adventure than the Todoroki kids realized it could be, comparing and contrasting the different flavors of the various sauces available to see who preferred what. Unsurprising, Toya liked everything hot and spicy, while the other three preferred milder flavors. Enji and Haru sided with Toya on the hot and spicy. Rei, on the other hand, liked everything. Back on the road, and now at a reasonable time of morning, Natsuo asked if they could play music by connecting his phone to the car. As if Enji had any clue how to do that. He knows how to drive, that didn't make him an engineer. Just connect this, it's not hard, Natsuo scoffed as he leaned forward to squish in between the two front seats, much to the protest of Enji, who claimed that wasn't safe, and connected his phone to the car. Shoto, choose a song. What about the Finnish one? The youngest offered from the very back, getting confused glances from his mother and sister, while Toya groaned out in lament. Please tell me that's not the cha-cha-cha one, he whined. Yep, that's the one, Natsuo snickered. Toya groaning again. The what one? Haru was interrupted by a low techno beat starting, followed by words he couldn't even begin to decipher. The family listened in silence until the speakers bled the mentioned cha-cha-cha, at which point both Natsuo and Shoto joined in the singing, even with the other words they didn't know the meaning of. Toya leaned against the window, lamenting his existence, and feeling very sorry for himself. By the end of the song, Fumi had gotten into it, dancing along best she could to the dance pop beats. Since when do you listen to foreign music? Haru asked, raising an eyebrow at Natsuo. My friends and I share music in our group chat. Ibara's father is from Haiti, and her parents have traveled all over the world because of their tennis career. So they've discovered a lot of songs that way, Natsu explained. That, and Aihiko likes raves and loud music. Raves look cool, Shoto commented, having watched videos of them ever since Natsu started listening to that sort of music with him. I want to go to at least one, or even a concert. Only when you're older, Peppermint, Enji said from the front, keeping his eyes on the horizon with the lightening sky, going from a dark, inky blue to a soft baby blue with a tint of grey and clouds. Some of those concerts are adult-orientated and not always safe. Hara held back a comment that Enji couldn't know since he'd never been to one. Neither had he, but that's beside the point. I'd almost like the song if those two jerks didn't torment me with it, Toya huffed, shooting a stink eye to his brothers who just laughed at him. Do you know how hard it is to study when you've got those two blaring it on repeat? Then you choose the next song, Natsu offered an olive branch, getting his phone ready. Toya sighed in thought, not really much of a listener of music. He tried to think of anything he knew the name of and that the rest of the family might half enjoy. You have anything by Popstep? He asked with a shrug. Natsu stared at him like he'd spoken Finnish. Since when do you listen to idol music? He asked incredulously. Toya's cheeks burned. I don't, he hissed, arms crossed. Burnin mentioned her and I looked into it. Her music's catchy, sue me. Burnin mentioned her? Isn't that the freelance idol that's been seen with the crawler? Enji asked with a raised eyebrow, not taking his eyes off the road. The crawler? The rest of the family echoed back, confused. Crawler, Toya corrected. He's a vigilante in Naruhata. An echo of drawn-out ohs responded to his explanation. And yes, that's the one. She doesn't have a permit, so really shouldn't be performing on the streets, but her music isn't half bad. If she's freelance and doesn't have a permit, I doubt Natsu will have any music then, Fumi piped up. Actually, I do. Some people recorded her performances and then uploaded the audio onto various apps, Natsu shrugged, scrolling through his friends' compiled playlists. I think Yaowara is a bit of a fan of hers, since she thinks Popstep is cute. Natsu hit play, and it was clear the song wasn't professionally or even amateurishly recorded, rather a live performance with the sounds of fans cheering and life happening in a street. Well, Enji wanted to not enjoy it since this was a vigilante's, or at least the ally of one's, song, but like Toy had said, it was annoyingly catchy. And it was clear that Popstep was having a blast singing whatever pop song it was, her bright smile audible in her lyrics. She's pretty good, Ray said, Shoto nodding enthusiastically. He thought she was good too. Won't stop me from arresting her, Enji scoffed, gaining a snort from his family. Dad, choose a song, Natsu urged, poking his elbow. Now, that was a huge ask. Enji didn't know songs. If it wasn't some sort of hero interview or training podcast, he didn't listen to it. But that didn't mean Toshinori didn't know songs. Anything Michael Jackson, he said while doing the motions to exit a junction. Wow, very old school, Natsu snorted. Who's Michael Jackson? Shota asked. An American singer your uncle likes, Enji replied, not being too sure himself. Other than Popstep, Natsu's Finnish singer and Michael Jackson were all pre-quirk artists from long ago. Nowadays, artists all had gimmicks based on their quirks, with fancy effects and costumes that people from centuries ago could only dream of. It was so strange to think that at one point in time, being quirkless was the norm, and heroes were a thing of comics. Thankfully, after the unrest quirks created settled and society slowly built itself back up, things of a pre-quirk time thought lost in the destruction of war were brought back into modern society, so even things as old as Toshinori's music taste were still somewhat popular. Yeah, he used to be worldwide famous, Natsu nodded, choosing a top hits album so the whole family could discover the world of the king of pop. This led down a rabbit hole of pre-quirks performers, from Elvis Presley to Nine Inch Nails to Shakira, whatever was suggested by Natsu's phone. Some songs he already knew were catchy and to the entire family's liking. Some songs were skipped altogether. Others were enjoyed by some while the others tolerated it. The entire family universally preferred dance music. Natsu liked rock, while Fuyumi and Rei preferred musicals. Shoto and Toya both liked rave and pop-type songs. Only Enji and Haro couldn't really say they preferred anything in particular. Maybe something completely different, Fumi offered, leaning over the headrest to look at Natsu's phone. Try that. Oh, wait, what? Natsu complained as Fumi pressed something. Orchestral music played through the speakers, a specific type that Enji instantly identified as gakaku. Traditionally used as imperial court music and dance, it had a unique flair to it that, as Fuyumi had predicted, Enji did like, as did Haruo. "Nothing beats classical music," Fuyumi said proudly, getting an eye roll from the rock-loving Natsuo. But he could admit it was pretty. After an hour of another rabbit hole exploring the variety of gakaku music, they got to Fukushima, just in time for lunch. This meant they still had 15 hours left to drive, something Enji wasn't at all worried about, but Rei still was a bit. She didn't want her husband getting tired while driving. The afternoon part of the drive consisted of the family rotating seats, Hara and Toya still being the closest to the front because of car sickness. Natsuo and Shoto played an online game on their phones, while Fuyumi became in charge of the music, sticking to soft classical to not disturb conversation, but be a nice background hum. Rei lovingly watched the scenery as Haru dozed off yet again after a tasty lunch. At the front, Toya cradled his growing pile of cold drinks to try and ease off the nausea, while his father concentrated on the drive. Midday bled into afternoon, demanding another stop at Morioka. Then afternoon bled into evening as they played various I Spy and 20-question games to pass the time. They arrived at Cape Oma just in time for a final stop before the last ferry would cross the sea, having the chance to walk around the darkening beach a little to enjoy the salty air. Once they boarded the ferry with the car, Enji rested in one of the included cabins while the others enjoyed watching the waves from the deck. Hara and Toya both wanting yet not wanting to test out if they were seasick as well. Turns out the grandfather and grandson duo were fine as long as they were standing and walking, so that made enjoying the dark sea air much more pleasant. "Mom," Shoto asked hesitantly, catching the woman's attention, "you're not having another baby, are you?" Rei blinked while Toya groaned. The other three laughed. "No?" she replied, confused. "I mean, I wouldn't be against it, but no, we're not expecting." "Why?" "Well, what's the trip for then?" Shoto matched his mother's confusion. "Why not?" Rei diverted her look back to the waters. "Spending time as a family is fun." She didn't want to mention her bittersweet emotions of watching her babies grow. Toya eyed his mother but said nothing. Haru exhaled softly. After just under 2 hours of the sea and Enji being told of Shoto's conspiracy theories of a fifth baby, Harusame is the fifth baby, it was back in the car and on the road. By this stage, it was about 10 at night and the family was getting sleepy. Haru was the first to nod off again, with Fuyumi and Shoto soon following behind. Rei and Natsuo chatted quietly for a bit longer about his school friends. "No, Mom, there aren't any girls I like," before both fell asleep as well. Fuyumi had her face squished against the window. Haru was snuggled in his scarf, while the two youngest boys were blotted against their mother cozily, Shoto snoring softly, which left only Toya and Enji awake in the now silent drive to Chitose, their last stop before Hokkaido. Toya slumped in his seat, hands in his Endeavour hoodie as he looked out onto the dark road before him, only lit up by the van's headlights and streetlights. He yawned and stretched his legs a bit before looking to his father, the man focusing on the road yet looking relaxed. He seemed to enjoy the monotony of driving on an empty road, probably one of the only peaceful and stressless things he had going on in his pro-hero life. Toya let the man enjoy the silent moment until they arrived into Chitose. None of the others woke up, so it was just Enji and Toya as the former filled up the tank and stretched his legs a little to not tire himself out. "Dad," Toya started softly, leaning on the van as he watched his father. Enji replied with a soft grunt, keeping his eyes on the pump. "Why did you organize this trip?" he asked. "And before you say to spend time with the family, we always do that. You know why I'm asking." Enji smiled. "The flaming sidekicks have it all under control at the agency. We organized everything." He started with the reassurance for the #1 Endeavour fan. "As for why, well," he paused, clicking the pump back into place and heading into the building to pay. "It's best we do family outings before you kids get too busy." "Oh," Toya muttered, blinking at the bright lights of the gas station service. "Right. He, Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shoto were growing up. Well, he and Fuyumi were already grown up, but things would be changing again soon. Fuyumi would soon become a full-time teacher at Haru's elementary school, which would limit her time. Natsuo had Hira's school, which was a big commitment in itself. His own studies were a lot, and his own time would be limited once he graduated and became a full-time doctor in a couple more years. Not to mention Shoto going to high school on top of all that. and it meant that the four siblings would slowly be becoming adults with their own routines and responsibilities. Most likely with not that much crossover, or not as much as they'd had growing. It's because of the sea rescue, isn't it? Mum got worried. Yeah, Angie said softly. He had a quick exchange with the exhausted gas clerk, getting some wasabi peas as a snack for the rest of the drive. He and Toya would share. Natsu completing his first big mission and Rei finding out about it in the news instead of from her son had been a bit of a shock. Angie tried to say that's just how things were, but to Rei, that was still her baby. Of course he understood that. Said baby was growing taller and broader, almost 6 foot tall by now. It's not like Angie wasn't feeling emotional as well upon seeing his aspiring hero son grow into his own like he was. He was starting to understand how Harrow felt. Toya stayed quiet until they were back on the road to Hokkaido. We should go see cherry blossoms before Natsu goes into second year, he suggested. The family arrived in Hokkaido at 2 in the morning, and it was like zombies that Enji ushered everybody into the inn lobby to check in. Being the hard-working man he was, who never slept until all his work was finished, Enji plopped his wife, children and father into their respective rooms like they were bags of apples, before going to get their suitcases out of the car and depositing them with their correct owners. Completely and utterly unfairly, Enji was bright-eyed and bushy-tailed 7 hours later, while his other family members crawled out of their bedrooms for breakfast, bleary and half awake. Enji was so worried. Enji teased his wife as he kissed her cheek, Rei grumbling at the underlying smugness. Mercifully, today was a rest and look at your surroundings day, so they had nothing planned other than walk about, settle in, and eat. Which the kids were more than happy to do, considering everything was completely covered in amazingly thick snow. As Harrow, Enji, and Rei reminisced of previous visits this far up north, taking photos for Toshinori, who was goodness knows where not taking care of himself, the kids had a snowball fight. Well, for Yumi and Natsu were having a snowball fight, Toya and Shoto were having a full-blown war. No biting! No biting! Toya screeched. Penalty! Shoto found himself with a face full of snow. Shoto had to be a dog in a past life. Enji sighed from behind his coffee, eyeing his oldest and youngest trying to speedrun a trip to the hospital. If Shoto was to be any animal, it'd be a cat, Rei argued, barefoot in the snow because who was going to tell her she couldn't, and Toya a scratching post. Harrow spluttered out a laugh. After lunch, the family walked to the ski shop where they'd meet the instructors the following day. Since Rei and Enji had enjoyed their own skiing and snowboarding endeavours on their honeymoon, they decided to offer the same experience to their family. Harrow decided to opt out. Are you sure? Fumi asked, not wanting her grandfather to be left out of family fun. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm happy to look after your stuff and waiting for you at the cafe down here. The older man smiled, the corner of his eyes wrinkling as he did. Being a coach is one thing, but at my age, you start worrying about getting hurt. You've barely entered your 60s, Dad, Enji reminded as he ushered Shoto towards the changing rooms. He was armed with All Might-themed everything, from the jacket to the goggles. It was ridiculous, but Enji knew that's what made his youngest happy. You're not made of glass. No, but I know my limits. And skiing is that limit. Harrow shook his head. Really, Enji, I'm sure I don't want to. It's the same with ice skating. Enji shot his father an unsure look, but was distracted by Natsu and Toya laughing as they forced a Hawks-themed ski jacket onto a flustered Fuyumi. The actual bird, not the young pro hero, but they teased their sister nonetheless. I'm going to ski. Your father is snowboarding. What do you kids want to try? Rei asked, wearing a light shirt unlike Harrow, who was wearing a thick jumper. I'll ski, Fuyumi chirped, not wearing the bird jacket, but rather an icy blue one. Me too, Natsu seconded, grinning at his mum. Toya, are you going to snowboard with Dad? Rei asked with an amused smile to her eldest, who had his hands on his hips like an offended teacher. They knew him too well. But he shot a glance at Shoto, dressed head to toe in All Might merch, ski edition. He looked to his father, who was paying for his family's new outfits like it was nothing, then back to his younger sibling. His father and Shoto didn't really do much together beside All Might merch shopping. Nah, I'll ski. He shook his head, which caught everybody's shocked reaction, even Enji. Shoto, you should snowboard. What? Why? Shoto shot an untrusting look to his older brother. Because, Toya started and pointed up. Up to an All Might snowboard. He saw stars explode in Shoto's eyes. Enji had to admit that Toya could be a conniving little bastard at times, and tricking Shoto into snowboarding with him at the reward of having an All Might snowboard he'd probably only ever use once to then be resting on his bedroom wall till the next ski trip sure was a conniving move. Enji would have to treat him later as a thank you. He was a helicopter parent at heart, he knew that. He cared a lot about what his kids did, if they needed help, if they were being responsible and doing things the right way. But as he'd learned growing up with his father, a gentle balance between giving his kids the freedom to make their own choices and knowing when to step in was crucial. So even though he wanted Shoto to do more things with him, he didn't want to be overbearing. Even though it seemed to be an ingrained instinct when it came to Shoto. It must have something to do with him being the youngest and only having wanted Rei and Uncle Toshi's attention growing up. That's all that was. Yeah. Shoto, on the other hand, was somewhat aware of his father's want for quality time. Despite still being a mama's boy through and through, he'd grown to appreciate things about his father he'd once been wary of, thanks to training with him and his brothers, their monthly All Might shopping trips, and things like the HeroCon they'd gone to. His father was hardworking, observant, and a good listener. He noticed details and picked up on things nobody else quite clocked in on, not to mention dedicated and responsible when it came to endeavor. And while he might have been a little blindsided by the All Might snowboard, he wasn't dense enough to not pick up on Toya's tactic to get him to spend some alone time with their dad. As Shoto watched the rest of his family head up the mountain on a ski lift with their instructor, who Natsu sat next to because he wanted to ask questions about local heroes in the mountains, he couldn't help but feel a bit giddy at having something special just he and his dad could do together. Enji and Shoto got onto the ski lift themselves after their snowboarding instructor. Are you sure you don't want to ski with the others? It's okay if you do. Of course, Enji had to open his big stupid mouth instead of just enjoying the moment. Shoto looked up at him, hair pushed back due to the snow goggles. Yeah, I'm sure. Shoto nodded, swaying his feet a little as he looked down at the huge drop. It's nice that it's just the two of us. Shoto looked up to his dad. You're crying. I'm not, teary-eyed Enji denied sharply. It's the cold. Sure. Silence stretched between the two as they looked out onto the snow-covered horizon. The sky was an icy blue, contrasting against the stark white of the landscape, the sight of the mountains breathtaking. Shoto hadn't ever seen anything quite like it. And snowboarding wasn't like anything he'd ever done in his life either. He watched and laughed as Toya face planted into the snow, only to be laughed at by Toya as he did the exact same, feet up in the air with his snowboard attached. Fuyumi and Natsu rolled their eyes at the ever-so-mature eldest and troublemaker youngest. Rei was gone, leaving them all in the snow as the instructor taught the kids the basics. Enji got the feel for the snowboard again. Everybody had rented kit besides for Shoto with his All Might board. Just as with ice skating, Fuyumi picked skiing up instantly, and Natsu followed quickly. All that UA training could be used for non-hero things as well, it seemed. Toya took a few more butt landings and face plants before skiing clicked, and he whizzed past Shoto, who was still struggling to get a grip on snowboarding. The instructor helped Shoto with some tips and tricks, and after another 10 minutes, Shoto got the hang of the motions. He even managed to pick up speed in a controlled manner, following his father down the mountain as the instructor led the way, checking up on them. Then not so much controlled speed. How do I stop? Shoto's flat voice caught Enji's attention. Like this, he demonstrated for Shoto. When his son tried to replicate the motion, he face planted with oomph. That's another way to stop. Shoto grumbled into the snow. To help him up, Enji picked his boy by the back of his jacket and plopped him upright again. Think of it as skating on your ice without the ice. Shoto blinked, and a light bulb went off. Oh! The instructor wasn't sure how the Todoroki mind worked, but it was clear that any direction put into hero training language was immediately understood. Because Shoto was snowboarding down the mountain like a champ, even grinning as he hopped off a small ramp. Shoto, careful the tree! Enji warned. Ow! Toya was in hysterics upon hearing that Shoto had smacked into a tree on the way down, getting a smack on the shoulder from Fuyumi as Shoto got a well-deserved hot chocolate from his grandfather for his struggles. Natsu was busy chatting with the instructor. Lots of daredevils in the skiing community. Usually they're well equipped and know the mountains, but sometimes the weather takes people by surprise, or they suddenly get stuck in snow. Happens to the best of us, and some just get too confident, the man explained to the young-to-be hero. He already knew who Natsuo was, and was intrigued yet delighted to hear Natsuo's explanation that he wanted to become a mountain rescue hero. Few pros specialize in anything to do with mountains. Typically, they stick to cities. We could definitely do with a mountaineering hero. Natsuo was all too happy to hear that. He wanted to be a useful pro hero with something real to offer, like his father said during his Billboard's event speech. By the end of the day, everybody was crawling back to the inn, apart from Haro. Not because any of them were unfit, but simply because the leg power demanded by skiing and snowboarding left even ice skating queen Fuyumi in shambles. Of course, Enji and Natsuo were unaffected. Unfair and unjust, Toya whined as he sunk into the water of the outside onsen. Enji snorted a laugh at how Rei-like that was. Did you enjoy snowboarding? Enji asked almost meekly to Shoto, hoping he'd want to continue tomorrow and not switch to skiing. He needn't ask, Shoto looking at him sparkly-eyed from the other side of the water pool. Yeah, we're going again tomorrow, right? Shoto asked hopefully. Enji smiled. We are. He nodded. Natsuo splashed Toya in the face with water for getting his towel wet, while Hara practically melted in delight at being in hot water. His old bones, as he said, needed this. Enji argued his father wasn't old. Hara disagreed. In the women's side of the onsen, separated by a bamboo wall, Fuyumi and Rei were enjoying it relieving their aching muscles just as much as the boys were. They both had their long hair held up by towels so it wouldn't get wet in the onsen water. When your father and I came here for our honeymoon, my hair was short, Rei reminisced fondly. That really was a perfect honeymoon, she added with a hum, remembering how awkward and shy Enji had been. Well, still was, in many ways. Some things don't change. What were you and Dad like when you were younger? Fuyumi asked. She wasn't wearing her glasses to save them from getting fogged up, but had them carefully placed on a towel by the edge. Very different, or much the same? Both, Rei hummed with a smile. We were less ourselves. We'd never been in a relationship before. Toshinori was our only friend, and we'd both had very limited lives up until we got married. Your father dedicated his whole life to becoming Endeavor, and I was prepared my whole life to be married off to whoever paid. Fuyumi's blue eyes went downcast, looking at the water. I'm glad you didn't continue with the Himura tradition, she said meekly, like that was insulting to say. Heavens, no! Rei jumped, making the water splash as she looked at her daughter. For one, I'd never allow it, nor would your father or grandfather. I think he'd fistfight my father if he'd ever suggest it. And secondly, you're not a Himura, you're a Todoroki. Fuyumi smiled at her mother. They were a traditional family in many ways, but not so traditional that her mother would push her upbringing onto her daughter. That, Fuyumi would always be grateful for. Do you think you'd have wanted to be something other than a housewife if you'd been raised differently? I always wanted to be a mother, even when I was little, Rei mused at her daughter's question. I wouldn't mind owning a flower shop, though, or something like that. I'm sure if you ask Dad, he'll organize that, Fuyumi giggled. Her father's love language was by far gift-giving. Rei laughed too, knowing that her husband would buy her hometown's flower park if she asked him to. Maybe that could be a retirement plan whenever Endeavor decided to hang up the metaphorical cape. If ever. Not ever, Enji said flatly in their bedroom when Rei asked him when and if he considered retiring. She shot him a pout. As long as I'm breathing and capable, Endeavor is on duty. He got slapped in the face with Rei's 90 that she threw at him. No point in getting dressed. With finally time off to spend as a family, Haro watched as his son, daughter-in-law, and grandkids skied, snowboarded, played in the snow, and enjoyed all the touristic aspects of Hokkaido every other family was also enjoying over the holiday season. They celebrated Fuyumi's 19th birthday with a trip to an ice cream parlor despite the snow falling outside. She got ferociously teased for getting a happy birthday text from Hawks. Toya told him it was her birthday. They tried local foods, and they even went ice skating again, Fuyumi owning the ice rink with her gold medal-worthy moves. Haro watched with a soft smile as Enji taught Toya the beginnings of how to start the van and doing circles around the inn car park, with plans of getting proper driving lessons with Kurumada when they get back. He watched Natsuo in a group phone call with his classmates as they caught up and discussed their plans for the next semester. He was pretty sure he heard Saichi's voice in there too. He watched Shoto FaceTime Toshinori and excitedly tell his uncle about how much he enjoyed snowboarding. Hara caught sight of and looked away as Enji and Rei cuddled on an outside bench, letting the snow fall on them as they looked at their grown and growing children messing in the snow, talking softly to each other like they'd fallen in love all over again. Hara watched and enjoyed his family just being a family. He had Dr. Tozura on dial, just in case. It's always during these quiet, happy moments that old wounds tried to bleed again, guilting Hara for allowing himself to feel peace. Just like Toya, the ongoing help from the woman he'd saved as a child, as she liked to remind him, had really aided the aging man in accepting his scars. In moments like this, when Rei leaned her shoulder against Enji's chest, and he nuzzled her hair with a large hand rubbing her back soothingly, Hara accepted that his son's happiness was one Enji shared with his father. A happiness that Hara was allowed to receive and accept without guilt or hesitance. Hara sighed through his nose softly, followed by a chuckle when Natsue tackled both Toya and Shoto into a pile of snow, Fumi pouncing to be on top of the mount with loud cries of protest coming from the bottom of the heap. He wondered where Akihime was, if she'd be happy and finding peace here with them, or if she'd complain. He hoped that wherever she was, on this plane of existence or not, that she was doing well. He wondered if she ever thought of him. Those thoughts didn't stay. Preparing and celebrating Rei's birthday was far more important. Toya made a big fuss on the 20th December of Hawks' birthday. He got a well-deserved snowball in the face from Fuyumi for it. Chapter 56. Broiling. Toya sighed, watching his breath rise up in a white fog. The night air was icy cold with it still being early January. But Toya didn't bother wearing his jacket, keeping to his light, long-sleeved dark blue shirt that had a fiery symbol on its back. Despite being the city, stars shone in the inky sky, the moon setting a gentle glow onto the cityscape below. He was outside, taking a breather from the partying. It was with loud fanfare and a half-hearted promise to their boss to not get his son blackout drunk that the flaming psychics dragged Toya to an izakaya for his 20th birthday. The legal drinking age. Despite his many shortcomings in life, setting himself on fire, almost burning the house down, physically scarring his mother, emotionally scarring his siblings, punching a little girl, almost crashing Kurumada's car 2 days ago, Toya had never drunken alcohol before. So, Kido, the self-proclaimed sake connoisseur, was set on teaching Toya on the beauties of Japan's alcohols. Safely and responsibly, as he'd promised endeavor. Nobody wanted to get fired for getting the number two's eldest baby boy so drunk he threw up. Toya did feel a bit embarrassed and guilty about being so loudly celebrated, mainly because it was also Burnin's birthday, and he didn't want to hog all the attention. The green-haired woman had barked a laugh and slapped him on the back with enough strength to make him stagger. "I organised this. I'll have plenty more birthdays, but you're only 20 once," she said as she hooked arms with him and dragged the taller man out of the agency, followed by equally enthusiastic sidekicks. This being a birthday celebration instead of the typical nomikai the sidekicks like to partake every once in a while, all etiquette went straight out the window and it was all about having fun and celebrating Toya. Burden and Onima enthusiastically ordering food, Kido suggesting drinks and explaining the process of how they were made, all the sidekicks reminiscing on baby Toya and how cute he was with his red hair and how he'd grown into a solid young man with a bright future. Hair ruffles, back slaps, handshakes, and smiles all around. Toya was almost overwhelmed with how his father's sidekicks were spoiling him. Kido made a very big deal about Toya trying his first sip of sake. It was the purest form of sake, the true original, so Toya could know what to expect. The white-haired man couldn't hold in his snickering as he took his first sip with how they all watched him with bated breaths. "Oh, that's actually pretty good," he said, genuinely surprised he liked it. Cheering broke out and another round of drinks were ordered. Onima was already drunk, Kido was on his way to getting tipsy, and Toya could feel that burn of alcohol in his stomach, hence the need to step out and feel the cold air. He wasn't tipsy yet, but he felt warm. It was nice. Almost dangerously so, because it was the closest feeling since he was a child to what using his quirk had felt like before it hurt him. It felt nostalgic, comforting even. This could become addictive if he wasn't careful. He'd long stopped harming himself with his fire. He didn't need to pick up a new bad habit when he was doing so well. Drinking with friends would be fine, but he'd never drink alone. He promised himself that. Hence why he wasn't drinking from the glass in his hand, about half full of an amber liquid he couldn't recall the name of. "Hey, you good?" Burnen's voice made him look back to the entrance of the izakaya, hearing the excitement from inside the building for a moment before he became muffled as the fiery-haired woman shut the door. "Saw you slipping out." "Yeah, just taking a breather. It got warm in there." Toya grinned from where he was leaning against the building, swirling his drink a little with no intention to sip it before he went back in. "Probably because of the alcohol. Wanted to clear my head a bit." He breathed in deeply as the noise of the sidekick celebrating his birthday in the bar doled out, Burnen coming to lean on the wall with him. "Thanks for organizing this." "Obviously," the woman grinned, elbowing him in the arm. "Gotta get you out and about on your own birthday. Pretty sure Anima brought a cake for you to cut in..." She looked at her watch. 10 minutes, if you're up for it." "The real question is if Anima's up for it," Toya laughed. 2 beers and he was gone." Burnen laughed in turn, knowing how much of a lightweight her co-worker was despite one of the regulars of their drinking outings. At least he's just a laughing drunk. "Yeah, he's totally harmless. Me and Kida'll take care of him. We're used to babysitting the guy." Her hair flickered in the light breeze, crackling like a campfire, yet without the intense heat. He couldn't help but stare at it. Her fire was such a beautiful, bright color, it attracted him like a moth to light. "You gonna continue staring, or are you finally gonna ask to touch it?" Toya made eye contact with Burnen's red-orange pupils. "You'd let me?" He was surprised. "If you give me the rest of your drink," the woman snickered, taking Toya's half-full glass and downing the entire thing in one go. She licked her lips and put the glass down on the floor. Toya watched her every movement unblinkingly, like he'd missed something important if he did blink. "Here, extend your hand out." Toya hesitated. The hand he'd been holding the glass was twitching. "Burnen, you don't have to," he muttered. Suddenly self-conscious, it felt stupid to be indulged like this just because he was fascinated by the woman's hair. It felt childish. It also made his heart beat nervously in his chest. His father's sidekick didn't say anything for a moment before nonchalantly tugging Toya's wrist up closer to her, holding his hand in hers, open palm up. "First off, I'm off duty, so call me Moe," she started, catching his nervous turquoise eyes. "And secondly, I know I don't have to. But I want to. I know you've been wanting to ask for ages, even before your research." She could have almost started laughing at how Toya's face flushed, embarrassed at being so easy to read. Think of it as a birthday gift. As if that did much to better this. "Okay," Toya sighed, fully facing Moe to watch what she did. "I won't burn, will I?" He had to ask. "If you think for a second I'm gonna be on the receiving end of Endeavor's wrath for burning you, you're very wrong," Moe barked out a laugh, as she reached for her blazing hair with her free hand. "Don't worry, it'll be body temperature." Just with that, Toya had 101 questions on the implications of what she could do, even though they'd already spoken about it extensively for research. He just wanted to hear Moa talk about herself. She was always so bubbly and enthusiastic, never ashamed or shy. His thoughts were cut short when she pulled out a handful of fire, compact and flickering in her hand. Resisting the urge to flinch, Toya still winced when she gently placed the fireball in his palm, her now free hand protecting it like she was defending the flame from the breeze. Toya momentarily wondered if it was to keep the flame stable in his hands now that she wasn't holding it. It felt warm, like when he held hands with his father as a child. It felt like home. This was the first time he'd held a flame that didn't instantly burn him since he was a toddler. His throat constricted and he swallowed, blinking rapidly as his eyes started to burn. The flame flickered gently in his hand as if it could have been his own, despite being a different color. His hand relaxed, held up by Moa's. It can't be easy, being a fire wielder and never being able to use it. Our flames are comforting. Toya inhaled shakily when he heard Moa's voice, gentler than her usual bark. She sounded distant, yet so close to him. "I'm sorry you can't be comforted by your own." Always with the darn tears, Toya let out a soft sob as they dripped down his face despite desperately trying to swallow the sound down. His fingers trembled a little, still held by Moe's surprisingly soft hands. For all the field work she did, everything about her was sleek. From her costume to her hair, she looked after herself, proud of her appearance and of who she was. Toya wanted to feel like that way too, every day, like Moe. Because no matter how well he did, there'd always be that little nagging voice of all his shortcomings. But right now, with a flame happily dancing in his hand, held by another, even with the tears stubbornly dripping down his cheeks, his thoughts were silent. No nagging voice, no thoughts of research, or the future, or his career, or how to help people, how to help Tomura, how to make up to his family for all the suffering he put them through. None of that. Just a silent, comforting hum that sounded like the homey roar of a fire. Eventually, Moe's flame flickered out, no longer fueled by its master's touch. Still, Toya's hand trembled. He took in a belly-deep sigh. "Thanks," he whispered out, not bothering to wipe his tears. There'd just be more. "You okay?" Moe asked softly, replacing the flame with her hand. She felt Toya's fingers curl instinctively around it. The man nodded. "You're crying." "I'm always crying when I'm emotional," he hiccuped a laugh and sniffled, blinking away the rest of the dripping tears. They made his eyes watery and sparkle in the moonlight, turning his turquoise eyes into shimmering pools of soft blues. Beautiful in their own way, Moe thought, but she didn't want to see Toya sad. "I'm happy, I promise. Thank you." "Okay," Moe murmured, before hearing Kido's voice raise from inside. She heard the word cake. "Are you ready to face the crowd again?" Toya inhaled deeply and straightened his shoulders before exhaling. "Yeah," he smiled. Moe crouched down to pick up the almost forgotten glass before guiding Toya back inside, not letting go of his hand. Toya made sure to wipe his face dry before rejoining the sidekicks. Thankfully, they were all too tipsy and in a fun buzz to realize the slight redness of his eyes. An hour later, Toya's social battery was empty and coughing dust. Full of alcohol and cake, he was ready to go home. He sent a text message to his dad that he was ready. Endeavor hadn't left the office yet, not caring to go home when his son was out in the city. They might as well go home together. As Kurumada's car pulled up to the izakaya, Toya said his various goodbyes and thanks to the sidekicks, then hesitated, before hugging Moe goodbye. A soft thanks again left him. "Anytime," she grinned as they pulled away from each other. "And I mean it. Anytime." Toya smiled to her and headed out. Instantly, Enji noticed the lessened redness around Toya's eyes, now a soft pink that could have easily been mistaken for a drunken blush. But Enji knew better. "Everything go okay?" the worried father asked, but was reassured when the birthday boy shoved himself in and smiled tiredly to him. "Yeah, all good," he nodded, smiling apologetically to Kurumada, who still gave him a stink eye for almost crashing the car while trying to teach the young man how to drive. "Just Moe, Moe, let me touch her fire. Got choked up, is all." Enji stayed silent and looked at his son's cheeks turn a shade of red. "That's new." "Understandably," his father muttered, then reached out to smoothen his boy's hair. It didn't matter if he was 20 years old, he'd always be the baby that fit in his palm. "You and Burnin get along well." Toya's cheeks burnt a brighter red, but he didn't pull away from his father's touch. "I get along with all the sidekicks," he argued softly. Enji wasn't blind. He knew Toya was always careful with his emotions. They were strong, after all, and influenced more than just his mood. "How was it for you and Mum?" Toya asked in a small voice after a moment. "Unexpected and sudden," Enji replied with a chuckle, Kurumada making sure to mind his own business at the wheel. "And fast-paced. We didn't waste any time getting married." He retrieved his hand. "But we were both on the same page, so it wasn't rushed. It happened at the perfect time for us." "How do I know if things are happening at the perfect time for me?" Toya asked, looking to his father. "You were number 2 at 20. You were married and had me by 22. Natsuo is already completing a rescue mission at 16. Hawks just turned 19 and is already in the top 10. Am I wasting time?" He doesn't want to be left behind. "You're not. You're going at the pace right for you and what you're doing. You can't rush medical school." Being patient and letting things naturally fall into place is just as important as hard work, Enji reassured, smiling a little at his son. If his father hadn't tried to knock that into his head since he was a teenager, Enji was sure he never would have learned that lesson, not even as a full-grown man. I know what it's like, feeling impatient. He'd never shake off the vast ravine between his and All Might's power. Even now, with his injuries, Toshinori's impressive. Toya blinked, catching to the slight shake in his father's tone, and feeling like you'll never achieve what you want. But sometimes, what you want isn't actually what's good for you, or what you need. His smile never wavered. Take your time. You have your whole life ahead of you. Toya nodded and sighed a little, looking out of the window. He watched the moon as it followed them. His phone buzzed, looking down at it. He saw a text from Hawks. A late happy birthday. The last message had been from a couple weeks ago, wishing the blonde man his own happy birthday. Toya smiled and sent him a thanks in reply. He doesn't want to be left behind. Ouch. Okay, he'd need to tell Dr. Tozura about that at their next session. That thought was getting uncomfortable. He closed his eyes almost painfully and let out an exhale through his nose, leaning his head against the car window. Small breathing exercises to keep him grounded, flexing his hands to keep him in reality and stop him from slipping into his mind. His hands still felt warm, the way he remembered feeling after using his fire as a little kid. He focused on that, on the emerald green fire, and on the woman it belonged to, the way she held his hands and smiled at him. A smile of his own tugged at the corner of his cheek. If nothing else, he had a great friend in Moe. It was almost midnight when they got home, and Enji thanked Kurumada. Same time tomorrow, yes sir. Toya dragged himself into the house and sighed heavily. He wasn't actually sleepy. For a moment, he stood there in the quiet house. Everybody else was asleep. Harusame was probably waiting for him on his futon, by his Endeavor plush. You should head to bed. You have classes in the morning, Endeavor said softly, patting his son on the shoulder as he passed him. Toya nodded. His father was right, as he was of many things. Not everything, but many things. The previous shake in his voice still bothered him, almost as much as his own thoughts. Dad, he started, getting a look from his father. How come you never did therapy like the rest of us? Enji froze. Rei, Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shoto had all stopped therapy ever since Toya had been released from hospital, but Rei still checked in every once in a while with a kind doctor. Hara and Toya still had monthly sessions. Enji had never gone to any. I just don't want to, he replied. The scowl from his son told him that wasn't a satisfactory response. Toya, there's some things I'd rather not figure out, he muttered, bordering on humiliated at saying anything. But he didn't want to lie to Toya. I'm fine as is and dealing with it. I don't want or need to talk to Dr. Tozura. Toya crossed his arms. Now I see where I get it from, he hissed, but with no bite behind his words. Enji just looked away awkwardly. The freshly 20-year-old couldn't believe what he was seeing. His father was trying to rush putting his slippers on to clearly get away from his son poking at a sensitive subject. You're seriously going to be a mule about this? To me? Yep, Enji replied curtly. Good night, I hope you had a good birthday. Toya scoffed at the ridiculousness of this and grabbed his father's arm so the taller man was practically dragging him. So you get to yap at the rest of us about accepting help and not being so hard on ourselves, but the same doesn't go for you? Toya wheezed in the effort to keep hold of his father as they reached the stairs. I won't accept such double standards. Rules for thee, not for me, Enji replied flatly, before easily picking up Toya by the middle and carrying him up the stairs, since the young man was set on clinging onto him like a sloth. Toya let out a whine at being so easily manhandled. You might be an adult, but you're still my son. Painfully aware of that fact, Toya cackled. Enji smiled. They were far too alike, those two. Chapter 57. Active. Faster than Natsuo could have ever prepared for, his first year at UA was over. It was staggering how time had flown with how busy he'd been. And it was with some level of misery that he realized that Aizawa wouldn't be his homeroom teacher next year. He really liked the man. I'll still be teaching at UA. Aizawa brushed away Natsuo's lament. Yeah, but not us. Natsuo whined softly as he helped his soon-to-not-be teacher with bringing some files to the teacher's room before he left. His friends were waiting for him at the school entrance. I don't doubt our teacher next year will be great too, but I really enjoyed your lessons. Aizawa glanced at the tall boy over his pile of files, as if trying to catch a glimpse of a lie. As per usual with this kid, no such thing could be found. I still have a long way to go as a teacher, Aizawa huffed. Sure, but you're already great, Natsuo chimed. Shoto's really looking forward to being taught by you when he joins UA. If he joins UA, Aizawa corrected, not wanting to give the child he'd met as a first year false hope. When he joins, Natsuo shook his head. If I could join, Shoto definitely will. He's way stronger than me. His black-haired teacher shot him a scowling side-eye. Strength is only a small aspect of being a pro-hero. If he's strong but unable to use his quirk in every circumstance, be it for rescue, defense, or support, then it's of no use, he said, lightly scorning his class representative who should really know better. This got him raised eyebrows from the boy. I know that, Natsuo said, as if he was a little surprised Aizawa was telling him something so obvious. But it's still true. Shoto's a lot more impressive than I am. I'll be the judge of that, Aizawa shut down, but it only made Natsuo snicker. He had full faith his little brother would prove himself to the grumpy-looking man. Arriving at the teacher's room, they were ambushed by an excited 13 who fussed over Natsuo as she always did. Aizawa was always telling her off for her favoritism, but it was hard for the woman to squish her delight in teaching for Todoroki when he was so active and enthusiastic in their rescue classes. I actually went to the Hokkaido mountains during the winter holidays and spoke with some locals. Natsuo smiled to 13 as he placed a pile of files on Present Mike's desk, who let out a cry of lament at having to do his job. They were pretty eager about me becoming a mountain rescuer, and the local police force even contacted Principal Netsu about giving me work experience. That's so exciting! 13 squealed, clapping her hands together which were a bit muffled due to her spacesuit. I'm so happy you're continuing on this path. I'll be sure to help you over the next 2 years to be ready for anything. Don't forget you have other students, Aizawa grumbled flatly. This gained a sheepish laugh from 13. Thanks for your help. You better get going, Todoroki. Natsuo said his polite goodbyes, like his mum taught him, and left to meet his friends. Yawara, Ibara, Ayahiko, and Moguro were all crowding by the gate waiting for him. As soon as they saw him, they waved enthusiastically, and much to Natsuo's joy, Saichi was among them, looking very out of sorts and uncomfortable. Saichi, you made it! Natsuo grinned, smiling at his no longer one-sided rival. The sandy-haired boy gave him a small nod. His father had been adamant about him going out with friends. He'd be taking the afternoon and evening off to spend time with Saichi's mother, so there was nothing for the boy to worry about. Where should we go? Natsuo asked the whole group. Let's get mochi, to celebrate us finishing our first year, Yawara squeaked, followed by hums of agreement from them all, even another silent nod from Saichi. I know the perfect place, Natsuo led the group away from the school. He was going to take them to the mochi shop that he'd gone with on multiple occasions with his family. You can ease up, none of us are going to bite. He laughed under his breath to Saichi as the others started chatting among themselves. Not all of us are social butterflies, Saichi grumbled, but he did roll his shoulders to loosen them and sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Do you often have mochi? Every once in a while. My whole family likes them, Natsuo replied with a shrug. I like the vanilla ice cream ones a lot, so does my sister. What about you? Do you have any favourite? Sesame, Saichi replied. With every step he took, he felt more at ease and comfortable. The others were laughing and chatting excitedly about their spring holiday plans, about starting their second year and taking the provisional exam to finally catch up to Natsuo and Saichi. The two boys snorted and smiled at each other. It was spring, so it was still light despite being late afternoon, and the air was getting warmer, making for a beautiful orange and pink mix in the sky. Saichi had long been added to the group chat, but this was the first time going out with them. He made sure to send the group selfie Ibarao took once they all got their mochi to his family group chat, as proof he actually did go out. Snatch was relieved to see the photo and what seemed like his son having fun. Natsuo had his arm wrapped around the boys' shoulder because they're friends. The spring break was only about 2 weeks long, but Natsuo made sure to spend it with his family and doing various things together. playing in the courtyard with Shoto, torturing Toya with his music taste while the poor man tried to study, and begging Fuyumi to please let him in the kitchen so he could at least learn how to make a boiled egg. Fuyumi relented and let Natsuo make a simple miso soup with her, as well as boiled eggs. He didn't burn anything, but he did blatantly ignore Fuyumi's direction and added more seasoning to the soup than needed. Nothing wrong with more flavor. That's very seasoned. Enji winced at trying Natsuo's miso soup. Okay, what's wrong with that? Natsuo asked, arms crossed offensively in the name of his miso soup. Fuyumi was by their father, cheeks puffed out in annoyance at Natsuo not having listened to her. More flavor is better. Seasoning shouldn't replace the original flavor, but enhance it, Enji shook his head. Plus, it's not healthy. Too much of anything isn't good for you. At seeing Natsuo's defeated expression, Enji felt a bit bad at being so critical on a first attempt. That doesn't mean your miso soup is bad. You can dilute it with more broth or water. At this, Natsuo perked up and busied himself with doing that. Enji and Fuyumi patiently waited for him to try and save his miso. Once he deemed it fixed, he looked expectantly at his father. Enji, really wanting to praise Natsuo for a job well done, took a sip of the soup. It's perfect, he almost sighed of relief as Natsuo cheered for himself. It would have been perfect in the first place if Iceberg Brain over here listened to me, Fuyumi grumbled, and Natsuo stuck his tongue out at her. The family enjoyed their miso soup and side dish of boiled eggs that evening. Between preparing for his second year, playing video games with his siblings, Toya always looked strangely thoughtful when playing them these days, and actually tried to play fairly instead of antagonizing Shoto, and doing outings with his mother who physically wouldn't let go of him. It was a peaceful break before heading back into the hectic life of a student. That is, until Endeavor's day off. Or rather, what should have been a day off, but he had an obligation to deal with. Much to the whining and complaining of his children, Toya, who had been looking forward to him being at home. I have to attend a photo shoot for an advert, and this was the only day where all the other heroes were free. That stopped all complaining, and the demands started. Take us with you, Toya begged as his father buttoned a shirt over his Endeavor suit. He peeked over his collar. At least me. I've never seen you do commercials before. And you never will, Enji shot back, Toya acting like he'd actually been shot. It's nothing interesting and an exception. The company wants to do a themed drink for the top 10, and PR wouldn't let me turn it down. That's exactly why I want to go, Toya cried, grabbing at his father's elbow and being dragged as they walked down the corridor. Come on, please. No. Is All Might going to be there? Shota asked as his father passed him. At the grunt of confirmation, Shota latched onto his other elbow, and he too was dragged. I want to go too. No. Why can't we come? Fuyumi asked with pleading eyes. Toya shot her a knowing grin, since a certain bird boy would be there. His sister didn't dignify him a response, but did help with the cause and latched onto her father's middle to try and stop his progress to the front door. To no avail, Enji just continued walking, unfazed. Other kids have take your child to work days. Can't we too? No. The three siblings whined at their father's stubbornness. Rei and Harrow watched with restrained laughter and tears in their eyes as the children desperately tried to convince their father to take them with him. Enji was pretty sure there was nothing they could say to convince or stop him from leaving them at home. But that's because the 3 out of 4 siblings hadn't called upon their secret weapon. Natsuo! The trio cried out, and the middle brother ambushed their father from around the corner, putting his whole back into leaning against Enji's torso to stop him from moving. With an obstacle literally pushing against him, Enji stopped in his tracks as to not trample his son. This could be really good work experience for me, Natsuo struggled as his legs shook from the effort of keeping his father in place. There was no pulling him back into the house. The only thing the 4 Todoroki children could achieve was temporarily stalling him by blocking his path. They all knew that if their father actually tried, he could shake them off instantly. What better way to learn about the biz than to experience it firsthand? Enji stared at Natsuo with conflicted annoyance. Bingo. Fine, Enji sighed, defeated. All 4 siblings cheered. Rei had to hide in the kitchen to not burst out laughing, and Harrow patted his son reassuringly on the shoulder. It won't be so bad, don't worry. The older man tried to ease his son's embarrassment, but it was clear Enji wasn't looking forward to modelling for some stupid drink. Turns out, it was far worse than bad. It was downright terrible. Not only did he have to do this commercial in the presence of the other top 10 heroes of the year, which included All Might and Hawks, but he had his children snickering the entire time. I will make you wait in the car, he threatened with a hiss. Only Shoto took him seriously. He knew his father's threats were not empty. The child leash still hung with the coats by the front door as a permanent reminder. Ooh, look who's here, Toya teased when a certain blonde was seen without his jacket in the studio, chatting to one of the staff. Think he's going to be happy to see his princess. I will cook fish for a week, Fuyumi said, all bright smiles and sunshine. Toya shut right up. Wait. Oh my gosh, Takara! She called happily, waving at the staff member that Hawks was speaking to. The dark-haired woman looked up with surprise before smiling brightly. Fuyumi, you're here too! Takara exclaimed happily, dressed in a flowy white top and purple pantsuit with matching accessories, dressed to impress as per usual. She abandoned Hawks to rush up to her friend and hugged her in greeting. It's been too long. What are you doing here? Fuyumi asked, happy she'd gotten more than she bargained for when begging her dad to let them all come with him. I'm helping with setting the scenery. Posing, outfits, all that stuff, Takara explained, before pulling her friend towards Hawks. Like with Hawks, he'd look much better without his jacket for the photo shoot, don't you think? It's not like Fuyumi hadn't seen Hawks coatless before, but with Takara demanding her to pay attention to his physique, she started to fluster. The blonde didn't have his coat, visor, or headphones on, which showed off his golden eyes more, let his hair fluff out with no restriction, and exposed his red earrings. Not to mention his black shirt with gold designs that left little to the imagination and exposed his arms. You're the pro, Takara, not me. Fuyumi avoided answering the question by appealing to Takara's status, which seemed to do the trick. Hawks breathed out a short laugh. Hi again, Hawks. The woman smiled sheepishly, cheeks pink. Hi again, princess, he smiled back. I'm surprised you're here. I didn't think you were interested in hero stuff. Oh, I'm not. She was a mess. She couldn't quite admit that she'd wanted to come along to see how Hawks was doing. They'd had on and off contact since his last visit, and keeping an eye on his social media, it seemed he was very busy. She came to laugh at me. Her father granted her a mercy. All of them have. He stuck his thumb to his collection of sons who all grinned and waved at Hawks, the young man returning the wave. I'm here for All Might, Shota corrected fatly. He hadn't seen his uncle in ages and desperately wanted to see him in person. Of course you are, Takara laughed good-naturedly. Frostbite, I assume a little bit of you wants to learn this side of the business and not just laugh at Endeavor. She addressed Natsu with a purple-lipped smile. The teen shrugged and nodded before jumping at Takara, clapping her hands together. Oh, I have the perfect idea. Come, let's go speak to the director. Sure. Natsu let himself be dragged by his sister's friend, not sure what she was going on about. Enji sighed. I know where this is going, he mumbled, following the duo. Natsu is going to have more first-hand experience than he bargained for. Fuyumi, Shoto, Toy, and Hawks looked at each other in amusement before the winged man spoke to them. I imagine All Might is a family friend. Him and Endeavor seem really close, he said with his hands in his pocket. Yeah, he's pretty much our uncle, though we don't get to see him much since he's so busy, Toy replied, getting him a worried look from Fuyumi. They really shouldn't say too much to not reveal his true identity. I'm honestly surprised he found the time to do this commercial. Explains why Dad was willing to sacrifice his day off for it. What sort of commercial are they doing? Fuyumi asked, wanting to pull the subject away from that uncle. Just a photo shoot for posters and stuff, Hawks shrugged, and motioned with his chin to where the pro hero Crust, who was 8th in the top 10, was doing his own commercial, posing with some sort of canned drink. I'm up next. They're going from 10th to 1st. Canned drinks, huh? Toya pondered. Those will be sold everywhere for sure, especially in vending machines. There are so many vending machines. What's your drink flavor? Shota asked Hawks, curious as to what the pro heroes were promoting. It looked like Crust was some sort of lime-flavored one, what with the can being green and having what looked like a lime slice as the logo. Vanilla-flavored latte, Hawks answered the boy's question with a smile. Apparently it's because I'm hip and popular with young women, and because I'm blonde. The drink flavors are meant to be appealing to whoever our main demographic is. Vanilla, huh? Toya drawled out loud, a bit too loudly, which already made Fuyumi sweat. Vanilla is Fuyumi's favorite flavor. Ice cream, mochi, pudding, latte. Fuyumi was going to die and haunt Toy for the rest of his life before kicking him to hell. I like vanilla too, Hawks grinned at the woman, who could only smile back, embarrassed. Some people say it's basic and plain, but the gentle sweetness is what I like about it. Me too, Fuyumi squeaked, blushing at being put on the spot. I don't like overwhelming flavors. Toya was far too proud of himself. Meanwhile, Shoto had absolutely no clue what was going on, smiling dumbly with a blank expression, as he too enjoyed vanilla. I guess you wouldn't like your dad's drink then, Hawks laughed a little, pointing to the lineup of cans on a table. It's black coffee. I think it's too bitter, as much as I would love to enjoy it. Hey, more for me, Toya the medical student chirped very happily. This was going to become his new favourite drink ever, he was sure of it. Goodness knows I need it. University is kicking my ass. He interrupted himself and looked at Shoto, who stared up with big, blank, mismatching eyes. Don't tell Mum you heard me say that. Ass, Shoto breathed out, just to make Toya sweat a bit. Hawk started laughing at this as Kurumada entered the room, carrying a briefcase. That's Natsuo's briefcase, Shoto commented helpfully. Your father called me to bring it up. The moustache man nodded, greeting Hawks with another curt nod. The blonde returned it with a grin. Why? Toya raised an eyebrow. They soon found out, and Toya was in absolute hysterics. Shut up, Natsuo grumbled as he held the stupid canned drink in his hands, a blue raspberry-flavoured energy drink, dressed in his hero suit. Endeavour was beside him, not even trying to hide his amusement. You said you wanted work experience. Here you go. He patted Natsuo on the shoulder, which only made Natsuo bristle and hiss in annoyance. The sooner you get started, the faster it'll be done. He pushed Natsuo forward in front of the cameras as the director set up the scene and photographers, with Takara giving the embarrassed student posing directions. Turns out there were more than just 10 drinks made with heroes in mind. There had also been some scrap drinks that would be sold without any affiliation to heroes, one of which being the blue can Natsuo was currently holding. Takara had the brilliant idea to get him to model for that one, seeing how his suit was blue, and it would do great for his public image to already be in commercials, especially after his boost in popularity due to the sea rescue. This is priceless, Toya snickered, taking far too many photos. You're a bit of a bully, aren't you? Hawk said with a teasing tone as he watched the older Todoroki enjoy his brother suffering a bit too much. He is, Shoto and Fumi said simultaneously. Toya maturely stuck his tongue out at them. Next was Hawks, and as much as Toya wanted to make fun of him too, the blonde was naturally photogenic in front of the cameras. Ew, look at Mr. Perfect, he jokingly mocked with an eye roll. Not that you mind. So many pretty pictures to look at. He fluttered his white lashes at Fumi. Fish! All week! Shoto was being very good and patient, watching all the heroes take their turn being prettied and prepared for the cameras, posing with their various drinks and taking directions from Takara, who fussed with their accessories and outfits. Endeavour needed no fussing when it came to accessories, but it was all about getting his flames around his shoulders and eyes right, which took a little while seeing how his fire moved freely around him. With dozens of photos taken, the director was sure they could use something. It was clear Enji's patience was running short the more and more Takara asked him to shift this way, move his arm like this, and turn his head to the side. Toya, Shoto, Fumi, and Hawk snickered at the clearly frustrated Endeavour struggling to deal with modelling a darned coffee can. Natsuo did not laugh. He had gotten a new understanding today. I am here! Shoto's eyes lit up at the familiar voice and beamed and All Might slid into the room at a neck-breaking speed, making everybody's hair getting into their eyes and Endeavour's flames whip violently. For a photo shoot! Hi, All Might! Shoto waved at his uncle. The man's blackened eyes fell onto the child. His bombastic smile seemed to widen at the child who, of course, was dressed in one of his many All Might hoodies. It didn't matter that he was 12 years old, Shoto would never change his fashion sense. Young Shoto! All Might greeted brightly, not even asking to scoop the child up and carry him on his arm like he was a doll. Long time no see! Good to see you! And young Toya, Fumi, and Natsuo as well! Hello! Hi, Uncle Might, Toya snickered. Uncle Might was so different to Uncle Toshi. It was comedic. Fumi and Natsuo, no longer in his hero suit, smiled at their uncle, happy to see him so bright despite his catastrophic injury that ate away at his very muscle. All Might, Endeavour gruffly greeted, before stepping to the side to introduce the youngest pro hero in the room. This is Hawks. You two didn't get to meet properly during the billboard event. That's right, I had somewhere to be. Somewhere he could cough up blood without traumatizing everyone. Good to make your acquaintance. He extended his hand, to which Hawks shook it. Likewise, All Might. Hawks grinned, his celebrity smile to the number one. Great, Enji thought. He'd just introduced the two obnoxious blondes in his life to each other. Oh, All Might, that's a gorgeous picture, Takara said peppily, referring to how All Might was holding Shoto in his arms, the boy's hood propped over his head with the hair tufts sticking up. Endeavor, could we please use Shota for the photo shoot? Takara and the director looked with pleading eyes at the number 2, who was going to shut the idea right down. Can I? Shota's voice peeped up and Endeavor faltered, looking at his youngest with unsure blue eyes. Please, just this once. It was clear his dad wasn't fond of his prepubescent child already being on billboards promoting a canned drink, of all things. I'm going to have to learn how to do this too, eventually when I'm a pro. Damn it, his kids knew how to get to him. Pro hero talk always convinced him. It had worked with All Might teaching him how to cope with a meet and greet over 20 years ago, and it worked now. All Might looked with amusement as he saw his decades-old friend sigh in defeat, clearly not the first time today. Fine, fine, Endeavor sighed, rubbing a hand over his face. Don't show his face too much. Because All Might is incredibly popular with children, unlike Endeavor, who was more popular with men, and Hawks, who was popular with women, his drink was something more universally friendly, a blood orange flavoured sparkling water. Something Shota could drink for the camera, which hid the bottom half of his face as he looked at All Might with sparkling eyes, the man posing with the child in his arm. Toya wanted to make fun of this too, but it was clear to the older brother that Shota was having far too much fun modelling with his idol to feel embarrassed or awkward like Frostbite and Endeavor had. He still took a picture and sent it in the family group chat. Ray and Hara instantly reacted with hearts and happy replies at how cute that was. We could honestly do another round of photo shoots with you two if you want, the director offered to Toya and Fuyumi, not wanting the eldest two Todoroki to feel left out, as if they were capricious little kids instead of grown young adults. We're good, Toya shook his head. He wasn't about to pose for the camera. Nah, go on. Pose, Natsu hissed with menace at his older brother. Why did you pose with Endeavor, Mr. Fanboy? I have done my time. Endeavor kicked that idea before it had a chance to bloom. See, Dad's done for the day. Toya sweated before getting the brilliant idea to throw his sister under the bus for the countless time today. But I know Fuyumi wants a model of Hawks. Hawks had to suck in his lower lip to stop himself from laughing at how Fuyumi's face went several shades of red, but he didn't think it was because Toya was right. Rather, because of the implication. Beside Hawks, Takara politely covered her mouth to quietly giggle as her own cheeks went a little red. She wasn't going to say that she didn't think Fuyumi had slowly developed a bit of a crush ever since meeting Hawks that first time she visited Anchor, but it'd be a lie to say she hadn't thought it. I don't want to go on camera, Fuyumi squeaked. She was going to cook the smelliest, most stinky fish she could find and make sure the whole house stank of it. Her grandfather would have to be a sacrifice to teach Toya a lesson. You're so mean to her, Hawks scorned Toya jokingly, taking his phone out and motioning Fuyumi to join him and Takara. But we should take a photo for Anchor, don't you think? That Fuyumi was willing to do. You're doing too much, Enji said lowly to his eldest as Fuyumi, Takara and Hawks took a group selfie together for their mutual friend. Hawks used a feather to prop up his phone that was on a timer so he didn't have to hold it. Give it a rest. Fuyumi was going to faint from the heat of her face if Toya kept teasing. I'm doing my brotherly duty. Toya stuck his chin out defiantly. Would you like it if Fuyumi did her sisterly duty and teased you about burn-in? Enji watched Toya's face turn a brilliant pink. Exactly. Natsu watched his older two siblings fret and fuss about their crushes and vowed to never be so embarrassing. Shota was too busy having fun with his Uncle Might to notice any of this. Fuyumi was much more like Enji than she was given credit, because her threats were not empty ones. Indeed, every meal she cooked that week leading up to Natsu starting his second year of UA, the main dish was fish. While her fish-hating grandfather's sense of smell was caught in the crossfire of her and Toya's battlefield, his only granddaughter was kind enough to make him an alternative dish that he could eat without suffering. Unlike with Toya, who just had to suck it up and eat what Fuyumi made him. She was challenging him, and he wasn't about to admit defeat. Even as he tried not to gag. Ray laughed softly as her son fought his inner demons, a piece of tuna. The day before Natsu was about to start his second year of UA, Fuyumi and Toya called a truce, because the whole family was going to go view cherry blossoms as Toya had suggested to Enji during their road trip. Ray was absolutely delighted when Toya also told her the idea, and he swore his mum had tears in her eyes. The first time I came to visit your father, we all went to look at cherry blossoms, Ray said fondly on the train to Osaka. Hara smiled as he recalled his first encounter with the then short-haired woman, how that trip had ended with Ray and Enji officially becoming a couple. Did Toshinori said he could make it? She asked her husband. He said he'd try. Enji nodded. And he succeeded. A percentile of his original width, skinny as a rake and looking sickly, but Toshinori made it. If anything good was to be said about his reduced state, is that there was no way anybody could ever recognize him as All Might. Though he was still wearing that ridiculous beanie that made Enji roll his eyes. It was so easy to tell Enji was madly in love with Rei. I'd never seen him so flustered. Toshinori laughed good-naturedly, gaining a grumpy pout from the redhead. Natsuo shot a look to his eldest siblings, who guiltily looked away, flustered. Shoto was clueless, happily seated between his mother and uncle. I saw Naita yesterday. He greets you all. We haven't seen him in some time, Hara commented, nibbling on a cracker as cherry blossoms happily flitted around them. He's quite far and must be rather busy. He is. He hasn't told me much about it, but he's been working with the local authority, Toshinori nodded, drinking from his can of sparkling blood orange water. I can't believe you're drinking your own merchandise, Enji said flatly. Toyo nervously drank his burning, special blend black coffee. Fuyumi sweated as she sipped her light-as-a-feather vanilla latte. Natsuo stared flatly as he drank a normal Coke like a normal person. Shoto drank apple juice. Hara snorted a laugh as he snacked on another cracker. He looked up at the blue sky filled with flittering pink blossoms, chatter and laughter from surrounding groups and families keeping the Todoroki company as they enjoyed the fully bloomed cherry trees. It was warm. Hara's slightly wrinkling skin enjoying the sun shining down on them, his graying burgundy hair being brushed through by the soft breeze. It's good to be alive. Chapter 58. Calcine. Natsuo was going to punch Saichi again when he saw the boy pull out a familiar blue can from his bag. It was labelled Frostberry, which Saichi placed with a firm clack on his desk, looking smugly at Natsuo. I hate you, the boy hissed as his cheeks went red. For what it's worth, it tastes good, Saichi teased as he opened the can, the smell of artificial raspberry wafting through the room. Not worth much then, Natsuo grumbled, watching Saichi take a gulp from the can with an amused smirk. He straightened his back when Ibara and Yawara approached him with equally amused smiles and plopped 2 magazines onto their friend's desk. Natsuo stared at the objects like they were holding him at gunpoint. Why the hell do you have this? Now, Frostbite, is that any way to speak to your fans? Ibara teased, poking at the taller boy's face with a marker. Won't you sign it for us? Today's schoolwork was all about developing our signatures. Natsuo whined in his throat as he took the marker from his friend and shamefully signed the pages the magazines were opened at. A full spread of his canned drink advert printed in a magazine, with an article to go alongside it raving about Frostbite's advertisement debut. He was never living this down. Second year in UA was quite honestly more of the same from the previous year, although with a different teacher and more freedom to choose what to focus on in the hero classes. As such, Natsuo asked to focus on his speed, defense, and rescuing methods. Just like him, his friends already had an idea of what sort of hero they wanted to be. To nobody's surprise, Saichi was aiming to be just like Snatch, and after his first year of grueling internships of Endeavor, nothing the police could throw would faze him. Ahiko planned on being a traveling hero, inspiring little kids wherever he went. Yawara already had a sidekick job lined up where she'd be working in the office a lot. Ibara was still trying to get over her distaste of getting dirty, and Mogura was facing the challenge of becoming the local pro hero in her hometown in the depths of the countryside. Which, seeing how she was a heteromorph, would be no easy task. I'm worried about it, honestly, Natsuo admitted to Tensei, the man having collected him from UA to drive him to his agency. I don't know how bad they can be, but the way Mogura describes it, the townspeople sound cruel. She's your friend, of course you worry. Tensei smiled as he kept his eyes on the road. When his little brother had told him of Natsuo's idea to train with him to improve his speed, Tensei had been more than happy to help out. But you should also trust her. From the sounds of it, she's level-headed and smart. Clearly, she believes herself able to be a pro hero the townspeople trust. I do trust her. I don't trust them to respect her, Natsuo replied, crossing his arms over the briefcase that laid on his lap. It contained his frostbite suit. They pulled up to Tensei's agency, which, despite not being as big as Endeavor's, was still impressive. Sorry for dumping all of that on you suddenly, Ida. Don't sweat it. It's good to talk about these things with your peers. The man grinned as he got out of the car. Get changed. We're heading out immediately. No rest for the wicked, nor the heroes who need to stop them. Keeping up with Ingenium was an impossible task, but Frostbite tried his best. Skating down the motorway to chase a runaway villain with Ingenium, Frostbite kept his feet steady as he evenly generated his ice like always, knees slightly bent and leaning forward to reduce wind resistance from toppling him backwards. But even so, he was a good few meters behind the Engine Pro hero, and Natsu could feel his body strain with keeping the pose. Frostbite, can you freeze the car's wheels safely? Ingenium called out to him, glancing over his shoulder to look at the younger man as he kept running. He observed how the boy used his ice, and he took note of how differently his quirk worked to his own, not just because of its very nature, but in the way Frostbite skated and used his body to speed up. No! The whiplash could kill him! He's going too fast! Frostbite yelled back, struggling to shorten the gap between them and not trip on his own feet. Good answer! The adult's reply confused the teenager, but he didn't have time to think of it as he saw roadblocks up ahead. Turns out they weren't trying to stop the villain, only corner him, and unless said villain wanted to become a splatter across the concrete roadblocks, he'd have to slow down. Which he did, unlike somebody else. Frostbite, slow down! Natsu let out a shout as he tried to brake to a stop, skidding past the villain's car with a very startled villain inside it, and smacking against the roadblocks himself with a shattering sound of ice splintering. His only saving grace was that he used his ice to cushion the impact, but his dignity was shot as he laid on his back with his legs in the air. But Todoroki let out a groan. Frostbite, are you okay? Ingenium elegantly stopped beside the embarrassed teenager, using his engine quirk to propel to a stop with ease and watching his sidekicks apprehend the villain who was too busy laughing at Natsu's mess up to care about being caught. No, Natsu groaned, clawing his goggles off to reveal his flushed face of embarrassment. Tensei was glad he had his Ingenium helmet on. It covered his amused expression. Please tell me there are no journalists. Not yet, so you better get up, Tensei said with a soft laugh as he helped the slightly bruised teen up. Getting your speed up is one thing, but you also need to know how to stop at any given time. Normally I can, but I never went that fast before, Natsu replied, brushing the ice off his suit, more humiliated than hurt. His eyes narrowed on his peer. What did you mean by good answer? I was testing you. You have to know the effects and consequences of speed if you want to master it, Tensei replied, slipping his helmet off as the police dragged the still cackling villain away. Nice going, curb bite! He mocked Natsu as he was forced into the back of a car. Natsu groaned, pulling on his suit hood by the fur to cover his face. I'm never living that down, he whined, face flushing in embarrassment again. Tensei laughed softly and patted him on the shoulder reassuringly, smiling in his big brotherly way. First Frostberry, now this. Growing pains of being a pro hero. We all have those moments, don't worry. Take it as a learning experience. The older man reassured with a good-natured laugh, before wrapping his arms around the boy's shoulder and leading him a little off to the side of the road. Considering the difference in their quirks, how it manifested and how they used it, Tensei knew he only had basic verbal tips to help Natsuo, which wouldn't be much use of a son of Endeavor who'd been training since his preteens. Natsuo needed something more grounded and based off experience to improve his speed and braking game. Tensei had an idea. I know just the person who can help us with building your skills. He's had plenty of crashes himself and has learned to use his quirk the hard way. You wouldn't think it initially, but he's managed to develop a rather underwhelming quirk into something impressive. Natsuo's eyes lifted in interest. Really? Who? Well, how open-minded are you about vigilantes? Natsuo stared blankly at the slim man wearing an All Might hoodie with goggles, protective motorcycle gear, a goofy smile and droopy eyes on his face that made it very clear this was a laid-back guy. Hi, I'm... The Crawler? Natsuo interrupted a flat question, looking at Tensei with a quirked eyebrow. You do know my dad's been trying to arrest him for a while, right? The question is, are you going to arrest him? The Ida man grinned challengingly at Natsuo. He and Tensei were now in civilian sportswear, and the sky was darkening. The park they were in was pretty silent at this hour, giving the two heroes and vigilante plenty of privacy. Natsuo, this is Koichi Haimiwari, or as you know him, the Crawler. Hi there, Koichi waved weakly, goofy smile never leaving as he rummaged for something in his pocket and presenting it to Natsuo. Could you sign this, please? Natsuo thought he was going to die when he was presented with the ripped-out page of his stupid drinks commercial and a pen. His face went 50 shades of red as he automatically went to sign the page before stopping short and glaring at Koichi. Wait, hold on, you can't distract me with that. Why on earth are you buddy-buddy with Ingenium? He asked harshly, jabbing the pen in Koichi's slightly startled face. In fact, why are you buddy-buddy with a vigilante? He turned to Tensei again, glaring at him too like he'd been betrayed. Tensei simply smiled. We happened to meet by chance, the man shrugged. I helped him out with some tips to control his quirk better. This got a confused look from Natsuo again. Then why are we asking for his help if you already know how to help me? He asked, still holding the pen and page. I think I know. Natsuo's harsh glare snapped back to Koichi, who jolted but still had that unafraid, goofy look on his face. Our quirks are alike. It was clear from the teenager's darkening expression that meant nothing to him. Give me a chance to show you what I mean. Natsuo didn't know why he was letting this happen, but it was with crossed arms and a very Endeavor-like scowl that he watched Koichi, the Crawler, a vigilante, show off his quirk and how it worked. Tensei was right. In its most basic form, Koichi's slide and glide quirk wasn't impressive, especially not with how he had to be on all fours to glide around effectively, looking like a cockroach more than anything. Still, the speed at which he was moving, and how he was stop and starting so effortlessly, Natsuo couldn't help but be impressed too at the odd guy's skills. His movements were versatile, quick and controlled with a flexible ease Natsuo was almost envious of. Wait, how did you do that? Natsuo asked when Koichi did a quick turn. Oh, this? Koichi did the movement again. It's drifting. Cars do it too. I use one of my limbs to stop and let the momentum move the rest of my body, which, clearly this guy wasn't too good at explaining what he did. Almost as if it was subconscious. Natsuo hummed at that, eyes narrowing on the man crouching in front of him. You know, if you keep your body low, you'll go faster. I'm not crawling around the floor like you, Natsuo said flatly, still not too sure about this guy. He was a vigilante. He breaks the law. He was the sort of guy he should be arresting. But then again, he'd never heard anything necessarily negative about the guy other than he doesn't have a license. And most of that came from his dad, who was all about rules when it came to heroisms. He looked at Tensei, who was sitting on the park bench with a smile, looking completely unbothered. At the teen's stern look, he just shrugged and motioned his head to Koichi, who was watching with half-lidded eyes. Ugh, fine, Natsuo mumbled. He generated ice and skated around Koichi for a bit before trying to lower his body like the man had, though finding his center of balance was a bit of an ask. Once you pick up speed, you can go like whoosh, Koichi helpfully instructed, showing his drifting move again. And it's a way to immediately stop without getting whiplash. Natsuo narrowed his eyes at the vigilante's movements before inhaling deeply and picking up speed. Lowering his body, he planted his hand on the ground and his momentum swung his body around to a sudden U-turn stop. Wow! Natsuo exclaimed, a little winded at the movement. Wow, you learn fast! Koichi echoed back. Guess that's what separates the pros from the regular folk, huh? Those words were said with the admiration of a hardcore fan, not the bitterness of somebody undermining authority. Maybe Natsuo should have clocked that Koichi was a hero fanboy from his All Might hoodie. Want to go again? I'll race you this time. Again, those words were said with a laid-back, peppy tone and the utter lack of challenge. Bordering on awkward. Natsuo couldn't help but snort. Sure. Tensei watched with amusement and interest as the vigilante and hero student raced each other and shared visual tips and tricks. Of course, he hadn't needed to bring Koichi into Natsuo's training, but Tensei figured the two would get along after the initial moral hurdle of Koichi's status. The kid was awkward, laid back, and a bit of a goofball, which made the usage of his quirk rather unique. Tensei believed that Natsuo could appreciate learning from somebody who was the complete opposite of his previous teachers, and maybe even have some fun. Which Natsuo seemed to be having as he got more and more comfortable with Koichi, even laughing as the vigilante spun on all fours without stopping, like a pond skater. Koichi chuckled with embarrassment at the comparison, dizzy from his own party trick. What made you become a vigilante? Natsuo asked as he sat with his legs stretched out on the floor while Koichi tried to keep his dizziness at bay. With skills like yours, you could have easily become a pro hero. Oh, I applied for hero school, but I was late for the exam, Koichi said awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. Natsuo shot him an unimpressed look but said, seriously? I helped a kid from drowning on the way and I just kind of was late. Yeah. Huh, Natsuo muttered, not too sure what to do with that. Koichi was weirdly off-putting with his speech mannerisms, but pretty nice. The way his eyes dashed left to right as if he didn't know where to look made him come off as dodgy though, which was probably helped by the goggles propped on his head. So you just help people because? Yep. Koichi smiled goofily at the teen. Simple as that. Same, Natsuo smiled back. I have my inspirations, sure, and I know what sort of help I want to focus on, but at the end of the day, I want to help because I'm able to. Sometimes that's all you need. Right, Koichi chirped, sitting on his knees. Man, hero school must be so cool. I mean, your dad's endeavor, which is cool in its own, but you're becoming a hero, that's... Koichi's eyes filled with sparkling adoration. That's so incredibly cool. Thanks? Natsuo laughed awkwardly, still a bit put off by the guy. Tensei snorted a laugh in the distance. They continued training, though training really became a game of tag, which despite Koichi's street smart skills, Natsuo was winning by a landslide. He had the foundation and technique to back him up, and with Koichi's tips on how to stop without biting the curb, Natsuo had the clear upper hand. Tensei even joined in, but due to the nature of his quirk, he couldn't quite do the swift, sharp turns like agile Koichi and Natsuo could. But it was a fun time, nonetheless. Tensei wished his little brother would appreciate fun more often. If he wasn't playing with Shoto, Tenya wasn't playing at all, but he seemed to like it that way. We should probably start heading back, the pro hero told Natsuo after checking the time on his watch. Thanks, Koichi. Yeah, no worries, the man grinned. You're not worried about me telling my dad about you? Natsuo asked with raised eyebrows as he dusted ice off his t-shirt. Oh, I guess I should be, Koichi pondered, raising his eyes to the sky to look at the star-dotted pitch black. But you don't seem like you're gonna tell. What's that supposed to mean? Natsuo hissed, eyes narrowed. Koichi's grin disarmed him. 'Cause we had fun, no? The man said chirpily, as if that settled any of this. Natsuo blinked and looked at Tensei for support, but got none from the older man who just snickered. The teen sighed and gave the vigilante a small smile back. Yeah, this was fun. He walked back to the bench where they kept their stuff, and his eyes landed on the ripped-out page Koichi had wanted him to sign. You're friends with Popstep, aren't you? He commented as he reached for the pen. Oh, yeah, we're friends. She helps out a ton, Koichi replied as he too dusted himself off and sorted his goggles out. Natsuo shot him a look. Us, he said. What did us mean? Maybe there were more of them that nobody knew about. Maybe best he didn't ask too much. It would be hard enough to hide the fact he knew the crawler from his dad as it was without all the extra details. Why? Well, one of my hero classmates, Yawara, is a big fan of hers, Natsuo said. Yawara was always raving about how cute Popstep was and how she loved her songs. He'd even caught Toya listening to some of the songs on his own. Let her know she has fans all over, will ya? He turned and handed Koichi the page back. Here. Koichi blinked his big, half-lidded eyes at the advert. It was signed Frostbite, with Natsuo's phone number on the back. Without question, he eagerly took it, marveling at the young hero's handwriting of unspoken, very obvious awe. Natsuo wasn't sure he'd ever get used to that. I owe you one for today, so you ever need anything, hit me up, Natsuo said, tapping his phone number on the back. Especially if Endeavor's after your ass, which one day he will be. Koichi laughed nervously at that, knowing far too well what Endeavor was capable of. He admired him, of course. A couple of days later, Natsuo got a short video clip from Koichi. It was of Popstep, in a whole get-up, little bat wings and all, posing in what Natsuo could only describe as an idol pose. Thank you, Miss Yawara, for all your support. Wishing you the best in hero school, the illegal pop star chimed brightly, blowing a little kiss to the camera. Natsuo felt a bit weird and icky about it. Idols aren't his thing at all, but the follow-up text from Koichi made him smile. She was really excited to hear she had a hero fan. Who was Natsuo to deny this idol fan interaction? Yawara almost blew up his phone with excitement, disbelieving texts once she got the video, asking Natsuo a flurry of questions about how this even happened. Natsuo claimed he just met someone who knew Popstep. He sent Koichi a text back. Thanks, it made Yawara super happy. Thankfully, Natsuo had no more curb-biting experiences for the rest of his internship with Tensei, and once he was back in UA with his classmates, he got to show off his improvement. He even emailed Gang Gorka to thank him for the advice, which got him approving praise from the pro hero. How was interning with your dad? Natsuo asked Saichi, who smiled widely. Great. It's nice to spend more time with him, the blonde replied, before looking to the rest of their friend group. Aihiko, Mogura, I heard you helped out at a theme park. How did that go? It was awesome! Loads of people from Mogura's village came, and they seemed to really enjoy our performance. Aihiko replied energetically, nudging the mole girl with his elbow gently. And I got lots of laugh from my skits. I think my comedy timing is getting better. Natsuo listened with a bright smile as his friends retold their internship experiences. Yawara had been happy doing the office grunt work at Toy Toy's agency, and Ibara had connected with Fumi's friend Takara, and the two had really hit it off when working at Uwabami's agency. Of course, he shared his own internship, but kept out the crucial detail that he'd practiced training not just with Ingenium, but with a vigilante as well. As long as Endeavor or the Flaming Sidekicks didn't find out, it'd be fine. Chapter 59. Thermochromic. Toya would never be able to thank Dr. Tsuzura enough for all the help she'd given him over the years. Not just with the ongoing therapy sessions, general life advice, and all she'd done for his family, but also for the referral to this children's clinic. She helped with therapy here too, and seeing how Toya's main goal was to help kids with difficult quirks, it was the ideal place to start. The idea was to come in once a week to get some work experience in between his classes, essays, and shadowing of a doctor at the local hospital. It was going to be a very busy time, but Toya was vibrating with excitement and ready to deal with everything that the real adult world had to offer. Toya Todoroki. Yes, I've read your research paper. Very interesting. It's not often we have students actually willing to tear apart sensitive topics, especially ones like the quirk singularity theory. Dr. Daruma Ujiko nodded approvingly with his hands behind his back. Though, considering your inspiration for the topic, it wasn't surprising you would be enthusiastic about it. Toya couldn't believe that someone as redeemed as the short doctor before him had such high praises. He'd heard of Dr. Ujiko, and he was considered a hard-working, good-willed man within the medical community, especially for his knowledge of quirks. Toya had read much of his collected statistics and even referenced them for his own essays. I know what I want out of my studies, Toya said bashfully, cheeks a little flushed at the praise and rubbing the back of his neck. Thank you for accepting my request to do some work experience here. With a resume like yours, it'd be foolish not to give you a chance, Todoroki, the bushy-mustached doctor said casually, before handing Toya a clipboard. Now, getting to business. We have some appointments in today, some irregulars that I will be looking after. I'm appointing you to a new patient. A 2-year-old girl with a hedgehog quirk that makes her hair be spiky. She's been accidentally harming herself and others with it, and her parents want to see if something can be done about that. Toya was left a little stunned at all the sudden info, not having expected being thrown right into it. If he was any less confident and eager to be of use, Toya might have questioned the doctor's decision to get him working alone immediately. But he was Endeavor's son and had the hard-working nature to rival. Toya took the clipboard from the doctor with a confident grin, until his eyes landed on the family name. And then the father's name. No, surely not. It had to be a coincidence. It simply couldn't be the same guy. But the universe loved to make Toya the butt end of the joke that is his life, and Toya stood face to face with none other than his elementary school bully. The one Fuyumi punched. Now a grown man, staring at Toya with equally disbelieving eyes as the two men stood in the examination room Toya had been sent to. Toya! He exclaimed, blinking away the surprise to scowl instead. You're the doctor! Great. This was just great. If you're Ayata Togari, then yes, I'm the doctor. In training anyway. Toya sighed, returning the glare his old bully was giving him. He should ask Dr. Ujiko for a different patient. Already, Toya could tell that Ayata was going to give him an attitude, and he really didn't feel like dealing with the bespectacled man again. But as he considered turning heel, Toya's blue eyes fell on the little girl meekly sitting on a chair too big, a small hedgehog plush squished against her chest. She looked identical to her father, but with hard, quill-like spikes replacing her hair. But what really bothered Toya is how sad she looked with her eyes downcast to the floor. A small, miserable crease between her eyebrows that made it look like she was on the verge of crying. She wasn't even swaying her feet but didn't reach the floor. "Hey, you must be Koba," Toya said sweetly, kneeling in front of the little girl. "I'm Toya Todoroki, your doctor." Just because he didn't like her father didn't mean that Toya wasn't going to help this little girl. That's the whole point of why he was here in the first place, and that was what he'd focus on. Instead of replying, she lowered her head and hid her mouth behind her hedgehog plush, looking fearfully at Toya with big black eyes. And Toya felt something ache in his chest. But he never stopped smiling, even as he felt the father glaring down at him from where he stood with crossed arms. "Do you know why you're here?" Toya asked gently, eye level with the little girl. And she really was so little. "Her quirk, why else?" Ayata snapped gruffly. His daughter's eyes lowered. Toya's eye twitched. "You have her files, you should know." "Does your daughter know?" Toya forced his smile to stay as he looked up at his old bully. "Have you explained to her why she's here?" He could plaster a fake smile all he wanted, but his tone let sarcasm slip. Ayata's knotted eyebrows deepened. "Yes, she knows," he gritted out. "Koba's been struggling controlling her quirk since it manifested a few months ago. Her hair was once normal, and now it's not." It took everything in Toya to not kick Ayata out of the room. The way he spoke was tainted of underlying, anger-fueled frustration that Toya was all too familiar with. That he didn't care about, he could deal with it directed at him, but he couldn't deal with the way Koba, the 2-year-old little girl, was curling in on herself the more her father spoke. "How did it manifest? Did she wake up with it one morning, or did something happen?" Toya asked instead, trying to rein in his tone and keeping it steady. He had to keep his professionalism. "It's in the file." Professionalism went out the window. "Yes, it's in the file, but if you want me to help your daughter, then cooperate." Toya stood abruptly, glaring at Ayata with all the fire he wasn't allowed to ignite. "I don't want your help. I want a real doctor, not a washed-up wannabe hero," Ayata snapped back. "You think just because you're studying medicine I'm going to take you seriously? You're a joke, you and your defective quirk." It was like the nagging voice in Toya's mind had taken a physical form and was taunting him directly. Toya could feel his throat burn from the old wounds opening up again, his elementary school younger self demanding justice for the wrongs being said to him. If only Fuyumi was here to punch Ayata again. With how Toya's hands were shaking, he might just punch him himself. Then he heard the creak of a plastic chair and glanced down. Down to a watery-eyed little Koba with a faraway look Toya was sure his own father was far too familiar with. Her sharpened hair was standing on end and trembling, and she looked like she was trying to curl in on herself, like how an actual hedgehog does in self-defense. "Get out," he said sharply. "What?" Ayata's voice was confused. Toya snapped his eyes and glared at him in only the way Endeavor's son could. Meanwhile, Toya had an Americano with... Meanwhile, Toya had an Americano... I can't say had an Americano. Meanwhile, Toya had an... Looking insulted. "Why? Because leaving her alone with you is any better?" "Yes," Toya said firmly. So firmly that it seemed to falter Ayata for a moment. "Get out!" "The hell I will!" Toya grabbed Ayata's wrist and squeezed, staring at him intently. "Don't use that sort of language in front of your daughter," he warned. His voice was steady. "My quirk may be defective, but yours isn't anything to write home about. We both know I can make you leave. I'm giving you the option to wait outside of your own will." Last Ayata had seen Toya, it had been at the park. Toya had tried to avoid him and his friends then, and leave. His little brother and sister had been the ones to fight his fights. He'd never seen Toya so assertive before and actually stand his ground for himself. It left him staring. Still scowling, but staring. His eyes shifted to his little daughter. He saw the state she was in, curled in on herself with quills on end. His mouth twitched down. "I'll be outside, Koba," he said stiffly, and ripped his wrist out of Toya's grip. The door shut with a sharp snap once he was out. Toya exhaled through his nose until all the air was out, and he turned to Koba. Her head was lifted and she was looking straight at him. She was a copy of her father, but instead of distaste, there was only tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry," Toya said softly, and sat on the floor with his legs crossed, so that Koba had the upper ground and was looking down at him. "You don't like it when people argue. Your dad and I shouldn't have raised our voices." Koba stared, holding to her plush tightly. Slowly, her grip loosened, and the toy in her lap didn't look like its eyes were about to pop out of its head anymore. Her raised quills lowered. "Daddy hates me." It was a punch to the throat to hear those words be the first thing this toddler said once her father was out of the room. Toya swallowed. "What makes you think that?" he asked, trying to smile, but it was hard to when Koba looked so miserable. "Because..." Tears welled up in her eyes again. "My quirk. It's bad." The universe couldn't have given Toya a more heart-wrenching first patient if it tried. He wasn't cut out to deal with this. He had all the medical knowledge, but he didn't have enough training of children to be able to speak properly to a toddler. He should get Dr. Ujiko and... No! Toya closed his eyes and inhaled, held his breath, and counted to 5. Then he smiled and looked to Koba with bright blue eyes. "Your quirk isn't bad," he said warmly. "It's really cool." Koba's watery eyes blinked, looking unsure. "But," she mumbled, "I hurt Mummy and Daddy and my friends." As she spoke, her quills pricked up. She squeezed her plushie again. Her little hands trembled. "I try not to. I really, really try. I promise I try." Toya could tell that wasn't the first time she'd spoken those words. "I know you do," he smiled, before pushing to his knees and grabbing some things from his desk. Pieces of papers and pencils. "Do you like drawing?" he offered. Koba's eyes lifted to look at the objects, and she nodded. Her quills relaxed. Toya laid them on the floor and patted them for Koba to join him. With careful movements, as if worried her quills would shoot out at any sudden movement, Koba slid off the chair and kneeled to the floor. She grabbed the pencil Toya offered her and watched without moving as Toya started drawing. Only when he started did Koba find the confidence to start as well. "Your toy is cute," Toya commented after a few silent moments, pointing to Koba's hedgehog plush delicately sitting beside her. "Does it have a name?" "Scourge." Toya had to stop and stare at that. Not exactly the name he'd expected for a little girl's cute-looking hedgehog plush. "He has glasses and a leather jacket." Toya had no idea what she was on about, but he knew that toddlers' ways of thinking wasn't linear. She must be referencing to whatever inspired her name for her plush, and honestly, he was just happy she was talking. But once again, he was dazzled at how a 2-year-old could define what a leather jacket was. Maybe he was too out of touch with kids' development. He should ask for Yumi when he gets home. "You like leather jackets?" he asked, some amusement in his voice as he watched the little girl drawing what looked like said leather jacket-wearing hedgehog. "Yeah," Koba nodded, voice a little peppier. "Daddy has one. He wears it for his motorbike." Ayata is a biker, who would have thought? To be fair, Toya knew nothing about the guy, only that he was a bit of a troublemaker in school, and, of course, a bully. "He used to take me." "Take your motorbike rides?" Koba nodded at his question. "He doesn't do that anymore." She shook her head. Toya's eyes narrowed on her hair. It wasn't as sharp anymore. If anything, it looked slightly soft, like barely cooked noodles, and Koba didn't look as wound up anymore, just really focused on getting her drawing right. "When you got your quirk, what happened?" This was maybe too much of an ask. She was only 2. But once again, children's sensitivities took Toya by surprise. "Mummy and Daddy were arguing," she said, stopping for a moment. Her quills jolted at what Toya assumed was recalling the memory, but then they softened again when she continued drawing. "I got scared." "Do they argue a lot?" Toya asked, eyes continuing to stare at her hair, watching its movements and reactions to certain questions. Koba nodded, and her hair flopped. "What's your mum's quirk?" "Her hair changes colour," Koba said, before stopping. She looked up to Toya with a freckled face. "It's black and grey a lot with Daddy, and green." She stopped, her eyes looking at her drawing again with a faraway look. Toya thought her quills were going to spike up again, but they did the opposite and softened. I like it light blue. Black, grey, and green as bad colours, and light blue as a good colour. What was the connection between them? They change, and the reason why they must be unstable enough for the colours to fluctuate between when Koba's mother is arguing and not. Her hair changes with her mood, Toya stated, and Koba nodded. Her mother's hair is thermochromic, like a mood ring, and Toya knew Ayata's quirk. It was, to put it frankly, really lame. Just like Koba, Ayata had a very freckled face. His quirk, spots, allowed him to change the shape, size, and colours of his freckles. Somewhere in the previous generations, somebody must have had some sort of related heteromorph quirk for Koba to have a hedgehog-like one. All of that made for an emotion-induced quirk that would be hard for any 2-year-old to control. What she needed was stability and for her parents to help her regulate those big emotions, and she'd mellow out as she grew. But only if they actually did their jobs as parents, or Koba might never learn how to adjust her emotions properly. She might try to stifle them or have outbursts, which could be detrimental to herself and others. Toya wasn't going to let that happen. Ayata had his arms crossed and was leaning against the wall when Toya opened the door and shut it behind him. The man glared at his former victim and stood to snap at him, only to be interrupted with a piece of card being shoved in his face. Koba's quirk works the same as your wife's, Toya said flatly as Ayata took the card out of his hand to inspect it. When she's stressed, her hair hardens into quills, and when she's relaxed, her hair flows softly. Seeing you and your wife argue is what's causing her quirk to react. The card in Ayata's hands was a business card for the therapist Yumi Tsuzuro. His eyes hardened as he glared at Toya. Are you seriously implying that it's our fault? He spat, getting into Toya's face. Koba thinks you hate her. That seemed to get through. Ayata's eyes widened and his face paled. He looked shaken, bordering on horrified. Maybe it was cruel for Toya to say it so bluntly, but he needed Ayata to understand the gravity of the situation. His 2-year-old daughter thinks her father hates her because of her quirk. But Ayata stammered, trying to find a lie in Toya's stern blue eyes. We've never said that. We don't hate her, we're just... He stopped and lowered his eyes. We're worried. The way you say things, your tone, is what makes her think that, Toya replied, arms crossed. By saying her hair is or isn't normal, like there's something wrong with her, it makes it seem like she's bad. She's not bad, Ayata said immediately, looking distraught. It's just stressful and there's so much going on and... He stopped and seemed to catch himself as he glared at Toya. You must be loving this. Toya's brows deepened in confusion. What? But I have to depend on you for help, he hissed. You must love the power you hold right now. I bet that's why you became a doctor, just to feel smarter and superior. It was odd. The content of the taunts were different, but the way they were being said, with venom and barely contained mockery, brought Toya right back to elementary school. It was like he was seeing little Ayata jabbing fun at his mismatching red and white hair again. But Toya wasn't a little kid anymore. He's an adult with a profession and a goal. Mr. Togari, Toya said sharply, but what anger he might have had before was gone. This isn't about you and me. You have a little girl who thinks her daddy and mummy hate her. I believe that you don't, and that you love and want the best for her, but she doesn't know that, because you don't know how to show it. Toya pointed to the business card. Consider this your family prescription. Ayata stood there, eyes warily reading the therapist's business card with a bad feeling in his chest. I didn't mean to, he mumbled under his breath, his eyes looking pained. Toya sighed internally, watching the sad display of a father who was slowly realizing the impact he had on his child. A father who was the same age as Toya with a 2-year-old daughter, barely an adult himself when he had her. I know you didn't, Toya said softly. But for her sake, you and your wife must make changes. Ayata's nose scrunched. He didn't want to listen to any sort of instructions from the likes of Toya, but he swallowed his pride and nodded. Round glasses framed by a bushy moustache watched the invasive cameras of curiosity. He watched as Toya brought his old bully back into the room, Ayata crouching down beside Koba, who looked up at him with big, scared eyes. "That's a good drawing." Ayata's voice came through the speakers, sounding awkward. Koba didn't reply. I'm sorry, Koba, for stressing you out." Again, his daughter said nothing, but the fear left her expression, replaced with curious surprise. Like those were the first time she heard those words. "Let's go home and chat with Mum, okay?" Koba nodded. Her father moved to stand up but stilled, and instantly reached out to her. Koba was very still as her father picked her up, still holding her drawing and her hedgehog. Seemed he hadn't done that in a while. Toya was standing by the door with his arms crossed, watching all of this quietly. As they passed by, the white-haired man completely ignored Ayata and smiled to Koba instead. "Bye, Koba," he said sweetly with a little wave. Koba smiled the teensiest bit back and waved too. "Seems your research paper was validated," Dr. Ujiko said thoughtfully as Toya brought him up to date with what had happened, even though he already knew. "External factors affected the girl's quirk." "Quirks are directly connected to emotions," Toya said, messing with his sleeves nervously. "If the parents have a strained relationship, that will negatively affect any child. Koba simply physically manifested it. There's nothing wrong with her." "Quite," the doctor nodded. "They've been scheduled for an appointment in the future. I'd like you to come back for it, seeing how you're their official doctor now." Toya stared. "You're not kicking me out?" "Why would I do that?" "I laid my hands on a patient. He grabbed Ayata's wrist and essentially threatened him. I didn't act professionally." Dr. Ujiko looked at the blue-eyed man with a guilty expression. Strangely, the man was rather honest with his faults. Well, to a certain extent. Ujiko knew the man hadn't said anything about meeting Tomura. "It certainly wasn't ideal, but I'd say it was warranted," he shrugged, interlocking his fingers together and resting them on his belly. "If anything, I'd rather give you credit for pulling through and still helping the child despite her father being your old bully. What a coincidence that had been." "Not." "My brother is training to be a pro hero. He and his friends often speak about helping people even if they hate you," Toya said, smiling fondly at the thought of Natsuo. "It doesn't matter if somebody hates me, or if I hate them. If they need help, I want to help in whatever way I can. In any way that they will let me, at least." Ujiko tilted his head to the side. "Helping those even if you don't like them. Well, he can certainly relate to that. He wasn't particularly fond of his master's successor." "Normally I'd say that sort of talk is pretentious," the doctor said flatly, making Toya chuckle sheepishly. "But do you actually back those words up with your actions? You applied your knowledge of your research today, not something I've seen in a long time. Typically, people just say those things to be nice." "When has a Todoroki ever said something just to be nice?" Toya's smile widened. "Not much point of preaching if I don't practice it too," he joked. Chapter 60. Melting. Endeavor had fought many odd characters over the years. A suicidal obsessed stalker, a giant squid, a car-stealing murderer. A street-performing idol controlling a swarm of explosive bees was a new level of odd. He recognized the name, Popstep, as being that girl that allied with the crawler and whose music they listened to on the road trip. But he didn't recognize her appearance when he and his sidekicks were called into the field, as she looked completely different. Where before she was cutesy in a weird, alternative way that Endeavor didn't understand the appeal of, now there was something eerie and off-putting about her outfit. And sure, he'd wanted to arrest her, but never before had she acted violently. Not like this. From his records, her quirk had nothing to do with bees, but rather some sort of bouncing quirk that helped her escape. Something about all of this was off, but he couldn't ponder on it too much as the carnage became clear. "Our goal here is to capture!" Takauchi yelled, trying to be heard over the sound of explosions resonating around them. Endeavor listened to the detective, but his eyes scoured the scene. A swarm seemed too weak a description for just how many of those explosive bees were in the area. They were so numerous that they could easily blow up the entire town if they weren't dealt with immediately. Thankfully, he'd already set Burnin and the others to evacuate everyone. It was just a question of awaiting the signal. "That girl probably isn't sound of mind, so—" "Open your eyes, Takauchi," Endeavor interrupted, scowling at him. Sound of mind or not, she's indiscriminately blasting away at the neighborhood, which makes her a threat on par with a small, well-trained army. But number 2 crossed his arms and widened his stance, keeping his eyes and ears open for the signal from his sidekicks. We need to get rid of all the bees at once. This demands for a wide-scale assault. What? Sakauchi exclaimed, looking panicked. Popstep, or Bebop as she was currently calling herself, was in the middle of the main street in midair, open to any attacks with the arrogance and confidence in her swarm to bounce around carelessly. Endeavor had no desire of injuring the young woman, but he'd do what was necessary to stop the attacks. All at once, various signal flames were shot up into the sky, and Endeavor knew this meant the evacuation was complete. He was safe to make his move. Good, he muttered, jumping over the side of the building they were atop of, using his flames around his boots to keep himself from crashing to the ground. Wait, Endeavor! Takauchi exclaimed as he watched Endeavor go, fearing the worst. He knew Endeavor wouldn't actively seek to kill anyone, but he also knew how harsh he could be when it came to any sort of villainy. It's what made him number 2. His boots hit the ground. Karmic rays. Endeavor ignited flames around his fist and reared his arm back, heat intensifying around him as it built up. Hellfire Storm! He thrust his fist upward, and a tornado of fire was released, barreling through the empty street towards Bebop. It engulfed everything in its path, including the swarm of bees. The heat alone of the terrifying flames made them pop with pathetic little whams. Endeavor could cancel the attack at any time. He wouldn't let it hurt the girl he targeted beyond bringing her down. The hope was that the heat and winds caused by it would be enough to disorientate her and give Endeavor a chance at getting close and knock her out. Sakauchi was floored. At face value, the attack seemed like a crude spectacle of mass destruction, but with the hero using the airflow made by the canyon of buildings to minimize the damage to the town, he was actually controlling the huge fiery whirlwind with precision. Endeavor's a number 2 hero for a reason. He knows and acts upon the most efficient methods to take out a threat, and currently, he succeeded in staying calm-headed and cornering said threat, which as long as nothing got in the way— Endeavor! Burning's screaming voice echoed through the streets, and instantly Endeavor reacted. With an annoyed "ch," he called off the tornado right before it hit the person Vernon had noticed. Because that was the only reason Vernon would have screamed that way for his attention. Somebody was in the way. The fire tornado dissipated into nothing, leaving all other heroes and police confused as to why Endeavor had cancelled the attack when it seemed it was going to work. Takauchi! I thought we ordered everyone to get out! Endeavor yelled up at the just as confused detective. Who's that twig of a hero getting in the way? Hero? What hero? Takauchi's eyes widened as he saw a familiar All Might hoodie-wearing figure sliding down the street at a breakneck speed towards Bebop. A distant sound of the figure's voice shouting, "Pop!" could be heard. That's the Naruhata vigilante, the crawler! Takauchi yelled back as reply, pointing towards the speeding figure. This is exactly why Endeavor despises vigilantes almost as much as he hates villains. They get in the way, make everything more difficult than needed, thinking they can do whatever they want just because they turn their noses at the rule and authority. A scumbag without a license isn't as bad as a villain, and he knows and believes that, but to Endeavor, it's all the same. But after an attack like that, he'd need to cool off, or he'd be in the red zone for overheating. Already he could feel his body wobble under the strain. As some of his flaming sidekicks with water quirks arrived on the scene to cool him off, so did Sakauchi, running up to him to decide on what to do next. Koichi could have and had screamed upon seeing the huge fire tornado directed at his dear friend. It was all he could think to do by blasting into the street and getting in the way, hoping and praying that Endeavor would call off the idea due to his reckless behavior. And it had worked, but now he needed to get to Pop. He needed to save her. Between blasting away at the bees, smoking them out with gadgets given to him by his friends, and dodging heroes deployed to stop him in his tracks by who he assumed to be an overheated Endeavor, Koichi couldn't help but notice and be bothered by the constant ringing and vibrating of his phone. He took a deep breath as he juggled sliding down the streets and glancing at the caller ID on the screen. It was Natsuo. He dared to pick up. Koichi, what the hell are you doing? Get out of there! Natsuo's voice yelled instantly. The teen wondered if this is how his father felt with All Might. Koichi should have guessed the number 2's son was watching the news of the ongoing situation. I can't! I need to save my friend! Koichi yelled back. Let my dad deal with it! It's not that simple, Koichi yelled as he dodged a hero from catching him. As he sped away, he thought he heard the distinctive sound of a bang and something falling, but he was gone too quickly for it to register and he needed to focus on what he was doing. Frostbite, listen! Pop is possessed by parasitic bees that control people. We need to extract the queen from her head, otherwise the bees could kill her from the inside the second the heroes try to arrest her. I need to bring her to my friend who can do the surgery. It was a lot of information all at once to throw at Natsuo. Koichi knew that, but he needed the teenager to understand how dire this was. Then just stop and tell the heroes, they'll figure something out! Natsuo sounded like he was on the verge of begging. This is going too far, Endeavor's not going to hold back against you. Koichi felt sweat trickle down his neck from the remnants of the heat blasted by the tornado. He knew Natsuo was right, and he knew that, really, he should be leaving this in the hands of the authorities. But this was his friend, dare he say best friend, stuck in a predicament that most likely wasn't her fault and that he should have helped prevent. I can't! He'd trained with Soga and the others to help Pop. He couldn't stop now. If he didn't save her from being unfairly arrested, from being killed by the invasive bees, Koichi would never forgive himself. Frostbite, please understand, I can't. Natsuo understood all too well, but he couldn't bear to watch his father ruthlessly take down some dopey-looking guy who just wanted to save his friend. Yes, he was a vigilante breaking the law, but he's also just a good, dumb guy. Then, at least let me explain everything to Endeavor, Natsuo said. He was going to get into so much trouble. Endeavor! Kido ran to his boss as the man counted the seconds until he was cooled down enough to get back into the fight. 5 minutes is all he needed, but it was taking too long. Goodness knows Shoto wouldn't have this struggle. Endeavor glanced questioningly at Kido, who had a work phone in his hands. It's Frostbite. Says it's an emergency and relevant. Enji scowled. Natsuo never called, especially not at this hour. Natsuo? The redhead breathed heavily into the device. He could feel his fire buzzing and burning under his skin, almost as volatile as the bees swarming around. Dad, I'm going to explain some stuff, but I need you to hear me out without freaking, Natsuo said rapidly, sounding like he was sweating. You know the Crawler and Popstep are friends. He's trying to save her, but he couldn't leave it in the hands of the heroes because of the nature of this quirk. It's parasitic. Enji could feel his eye twitch. Don't freak out, Natsuo said, right before he gives him a bunch of information he had no way of knowing unless he'd been told this by a certain person. Are you saying if the bees feel the host is in danger, they'll kill her? He asked in a serious tone. He'd wrangle the truth out of his son later. For now, he needed to focus on the task at hand. That means that the girl isn't in control. Right. Popstep would never do this. She's just a performer. Something must have happened to her. Enji grumbled at that. Of course, it could never be black and white with these situations. It'd be so much easier if everything was evil or good. But humans don't work that way. And whatever had happened to her must be something complicated and related to the Crawler. Why else would some random street idol be targeted? She just wants to put on a show. And Natsuo had somehow gotten involved by association. And you're telling me this why? He asked with a sharp tone. Natsuo could feel his hair stand on end. I know the Crawler's a vigilante, but he's not a bad guy. He just wants to save his friend. If you have to take him in, then do what you gotta, but don't hurt him. His son sounded frantic. Enji's jaw clenched, which, to onlookers like Chikauchi, made them fret for what they'd have to deal with after the call. At that moment, the popping sounds of explosions changed, and glancing up, the Crawler could be seen facing off Bebop in midair. Our main priority is neutralizing the bees. Endeavor raised his voice so everyone could hear him. Destroy them at all costs. Various replies of yes sir echoed back to him, and Endeavor stood, feeling like his body wasn't on the verge of overheating anymore. Natsuo, we will discuss this at home. Natsuo swallowed. In other circumstances, Endeavor would almost do anything to take a vigilante down. The line between vigilante and villain is nigh non-existent, and he treats them equally. But currently, as he sees the Crawler speeding towards him with a passed-out Bebop in his arms, looking banged up and honestly pathetic, Endeavor doesn't see a villain before him. He doesn't see a hero neither, but he's not a villain. What is villainous, however, is the monstrous swarm of bees chasing after the Crawler with seemingly all the intent to kaboom him to bloody little bits. If they do that, it'll damage the city as well, and put the surrounding heroes in danger. For some reason, they seem to be targeting their host as well. Something must have happened for the tables to have turned. Vibrant turquoise makes eye contact with frantic brown. And gosh, those turquoise eyes are as intense as the flaming heat emitting from the hero. Koichi wasn't even that close yet, and he felt like he was burning. He needs to get Pop to Sogub so he can get the queen out of her head. Endeavor can see the desperation in the young man's eyes to save his friend from not only the bees, herself, but also the heroes who want to take them both down. And Endeavor most certainly wants to take them down. But one thing at a time. Dodge! He roars at the oncoming vigilante, and that's all the warning the man gets before Endeavor uses his hell minefield to blast the entire street to hell. Koichi skyrockets into the cityscape with plenty of time to react, and the bees are all instantly destroyed by Endeavor's twofold attack. Unbeknownst to the number 2 hero, the crawler was being chased by more than just the bees, and that threat got caught in the attack too. It hadn't expected this power from Endeavor, too confident in itself. Koichi held his breath as he hid in a dark corner. Midnight had found him and his friends before any of the other heroes did, and seeing how Pop was her friend, she used her quirk to put the convulsing young woman to sleep. That's when Endeavor had showed up, surprised to see Midnight already there. She's asleep, the heroine reassured the number 2, showing the girl cradled in her arms, wrapped in the woman's coat. She was completely passed out. Endeavor eyed the 3 men cowering from his intense stare, but none with the crawler. Get her to the hospital. She needs to get the parasitic queen out of her eye, he ordered. How do you... One man with turquoise hair and yellow eyes started before catching himself. Endeavor clocked he must be a friend of the crawler and the girl. Go on, get! The redhead snapped, glaring at the 3 strangers. He had nothing on them. The crawler must have slipped away. Even after midnight and the 3 men left the scene to get the passed-out girl to safety, Endeavor lingered in the area. He hoped to find clues of where the vigilante had gone, but he saw nothing. My son called me. Explain the situation. Enji raised his voice, hoping that the crawler was still around to hear him. I don't know how you 2 met, but I won't have you put him in danger by associating with the vigilante. Leave my boy alone. You hear? Loud and clear, Koichi thought as he scuttled up the side of a wall. Thanks to Natsuo, it seemed Endeavor had been less dead set on arresting him right at that moment. He'd even given him a heads up. Natsuo had never felt more terrified in his life. He'd do a million ocean rescues over dealing with the situation he was currently in. His father hadn't even changed out of his Endeavor suit, having barged directly home yelling Natsuo's name with such ferocity the walls shook. You have a lot of explaining to do, Enji snarled as soon as he saw his middle son meekly peeking out of the kitchen. The fuck did you do? Toya had whispered to him as Natsuo followed his father to the training room, head hung low as if walking to his execution. The rest of the family watched him go with wide-eyed confusion and potentially even worry. And now he was sitting on his knees, with his head bowed down in shame, as his hero father stood before him with his arms crossed and a very, very angry look on his face. Natsuo wasn't even looking at him, and he could quite literally feel the dark aura emitting off of his father. How did you 2 meet? Enji asked in a low voice. Natsuo felt sweat prick at his neck. By coincidence, at a park. He breathed out, reusing the answer Tensei had given him. Have you known him for long? Being interrogated by his father was probably the worst feeling in the world. He shook his head. You've met him recently then? A nod. So you know we were looking for him and you didn't arrest him? He wasn't doing anything wrong, Natsuo muttered. But he has done things wrong, Enji yelled, making Natsuo jump. Every nerve was on end, and his body was so wrecked with shame he felt itchy. If you'd brought him and his friends in immediately instead of keeping a little secret, all of this could have been avoided. I only ever met him once, Natsuo tried to defend himself, looking up at his father with shame in his eyes. And you didn't tell me! Enji shut that right down, furious. Natsuo visibly shrank in on himself. Natsuo, I don't think you understand. You could get into serious, even legal trouble for this. The Hero Commission could strip you of your license at best. Did you think of that? Or did you think of what it would do to my agency and sidekicks if my son is affiliated with a wanted vigilante? Did you ever consider how dangerous it could be to be targeted by somebody who has a vendetta against a crawler? You know better than this! Natsuo stayed silent. He wasn't going to throw Tensei under the bus. Nor was he going to tell him Koichi's real identity. All he could do was stay silent and try not to cry in front of his father. He'd never heard him yell like this before. Not in the house. Not ever at him or his siblings. It felt really, really bad. Enji saw how Natsuo was trying to stop his shoulders from shaking. Even with his lowered head, Enji was sure his son was trying to stop himself from crying. It's awful to see him like this. He sighed, rubbing a hand over his face and closed his eyes. Natsuo, I'm sure this crawler kid isn't a bad person, he said in a calmer, yet strained voice. For you to like him enough to be in contact with him, he must be a good guy. But... He kneeled down on one knee and placed his hand on his son's shoulder. That doesn't change the fact that what he's doing is illegal. He and his friends must have gotten involved in things bigger than they realized, and that's how what happened to Popstep transpired. It would have saved them a lot of suffering if you just brought this up with me. Natsuo sniffled and nodded his head. I'm sorry, he muttered, trying to swallow down his emotions. I don't know. He's just a guy. I didn't think he'd get involved like that. He sniffed again, wiping his face best he could before his tears dripped down. He wanted to save his friend. I know, Enji sighed. He'd seen that in the split second he'd made eye contact with the vigilante. I know, Natsuo. There's no way that kid is a bad person. But whatever was going on with the vigilante and his friends, he didn't want Natsuo to be involved. He was only a second-year student, still learning to finesse his quirk and skills. He wouldn't have some stray, licenseless idiot to distract him from that. I'm sorry for yelling. Enji got on his second knee and brought Natsuo in for a hug to reassure him that while, yes, he was mad at him for hiding this, it didn't change their relationship. Natsuo was still his son, and he still loved him dearly. Even if the Hero Commission found out about this and tried to have a go at Natsuo for it, Enji would sooner resign than let his son be punished for being a kid with a good heart. Natsuo isn't part of the adult world yet. Sure, he'd done an ocean rescue and an advert, but he's still a student. He has never been a part of big fights like Endeavor has, nor like with what the crawler dealt with today. Natsuo hasn't had to deal with a real, villainous threat before. What's going to happen? Natsuo returned the hug, blinking away shameful tears. I'm going back out to deal with the aftermath. You're going to stay here and have dinner with the family, Enji said, pulling back enough to see his teen's face and stroking his hair out of his face. His eyes looked red from unshed tears. I'm sure Yawara will need reassuring that Popstep is alive. Unstable, but alive. Natsuo nodded and sniffed again, leaning back in to hug his dad a little longer, just to be sure that his dad still loved him. As if this sort of blunder would make Enji stop loving any of his kids. Even the eldest, who should have learned by now that eavesdropping had never once brought good outcomes for him. But he'd been too nosy not to. And now, he too, felt immense guilt. Even if their situations were different, Toyo had never uttered a word about his coffee with Tomura. A very villain-coded Tomura. Toyo disappeared back into the kitchen before either his father or brother could notice him lingering around the training room door. Did you get into trouble with your dad? Natsuo squinted at the midnight text, rubbing his red and sore eyes from the now dried tears. Yeah. I'm sorry. Natsuo watched as the 3 dots bounced, waiting for Koichi to finish typing. He told me to leave you alone. Probably for the best. Yeah. Again, I'm sorry. More 3 dots bouncing. Thank you for vouching for me. Natsuo didn't know what to say to that. He didn't think he'd really done that. Not with how angry his father had been. Stay safe. As Natsuo blocked Koichi's number, he knew the vigilante wouldn't. He flung his phone to the floor and curled under his blankets, still upset. Besides him, Toyo pretended to sleep. Haru-sama curled up beside him, purring happily. He felt bad. Don't you think you were too harsh on him? Haru asked worriedly. He, Enji, and Rei were sitting in the living room, drinking tea. It was late, and Enji had just returned from cleaning up the mess that Pop had caused. Enji scowled at his father. Several heroes were shot and killed, Plenty of collateral damage. A young woman is in the hospital and in unstable condition because of an alien quirk, and we still have a reckless vigilante on the loose, most likely with comrades helping him. The redhead listed off angrily. Not to mention the random shooter. Couldn't that be the crawler? Ray asked, pouring the multi. She'd comforted Natsu best she could at dinner. He'd been very quiet and meek, not partaking in conversation and even going to bed early. No, the crawler doesn't kill. He's not violent. Enji shook his head and sipped the tea. Then why are you so set on arresting him? Hara pushed. He jolted when Enji slammed his cup back on the table. Because of what happened today! All of this could have been prevented ages ago! The man raised his voice at his father, clearly frustrated. Catching himself, Enji brought a hand to his face and pinched the bridge of his nose, closing his eyes tightly. Sorry, He breathed in heavily through his nose and looked to his father and wife. When I realized Natsu was involved, I got worried. If the situation with the vigilante and the girl really is something of a vendetta against them, that means somebody has it out for the crawler's head. Ray echoed back her husband's concerns. Do you think they'd be insane enough to attack the son of Endeavor? Insane enough to use a girl as a suicide bomber? Yes. Enji sighed, rubbing the crease between his eyebrows. I told you before, the world of heroes is dangerous, and with Toshinori's worsening state, it's only going to become more so. In the long list of things he disliked about the crawler, him being clearly an All Might fan and wearing his obnoxious merch was somewhere on the list. Of course the blonde would have eccentric fans who took a matter into their own hands. No Endeavor fan would be dumb enough to try. So, what now? Hara asked gently, not wanting to rile up his clearly distressed son again. Enji shrugged. Persevere. If anything, Natsu would need to learn a very serious lesson from all this.
My Father's Warmth is currently ongoing. I will be posting audiobooks every 10 chapters, and then when I am done with recording all the chapters and the story is done, I will put it all together in a big compilation. Thank you everybody for watching, and thank you to my channel members.
Of the high ceiling, I think I meant to say of the high room's ceiling, of the high ceiling room. I'll just say it as I've written it. I don't care. Finally seeing it in person, excuse me. Disrespectful. The Todoroki. We have a stop in. I'm gonna be saying all these names wrong. Oh my gosh. And not looking like the Wicked Witch of the West.